jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọ ọ̀la ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ tàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí wórí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o. nílé ayé o. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn o wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun rẹ lágbo Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá. Mi níjà o. Olórí lálàbàrò. Lálàbàrò. Olórí lálàbàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o Olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rọ̀jò ìbànújẹ́ ti.
Oh,
We say continuity Tinubu, continuity Tinubu. We love you Tinubu, we love you Tinubu. We thank you Tinubu, we thank you Tinubu. Our nibet Tinubu, our nibet Tinubu. Hey, it is Waju Tinubu, it is Waju Tinubu. Continuity Bolaba, Boma Azuaju. Continuity in the end, Nigeria Tinubu. Continuity Malambola.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
To pese between my pen.
I see.
I see what I don't really forget me.
Okay.
Papa yellow ke film. Ande irigaya. Mama mo sina wa beto go kwa. Aga na wa mo jelomba. O we butike. Aga nilu ne butilo wanne mo. Ata me wanke ya di kwa ya jomba.
Well, here's a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful again, a town hall, different from Blue Bulaba.
going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pa Jíṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Akọ̀bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. May God never depart from you. So a big amen to that. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends, of course. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So you know you are my friends, whether you like it or not. So we are friends by force. Whether we spend more time. Hold on. It will probably surprise you to know, and I think I've said this in the past before. It will probably surprise you to know that you spend more time in my company as a stretch than you probably spend with any member of your family. In some instances, you spend a good 4-7 hours in my company. Now, you tell me what member of your household you spent that much time with. I am your best friend, whether you like it or not. I am your best friend. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. So we start off with an apology. I know over the last 3 months thereabout, the broadcast has been somewhat skittish. The times have been getting later. The start time that is has been getting increasingly later, and there is no predictability to it. Previously, we used to try and cap it no longer than 10:45 p.m. my time, but now we're starting sometimes as late as 1:30 a.m. in the morning. So apologies for that. And also we've been abandoning sessions with some regularity now. So apologies for that as well. What's that thing they say in Nigeria? Who say we tire and rest with the rest? Okay, we no tire and we no even the rest. It's the nature of where I am at the moment. Because the window has to open for me to stream, and sometimes when the window does open for me to stream, it is that late that I just sometimes I just the mood if the mood is no longer there, then if it's not fun for me, I'm not going to do it. So sometimes when you see me abandon our sessions, the mood was just no longer there, and I have the sense it might not be fun for me, and if it's not fun, there's no point in doing it. So apologies for the somewhat skittish nature, but we'll try and streamline it in the nearest possible future. So we do that. So good day to you, good to be your company and all that. Good day to you. Hope you've had a wonderful day. Another session with that or your alarm man that talks in a peculiar tonality. One man went to mow, an evening with one man went to mow. I am your best friend. There's a guy called Austin Holloman. He's one of these passport bros. He's the one that is always saying that I am your only friend, is what he always says to his followership. So all that. So the protocol does remain the same. However skittish the sessions are, the protocol remains the same. So click on the like button at my invitation to do so. Do so. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. Please like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you click on that, up it pops you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking point, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll engage you in conversation. So that's how we work. It's an interactive session. So I invite your opinion either to be in accordance, but hopefully to counterweight mine so that the conversation can ensue. So that's how we work. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, super chats towards the stream. The super chats, of course, the lubricant that lubricates the engine of commerce. So you understand perfectly. And say hello, by the way. As you're coming in, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence. Of course, the elegant Chioma kicks it off as always, she always does. So that's the mighty lady right there. I'm not even sure where Chioma is. The last time I saw her, she was boarding a plane. Maybe she's still in the air somewhere. Who knows? That's Agbado Tinubu right there. So Agbado, good to see you as always. That's Larry acknowledging, telling us his reporting from. It's like factory work, isn't it? You make a comment in the comment section to clock in. So that's Larry clocking in right there. That's the elegant D3 right there, who has upgraded from D2 to D3 just by virtue of being in our company. She feels already elevated, so she's giving herself a promotion there from D2 to D3. So always a delight when D3 is here. That's our senior right there. So yeah, I'm not sure what reassurance is giving himself to call himself by that, but certainly ridiculous questions coming from him in the comment section. So yes, so make comments in the comment section. Say hello to the platform so that the platform can acknowledge your presence. So all that. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Share the links. Just share the links and then tell us in the comment section that you have shared the links. So copy them and put them in those those WhatsApp groups. Hold on. Those WhatsApp groups where everybody hates you and you hate everybody else. So copy the links and put them in there. The WhatsApp groups. That old school WhatsApp groups where you all pretend like you're successful, but none of you really are. Or that they want to make you feel inferior, that you haven't achieved anything in life and all that. Copy the links and put them in there. And that Facebook group that you sneak in under a false identity, just to constitute a nuisance, copy the links and put them in there as well. So copy the links and share them just as widely as you possibly can, so that the noise that we're making here can ricochet around the Nigerian firmament. So that's a reach right there. June 12 loading, by the way. So we'll be having a big session tomorrow now. Today already my time. So June 12, of course, will be having a session wrapped around that particular theme tomorrow, June 12. So annotate that in your diary. Note it down. That's the whole day, one man. So all that. So have we done we've done the opening phase, haven't we? So shall we just launch into it? Why don't we just launch into it? I don't think you've come here for my nonsensical diatribe. I think you've come here for more substantive conversation. So let's get into the substance with this one. Tinubu says APC ready to welcome Wike. So now, a lot of you would have seen the clip, of course. And people keep asking, what has Tinubu achieved? What has Tinubu achieved? They are having a 17 days of commissioning completed projects in Abuja. 17 days unbroken of commissioning projects after project after project. But what have they done? It'll be near impossible for them to carry on with that film, you know. And of course, you saw how Peter Obi embarrassed himself with the interview with Arise TV, what's it called, Rufai Oseni. So we'll be still going back to that, because there's still fallout from that interview still being discussed. And the obedience space, they are starting to somewhat recall from. Actually, let me play you a clip before we get into this readout. The obedience space are starting to somewhat recall from this vacuous, you know, lack of substance, emotion-laden ethnic dog whistling that Obi does. They are now asking for more. This is just what it is. Now, you can't just be doing this bula balu, whatever it is that it does. They're starting to ask for more. They're no longer satiated by the bullshit that Obi seems to spew. I will do it in an organized manner. He said, what does that even mean is what they're asking. China, Japan, they're saying this China and Japan, what are your plans for Nigeria? What's this?
I'm just giving you feedback on my meeting with him, my observations. I really think that the Peter Obi's camp can work on perfecting their plans, their strategies, so that beyond telling us what's happening in other countries like China or Taiwan, because he talks about that a lot, we would like to see like concrete plan, the blueprint of how our country will also be transformed if he becomes president. Nobody is going to steal his plans, as some people have been saying, oh, if he reveals, they will still. Please, we are all trying to make Nigeria better. A lot of people were upset with me asking my questions over and over, but it's because he wasn't answering them precisely. I'm sure that he has plans, and so I'm not an enemy of progress, as some people may think. In fact, I've not made fun of him on this show, but the only reason I kept asking again and again was that I was trying to help him get to the cocoa of the matter, which I'm sure he has it. So I think it would be good if his party can work on this. Could also talk about.
So just listen to that. That girl, of course, Deola, she's a very lot obedient. She belongs to that camp, and Obi granted her an interview some time ago, and you could hear what she was saying. She said she was trying to help him to answer the questions that she was putting to him, and even with her help and with her being on side with him, he still could not articulate anything that was coherent. That's what she's saying. That is what we heard in Rufai Oseni's interview, and that is what we hear in any interview, any media, and people are starting to pick up on this, by the way. Oshiomhole was mocking him all over the media space just as earlier as yesterday, that he cannot answer a question. All they will say is production. The Ola is saying he doesn't have a blueprint. He has a blueprint, so he told us his blueprint at the Rufai Oseni interview. He will do it in an organized manner. That is his blueprint. So you can't be tugging at emotions and dog whistling to ethnicity and jolling. This is what Soyinka meant, by the way, when he said Badue. So it cannot, this stance, this lack of coherence and dog whistling to hatred towards Tinubu it cannot sustain up to 2027 because, as you can see, even his base are starting to recover from it, and they're starting to demand more. So, but we'll get that. We get to all of that latterly in the session. But I just thought, I do these things organically, as you can already tell. There's never any preparations. It's just me, just free flowing. What is what's that? What's that phraseology again? Flying by your pants or something? Whatever that phraseology is, that is what I'm doing. Tinubu says APC ready to welcome Wike. So now, we've all seen that clip, by the way. It was during commissioning of XYZ that Wike achieved in Abuja. That was where the invitation was made. But by my reckoning, it will be the biggest mistake for Wike to cross over to APC now. If Wike crosses over to APC now, it will be a loss for APC and a win for the PDP, because they need Wike exactly where he is, doing exactly what he's doing in the build-up to 2027. Tinubu says APC ready to welcome Wike. So just a few paragraphs. I think you're all already aware. You've all almost actually would have seen the clip. President Bola Tinubu says the All Progressive Congress APC is ready to welcome some Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory (FCT), whenever he decides to join the party. So it's not if, but when. There, you note the choice of words. The president stated this at the commissioning of Arterial Road number 16, Shehu Shagari Way, connecting rings, etc., at the commissioning, along with at some commissioning. The Wike-led FCT administration executed the project. Bayo Ononuga, the president's spokesperson, said in the statement, commending Mr. Wike for his dedication and collaborative approach to governance. The president said, he could not achieve this alone without your full cooperation as a team player, as a team builder and a player. You have proved that teamwork is the hallmark of good leadership. Tinubu acknowledged the support of traditional rulers and local communities, especially in ensuring the smooth relocation of residents affected by the development. I commend the minister for relocating the local communities affected by the development with peace and good compensation. The government has played its part. I urge you to protect this infrastructure and use it wisely. He is not a member of my party, not yet, but the day he changes his mind and registers with the progressives, we will welcome him because we will enjoy him singing "It Dey Sweet Us, It Dey Pain Them," Tinubu said. He described the project as more than a stretch of road. It affirms our commitment to transformation under our renewed hope agenda, etc., etc. So it goes on and on about the road, but it's not really so much the road, but this invitation there, because that's pressure right there. So him now inviting publicly then Wike to join the APC somewhat puts Wike under pressure. But I think it will be a misstep post pre-February 2027 for Wike to cross over to the APC. If it's almost certain to end up at the APC at some point, and I expect him to be at the APC March, April 2027, but no sooner, because he has work to do at the PDP. So still with the PDP, Rivers 2027 budget plans for Fubara's future. This is IBAS or IBAS, the administrator standing in. The administrator standing instead of Wike. The sole administrator of Rivers State, Vice Admiral Ibok Etes, whatever his name is, has said the proposed 1.48 trillion naira 2025 budget anticipates the return of suspended governors Siminalayi Fubara and other affected political office holders. So I'm not quite sure that somebody that is standing in a temporary stead that is a placeholder, that is just it's a space filler whilst the guy is on suspension. I'm not sure that he should be. I'm not sure that he should be putting together a budget for Rivers State because it doesn't have the mandate to do that now. It did not make the electoral promises that Fubara made to the indigents of Rivers State. It does not have the developmental plans that Fubara has for the people of Rivers State. So on what basis is it formulating a budget for that state? You know, it shouldn't have the authority to do that, and that should not be allowed. The sole administrator of Rivers State, Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, retired, has said the proposed 1.48 trillion naira 2025 budget anticipates the return of suspended governors Timileyin Fubara and other affected political office holders. Ibas made this known in Abuja on Wednesday whilst defending the budget before the House of Representatives ad hoc committee on Rivers State oversight. According to him, the proposed budget aligns with the strategic objectives of the Rivers State Development Plan 2017-2027. He also noted that the proposal presents a strategic and integrated framework designed to raise revenues and accelerate infrastructural development, enhance human capital, and promote inclusive economic growth across all sectors, he said. In anticipation of the eventual return of the constitutional order, the draft budget prudently retains provisions for the offices and functions of suspended political actors, some of whom have already drawn on allocated resources in the first quarter and are expected to resume their duties at the expiration of the emergency period. He however accused some suspected, that should be suspended, shouldn't he? Suspended Rivers officials of failure to provide administration with useful information required to prepare the budget proposal. So I'm not quite sure. And by the way, the link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to come on. So whoever wants to kick off the conversation, come kick it off. And whoever wants to super chat towards the stream, feel free to do that. The farmer needs a wife, as they say. The stream needs lubrication. Let me see. So yes, that's the right link, isn't it? So that's that. So that's the goings on then in Rivers State with the guy proposing a budget then, which I feel he shouldn't have the authority to do. So from that to this, own up to your mistake. Don't blame APC for Labour Party crisis. This is Abure putting the boot yet in again on Peter Obi. The faction of the Labour Party LP led by Julius Abure has accused former presidential candidate Peter Obi of instigating the ongoing leadership crisis within the party. Umar Ibrahim, the national secretary aligned with Abure. I hate this idea of faction or no faction. Which authority is recognized? Which leadership is recognized by the authorities in Nigeria? Which leadership does the law back? That's the thing now. So all this faction, Abure faction, Arabambi faction, Peter Obi faction, Alex Otti faction, too many factionalizations. Did any of you see that clip, by the way, when Wike's plane developed a problem and he started to cry like a baby? That was what I was going to do yesterday, but I abandoned it. Own up to your mistakes. Don't blame APC for Labour Party crisis. Abure faction to Peter Obi. The faction of the Labour Party LP led by Julius Abure has accused former presidential candidate Peter Obi of instigating the ongoing leadership crisis within the party. Umar Ibrahim, the national secretary aligned with Abure, issued the accusation in a statement on Tuesday in response to Obi's recent claim that the All Progressive Congress APC had infiltrated the party and triggered internal unrest. So that was one of the questions that Rufai asked him, by the way, but he never pushed him. So he said it was Tinubu that was causing problems in his party, and what's it called? Rufai then asked him how, but then he couldn't answer that. But then Rufai just let it go. That was why I said it was somewhat of a pata cake loving sort of an interview. It was just, the guy would just say some incoherent gibberish or arrant nonsense, and the guy would just move on to the next question rather than to pin him or press him. He was never pressed in the course of that interview, which was just a loving sort of an interview. The faction of the Labour Party LP, led by Julius Abure, has accused the former presidential candidate Peter Obi of instigating the ongoing leadership crisis within the party. Umar Ibrahim, the national secretary aligned with Abure, issued the accusation in a statement on Tuesday in response to Obi's recent claims that the All Progressive Congress APC had infiltrated the party and triggered internal unrest. In his remarks, Ibrahim dismissed Obi's assertion as misleading, stating that the crisis within the Labour Party was not externally manufactured, but rather the result of internal mismanagement led by Obi himself and Abia State Governor Alex Otti. It is therefore pertinent to put on record that the problem with the Labour Party was not created by the ruling party APC. Rather, the problem in the Labour Party was created and sustained by Peter Obi and Dr. Alex Otti, the governor of Abia State, who is presently serving suspension for anti-party activities, Ibrahim stated. He further challenged Obi and this is the challenge that Rufai should have made, by the way. He further challenged Obi to present any evidence, tangible or otherwise, that supports the claim that the Abure-led leadership was collaborating with the APC-led federal government. When good leaders fail, they should own up to their responsibilities. Obi failed to provide leadership for the party. He should own up to his mistakes, the statement said. The faction also criticized what it described as an attempt by Obi and Otti to demarket the Labour Party by continually alleging external influence. We are therefore calling on Peter Obi and other aggrieved members of the party to understand and digest the fact that Barrister Julius Abure's leadership has come to stay and nothing can change that, Ibrahim declared. He added that it was contradictory to suggest that Abure's leadership, which allegedly worked for Obi's success in the 2023 general elections, would now align with the same ruling party it had opposed. So this is just the thing. Now, it's Peter Obi, man, is just a moving target, isn't it? Just completely off the cuff. It's just yes, let's go on from that to the next one, shall we? Let's just go on from that to the next one. So this is the number one trending story within the Nigerian space, actually. It's the Oshiomole incident at the airport. Should I play you a clip? I should have it. Can somebody send it in? I don't seem to have the clip of Oshiomole fighting them at the airport. Do I have it? Oh, hold on. I thought I downloaded it. Oh, hold on. Oh, all right. If anybody has that clip of Oshiomole, send it to me so that we can add it to the mix. I thought I did download it, but where is it? Oh, all right. Somebody send me that Oshiomole clip if you have it and you have my details. Just send it in, then we can play. Did somebody just send it? Let me see. Un momento. Right. Okay. Do I even want to? I feel we do too many Peter Obi things here, but it tells so many lies. You can't help but want to debunk him. Do you remember in the course of that interview with Rufai Useni, he told us that he never left any debt in Anambra State, and all people have now gone to the debt management office, and he left a whole volume of debt in Anambra State. You don't get more uh, verifiable or fact led than the debt management office in Nigeria, and they have data on all of the debts as far back as you can, and they've gone then to when Obi left office and the debt that he left, and he left a whole volume of money in debt. I'm just waiting for that to load up. So there's that. So Peter Obi, of course, a pathological liar. We all know that. All right. I wanted to. Do we have the clip? I wanted to take us to the Oshiomole something or the other. Do we have it? Is that it? Oh, all right. I think I may have it. It's very important that you see this. So let me download it quickly and then we add it to the mix. Talk amongst yourself whilst I'm doing this. So what have you been up to? How was your day? What did you get up to anything productive today? Did you get up to anything? So this is the number one trending storyline in Nigeria, by the way. The Oshiomole is it rage at the airport? So the Oshiomole rage. So it's Oshiomole versus Onyema. That seems to be how this should be tagged. So it was Oshiomole versus Onyema, and the incident kicked off. I'm just waiting for it to upload now. So it's Oshiomole versus Onyema, and that Onyema, by the way, is starting to blot his copybook within the Nigerian space a little bit now. The guy is getting somewhat it's just the poor quality of the product of his airlines, but the storyline starts from here. What?
No, that's what they are saying. That it's overbooked. That's right. How is the answer?
Soup.
So that was where the storyline started. So that was Adams Oshiomole right there causing ruckus at the airport. So we pick it up from here. Drama at Oshiomole allegedly shut down Lagos Airport terminal after missing his flight to Abuja. So that was how they tagged it, of course, but there's more to it than that. A drama ensued at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos today, June the 11th, after the former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomole, allegedly ordered the closure of the Zulu terminal at the General Aviation Terminal after he allegedly arrived late for his flight to Abuja. A video that has now gone viral shows the senator representing Edo North exchanging words with airport staff. It is alleged that upon being told that it was alleged that upon being told that the boarding process has closed and that he had missed his flight, Oshiomhole became aggressive and engaged the airline staff in a heated argument. He is alleged to have blocked the terminal entrance, preventing other passengers from accessing the departure hall. Airport staff allege that the senator wanted the aircraft delayed for him, but the airline operator declined. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority and the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria are yet to react to this incident. So that's the video right there. So that was where it started off. And then, of course, apparently, allegedly, the flight was with Airpeace. So very quickly, Airpeace then jumps into the space. Airpeace decries Oshiomole's public conduct after missing Abuja flight. So this is coming from People's Gazette, of course, which is a very anti-government platform. Former Edo State Governor Adams Oshiomhole on Wednesday disrupted flight operations of Airpeace at the Zulu Hall of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos State. The Edo North Senator, despite arriving after the boarding had closed, could be seen in a viral video loudly expressing his displeasure whilst blocking access to the terminal. The management of the domestic carrier, in a statement later in the day, which failed to mention the name of the senator, also condemned the senator for allegedly assaulting its staff. So what sort of assault was it? Was it a verbal or a physical assault? Because we saw no physicality in that clip. The management of the domestic carrier, in a statement later in the day, which failed to mention the name of the senator, also condemned the senator for allegedly assaulting its staff, describing the former governor's conduct as unruly and unbecoming. The statement reads, Airpeace strongly condemns the unruly conduct of a prominent Nigerian politician who disrupted airport operations on the morning of Wednesday, June the 11th, 2025. The prominent individual in question arrived at Murtala Mohammed Airport Terminal 1 at approximately 06:10 a.m. for flight number XYZ, scheduled to depart Lagos to Abuja at 6:30 a.m. In line with our standard on-time departure policy, the boarding process had closed and the flight departed as scheduled. Upon being informed of the missing flight, the politician resorted to violence, physically assaulting our staff and forcefully barricading the terminal's entrance. He went as far as sealing the entry gate and manning the access point, effectively obstructing other passengers from gaining entry into the terminal, it stated, stating that the politician's unacceptable behavior disrupted operations and affected travelers' scheduled flights. The airline disclosed that it attempted to minimize further inconvenience by activating an operational contingency plan to board affected passengers through an alternate terminal, ensuring continuity of their journey plans. Are deeply saddened by the high-profile figure's conduct, which was so unbecoming and disruptive to fellow passengers and our personnel. Airpeace said it maintains a zero-tolerance stance on violence or any form of aggression against its staff and passengers. The airline therefore urged guests to always remain civil, stating that aviation operations were bound by strict timelines and safety protocols, restating its resolve to uphold the standards and delivering safe and timely, etc., etc. So that's that. So that's Airpeace there. But Oshiomhole will have it that was not the case. So I think he actually came out in the media to speak. So I think I may well have that. Oshiomhole to NCAA. Stop Airpeace from extorting Nigerians. So what does he have to say? Senator Adams Oshiomhole has called on the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to investigate and sanction Airpeace over what he described as a growing culture of exploitation and disregard for passengers' rights. The senator representing Edo North made the call on Wednesday following a public disagreement with the airline after he was denied boarding on a scheduled flight at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Speaking to journalists, Oshiomhole said he arrived at the airport 40 minutes before the scheduled departure, only to be told he could not board despite already having his luggage checked in. I was there early. I had my boarding pass for business class. My aide was allowed to board, but I was not. Meanwhile, others who arrived after me were allowed to go in. This was not a matter of late arrival. It was deliberate, he said. Oshiomhole said the incident left him stranded and prompted him to lodge not only himself, but two Ghanaian passengers who were also denied boarding. That night, I had spent over 1.5 million on hotel accommodation for myself and some fellow passengers. Airpiece abandoned without explanation. The next morning, Oshiomhole said he returned at 6:30 a.m. for the 6:30 a.m. flight after checking in online the previous evening. Despite arriving at 6:05, he was again told the gate had closed. I showed them my boarding pass and check-in confirmation. Still, they refused. While I stood there, others were allowed to board. This is nothing short of extortion, he said. According to Oshiomhole, the airline routinely denies boarding to prepaid passengers in order to resell the same seats at inflated prices. A woman who had paid 146,000 naira was refused entry and asked to buy another ticket for 250,000 naira. It is a scam, and the NCAA is turning a blind eye, he said. Oshiomhole said the airline staff tried to fix the situation for him once they recognized him, but he refused special treatment. They said, "We will fix it for you, sir." But I told them I wanted equal treatment for all passengers, not VIP shortcuts. This isn't just about me. It is about the abuse of Nigeria. It is about the abuse Nigerians face every day, he said. The senator recalled the case of a nursing mother who was denied boarding and later told she should pay an additional 109,000 to be placed on the next flight. I told her to go ahead and pay, and I transferred 500,000 to her to cover the cost. That is how they treat people who have already paid and showed up on time, he said. He accused CFPs of weaponizing inefficiency and urged the NCAA to protect Nigerians from arbitrary practices. This is ruthless capitalism. You exploit passengers, sell the same seats twice, and get away with it because the regulators are asleep. The NCAA must stop this nonsense, he said. Oshiomhole warned that the persistent exploitation could erode trust in institutions and fuel social unrest. When people are treated unfairly again and again, they lose faith. And when they lose faith, they rebel. The government must step in before it gets there, he added. So this is the narrative of two halves, and if I'm to believe anybody, I am believing Adams Oshiomhole because we know what the reputation of Airpeace is. I did not disrupt Airpeace flight operations. This is Oshiomhole now running around to clear his name. So that's that. What we got? Senator Adams Oshiomhole has opened up on what transpired at the boarding gate of Airpeace Lagos when he arrived to take his flight in the morning. Oshiomhole said he did not disrupt the Airpeace flight operations as alleged by the airline in a statement, but decided to fight for Nigerians who were allegedly being extorted by the airline through sudden change in time for closing the check-in counter. According to him, after deliberately categorizing himself and other passengers as late for boarding, the airline staff were allegedly collecting higher amounts of money from some passengers who they smuggled into the aircraft after making everyone else believe that the boarding time had elapsed. He said for a flight ticket of 49,000 naira, those categorized as late were being surcharged an additional sum of 109,000 naira to be moved to the next flight scheduled for 8:30 a.m. He said he said he refused he said he refused to be sorted by the airpiece manager who came to meet him at the counter and allowed to board through the back door just because he's a senator. So that's Oshiomhole then fighting the good fight. Airpiece is the worst airline in Nigeria's history. I'm not quite sure it can get any worse than Airpiece. Just totally useless from head to toe. So totally useless from head to toe. Let's see what clips we have on that. So let's see what clips we have on that. Here are other passengers speaking to their experiences at that same counter.
Sorry. It has to be an incident brought to speech. Yeah, that's it. Have you booked me? Okay. Delay your flight for 4 hours? Hold it for me. Sir, this is I got a message from your SMS that I should be here for 5 minutes before the which was I got 5 minutes. Normally, yeah, this morning. So I was already up before it, so I got here exactly. I was even here now. Yes, that is for me. And this Alex is yeah. So Alex, your security guy there was talking to you coming in. He said we're here already. People have been here. People are saying, I got you on the video and we're here before me. All of a sudden, the story started changing. We have seen your supervisor has seen. Oh God, this is a local fight. Listen to me. My name is Peter Obi. I work in travel and tourism industry. I was in this.
All right, so that goes on and on. So those are other passengers then giving an account that verifies what Adams Oshiomhole said.
Opponent in Abuja says that despite arriving at the airport at 6 a.m., 30 minutes before the flight, the airline staff still marked him and other passengers late, insisting that the only way they could get on the next flight is if they paid additional 109,000 naira.
These people paid 146,000 at the time they bought. Those who are buying today, emergency this thing, they are paid as much as 250,000. So they frustrate those who paid online at the rate quoted by them and give priority to those who have no previous reservation, who are ready to pay double the price.
The former APC national chairman says he rejected attempts by the airline to offer him special treatment, pointing out that his disposition to enforce his rights and those of other citizens, including children left stranded at the airport, is why the airline is accusing him of disrupting its operations.
I go to the airport, I have my checking in, they deny me. Then when somebody now waits, I say, it's Oshiomhole. Then the senior manager came out. I said, okay, let's see how I can sort you out. I say, no. I don't want personal favor. I want my right and the right of these Nigerians to be enforced.
With videos and text message evidence, Oshiomhole backed his claim of what he said truly transpired, which he said can only be corroborated by the Director of Department of State Services, DSS, at the Lagos airport. He said it was right on the spot that he quickly sent a text message to the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, and formally lodged complaints against the extortion and behavior of the airline staff, asking him to thoroughly investigate the matter.
How can they be allowed to profit from their own failures and incompetence? The federal government has a duty to protect citizens' rights and consumer interests. I feel pained and ashamed about how Nigerians are being extorted. Airpeace, I urge you, with all due respect, to protect the flying public from fraudulent practices and extortion by Airpeace.
The senator said he's delighted that the minister has quickly responded to the matter, to stop what he described as hopeless capitalism that allows the citizens to heap blames on the government. Omo Bazwai, Arise News.
That airpiece should just be shut down. You know, they should be sanctioned and shut down. They clearly lack the competence to run an airline. They should just shut it down. But that's just my own recommendation. Just shut it down. So we're going back to Peter Obi's interaction with Rufai Oseni. Do you remember when he told us he only had one house, but the internet never forgets? Watch this.
My house called in 1996. Can you give us proof? You bought this house in 1996. Yeah. September 1996. My check in full. Being full payment. They are both checked this prepayment of the class credit as agreed. They do sent full payment. 1996. This house is like I said for 1 billion, for 1 million pounds. It's there. So my man, listen now. Before I wrap around, was back in the $7 million. They are both non companies in Chile. It's there. So all that is a business. So for me, I'm not even sure that a man at that can change his style. For them, no, for them, only one idea. For example, it's okay to make TV business. So same thing at home.
So there it is right there. The internet never forgets. Do you remember in the course of that interview, it was only 2 days ago, we did a reaction to it on this platform. Do you remember in the course of that interview, when Peter Obi told us then that he would have they removed the fuel subsidy in an organized manner, and that the way that the sitting administration removed it instantaneously was haphazard and reckless. And he told us then he would have removed the oil subsidy in an organized manner. Which organized manner, of course, will tell you that it's a phased removal, you know, or you either remove it instantaneously or not. Which and the current government removed it instantaneously. But this was what Obi said previously. This was what he said during the course of the elections.
Our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June...
I want you to listen to the question closely, because it's quite pointed. The question is asking then, what would you do within your first 100 days if you were elected president?
Our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June 2023, the subsidy will be removed. Is it going to be your priority in your first 100 days in office? How sustainable is subsidy to the Nigerian economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Well done. But I can assure you, it will go immediately. Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer. But let me tell you, I've consistently maintained that I would have removed the fuel subsidy. If you go to my manifesto, it's there. Steps I would have taken to do it in an organized manner. There was nothing wrong in removal of subsidy.
So that's the inconsistency of Peter Obi right there. And as I was saying, even his own base, even his own echo space, even his own vuvuzela, they're starting to recover somewhat from the skittish, gibberish, and incoherence that you hear from. Peter Obi has yet done an interview that you've gained anything from or understood anything. And he has yet, in the course of all of the interviews I've seen this guy carry out, he has not once ever answered a question directly. It's always gibberish. But now, like I said, is based. They're starting to recall. They're starting to recall from him somewhat. So let's watch this.
Now for Global Business Updates, Rotus Odiri joins us. Good morning, Rotus.
Good morning, Dr. Abati, Bimbai, and Adefemi.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, so the interview with Peter Obi was pretty, he was just focusing on Nigeria.
And if you understand language, then there is no equivocation that this guy, what he's essentially doing is in an elegant manner, what he's calling Peter Obi is an idiot. And you hear him call him an idiot, not in the exact vocalization of that word, but in the description that he goes on to use to assess his media outage.
Today, particularly the Naira and electricity. Particularly part great, and Rufai, well done to him for a really in-depth interview there. Particularly the focus has been the chatter since that interview was the floating of the Naira and how he said he would approach it in a gradual manner while boosting productivity first. So here's that part of that clip.
Thing with what you're talking about, issue of Naira. There's nothing wrong with floating your currency. There's nothing wrong in even devaluing your currency. But you do this when you have productivity. What devaluation or floating does is that your currency becomes, in terms of value, low. You attract investment.
So would you have floated the Naira if you got in? And how? You said there's nothing wrong with it. Would you have floated the Naira? Tell me the precept upon precept at which you will have floated the Naira.
I would have been doing it in an organized manner.
What's the organized manner?
I would have focused on making sure that we ramp up production.
So now, if you, Rotos is going to come on in a moment to talk through then what will be saying there. But everything that Rotos said was exactly what we said when we reacted to Obi's interview with Rufai Oseni. So it's the ambiguity and the lack of clarity in anything, it has no coherence with logic or sense. Anything that Peter Obi says. It says organized manner. So what does that even mean? That has no. The only thing that tells you is that it was going to be a staggered phasing. So if it tells you it's doing it in an organized manner, that is to tell you then that it's going to stagger it in a phased manner to remove it, and it's putting preconditions and benchmarks to those staggerings. So it's telling you then that it's going to improve production. It's going to do X, Y, Z agriculture, all of those things that he likes to say. But then, of course, those are still ambiguous terms. And when you pop the bonnet of these ideas that is saying, then it just turns into a total mess. But here is Rotos now popping the bonnet of Peter Obi's position.
In agriculture, in manufacturing, and everything, and do it gradually.
So you will have kept on defending it until we wrap up production.
It's not, you're not defending it.
Yeah.
Because even in the so-called currency, there were criminality as well.
Right. So
So I'm going to take that back 1 microsecond. He said we would have kept on defending it. So he's telling you that he wants to ramp up production. So what are the precepts? What are the preconditions for production to take place within a country? So you need stable electricity, you need infrastructure, you need security, you need at least those are the bare bone baselines that you need before production, especially electricity. And so you need to invest in that. But then he is going to carry on subsidizing the Naira with borrowed money. Then he will borrow additional money then to try and create some sort of production space. That is essentially the understanding of what he's saying. But let's see what Rotos makes of it.
Yeah.
Because even in the so-called currency, there were criminality as well.
Right. So, you know, it's again a lot of chatter since then. The thing is that there's been a lot of focus on the urgency in devaluing the currency, right? And when he talks about boosting productivity, what are the building blocks for boosting productivity? It's not just education, it's also skills. We're just talking before we came on air. Adefemi knows how to use Adobe Premiere Pro. Vimba, you know how to use CapCut. Final Cut, excuse me. CapCut is the other app. Faith she knows how to, correspondent in Abuja, knows how to operate a camera, right? So you know, if someone else was to get sick, a technician or something, you can fill in because you've got skills that are attributable to your role in addition to what you do. Also need electricity, also need technology. The amount of time it would take to boost this while you are gradually floating the Naira essentially would not address some of the other urgent issues. Another was the $7 billion backlog.
And that was exactly the point. That was exactly the spot where he called Peter Obi an idiot. So if you understand language, then you understand what's being said there. That was essentially calling him, that's an elegant way of calling him an idiot. So that's just what he said right there.
The amount of time it would take to boost this while you are gradually floating the Naira essentially would not address some of the other urgent issues. Another was the $7 billion backlog that was cleared by the central bank. The reason why that backlog grew to $7 billion was because there was not enough foreign exchange in order to give to foreign companies that were trying to repatriate their profits out of Nigeria. So if you give Naira to an airline, when you're paying for tickets, that airline would take your Naira, go to the central bank and say, hey, this is all my accumulated Naira profits. I need to convert this to dollars so I can exit the country. There was not enough foreign exchange. So you had, over time, if you are gradually devaluing, you are still not able to address the backlog that has been building because of FX scarcity. So a third thing is the chart I've used several times that shows the gap between the parallel markets and the official rates. If you go all the way back to January of 2023, if your auntie in Florida was to send you $1,000, would you go through official channels and change it at 400 to get 400,000? Or would you go to the parallel markets and get 800,000? You would go to the parallel market. So the official channels were suffering because of the fact that the parallel market was dictating the rate. So you see the chart moving all the way to the right to October 2020 when you have a unification. You don't need to go to the parallel markets. It comes through official channels. And it was because the Naira is at a level where it is fully liberalized. You find the level. The government has told investors you can bring your money in and take it out. Foreign exchange comes in. You pay off the backlog, and you are able to unify the rate. So what was coming was, hey, listen, I wish he had gone into a little bit further. How would he have been able to address the backlog and address the unification of the rates with a very partial, gradual, we're not sure what percentage he was referring to, partial devaluation of the currency. I understand you have an electricity guest coming up later on today. So that he didn't touch on that, right? And
So that's Rotos then, Arise TV, somewhat recoiling from Obi's gibberish. So that's Obi's gibberish. What else have I got for you? Let me give you this one. This one now is a throwback from yesteryears. If you know, you know. If you don't know, forget about it.
Nkateria! How many times was I calling call? Let me ask you this question. Mr. Zabudaya Okorigwe.
Correction your mouth. Chief, the Honorable Zabudaya Okorigwe Wogu.
Okay, Chief.
Alias Fortet.
Okay, Chief Zabudaya Okorigwe Wogu. Alias Fortet.
Thank you. His Royal Palm Wine Power.
And there it is right there. Those were simpler times when Nigeria was Nigeria. Here is Segun Showunmi still trying to convince us then of the reasons why he must necessarily leave the PDP for the APC.
You've had a lot of criticism for the president. Now, your tune seems to have changed. So, when is your own move? When are you leaving PDP to join APC?
Although I can't see who's asking that question. I didn't come for your program so you can try to be cheeky with me. Stop that.
I can't be cheeky with you because I'm sure I am older than you. Okay. So I cannot be cheeky with you, sir.
Okay, I don't know who's speaking. I can't see you.
That's Yeni and Nicola Bokuti.
All right,
so, let's take a few more questions.
Sister, my beloved sister, okay, auntie,
serious.
I take that back.
I'm auntie. All right.
I don't ask you another question. I must tell you.
All right, so that was that little snippet then between Yeni. That was Fela's daughter, by the way. That lady. So I'm not quite sure. Was it even Fela's wife? I'm not quite sure. Yeni Ransom Kuti. I don't know, but that's Yeni Ransom Kuti from the Fela's talk. Putting Oshiomhole in his place. So these people keep telling us Lagos is smelling. Lagos is smelling. These are our brothers from the east, by the way. They keep telling us that Lagos is smelling, Lagos is smelling. But why would Lagos not smell when they come from their own states and do this in Lagos? Watch this.
Now your dustbin be that. Now your dustbin be that. Now dustbin be that. Eh?
And there it is right there. That guy should be deported back to Abakaliki immediately. Do you remember this guy? He passed away recently. Not recently, over the last 2 days. Do you remember this guy? He passed away over the last 2 days.
Mr. Lopasa, since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked. It's at an all-time low as we speak.
It has not. It has not.
Let me finish my question. Mr. Lopasa, let me finish my question.
You are a liar.
Mr. Lopasa, moderate yourself. All right? Moderate yourself.
Do you know what you are doing?
Good.
Listen to me. You're
Secondly,
do you know what you are doing?
Since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked.
You are pretending to be a journalist.
That's one.
Is that Tinubu's fault?
Secondly,
don't you know why Naira tanked?
I'm still asking my question. Secondly,
it's been an because of your friends.
I mean, I don't understand this Bola Tinubu of a man. Who just, I don't know.
So that's Onopasa, who passed away just suddenly as early as yesterday. So RIP to him. What else have I got for you? Here is Wike. No, let me not even play that one. I think that's events have superseded that one. Let me play you this joke. I saw it. I think I actually forwarded this to Baba when I saw it. Let me play you this joke.
So many people are so tribalistic for Nigeria. Me and my younger brother enter Yoruba woman shop. I don't know what you will do. Yoruba people, Igbo people, I don't know. We enter Yoruba woman shop, we go shop because the people plenty there. I don't want me people hear what they talk. Now ask my brother whether I go chop. I call use Igbo. I said to be. Igerini. Igerini means you go chop. As I talk Igerini, I do matter look me. Igerini lo ma pa gbogbo family olori. God will punish you. Iya to bi baba e ohun ni Igerini. One Igbo man was sit down there said no gini aselekwa manya ati ogini ati lekwa anya ko ni da fa imejejo ya come for myself. They will come speak the only Igbo way they know. Chineke na pa ki come for myself olori buruku. And you know the worst part? The way the Yoruba people they behave, for them to offend you, know they hard. But you know if you offend them, they know about you well. If Yoruba woman they say market you go price them, it is different from when Igbo person they say Yoruba go price. If Igbo they say Yoruba go price, wash. You have seen it do? I must be feast. 1.5. Say now sack ya won't buy any. Go tell last. By 700. Bring money. 500 income. Bring money. They got 300. Yesterday, they'll say no. But if they burn you, will go price Yoruba person market. How much be fish? 1.5. You know go collect 700. No, not free of charge. Beko malo sebi iya lokoda fún mi. Ó dé gbé ole. The one where they even pay me pass. They don't want to know where you come from. Anybody will do bad thing. Igbo, they don't care. We don't inside compound that they pursue thief outside, that they shout, ole, 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 ole. Yoruba woman, my landlady, you just they shout, Kasandere! They say, no be Igbo. They say, I'm a woni. There's some more Bini. Now my landlady, after Bini, no be honest. Igbo, 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 how Bini and Igbo?
There it is right there. I don't accept the stereotypes that guy is saying right there. I don't accept it. I think it's probably more the other way around. What that guy was saying there. What else have I got? I think that's enough actually. I'll play the Kegite music. Let me play you this one from Reno, who is still on the Operation Stop Obi mission.
President has done. And the fact that they could have been done in a more organized way. Some similar policy decision as enshrined in their different manifestos, but it was badly handled by the APC and the Bola Tinubu government. Do you see all the view that the president and his party, APC, are better, or I mean, Peter Obi is not better than them in terms of how they envision these ideas?
I still hold that view that the president is by far better than anything Peter Obi would have done. And we can go into specifics. What Peter Obi was talking about the president doing that the president mishandled was false subsidy. And Peter Obi was being clever by half, because after he gave that interview, I brought out another interview that he had given. Incidentally, that interview was on Channels, where he told the public that if he was elected as president, fuel subsidy would go immediately. He said it, immediately. So what did the president do? The president took out fuel subsidy on day one, immediately. So how would he have done it differently from the president? I mean, he was being dishonest, because there is nothing that the president would have done that he would have done. Because he said he was going to remove fuel subsidy immediately, which is what the president did. And if you look at the World Bank, if you look at the IMF, these guys have said that what the president did was right. It brought some pains, but it was a necessary decision. But let's assume that these Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank and the IMF, maybe they are new colonialists. So let's take them aside. What about Moody's? What about Fitch? In the whole world, Fitch is the #1 ratings agency. And Fitch has upgraded Nigeria to a stable B positive, because they said the reforms by the Bola Tinubu administration are working, especially the removal of fuel subsidy and the flotation of the Naira. After they did that was last year, I think that was on December 17th. And then, soon afterwards, Moody's followed, and they upgraded Nigeria. Now, you can see that the reforms, especially the removal of fuel subsidy and the flotation of Naira, are working. This gentleman met the debt profile for Nigeria for $108 billion. Right now, as I speak to you, our debt is now $94 billion. So $14 billion are reduction in our debt. And it's not just with the federal government. Almost all states have reduced their debt load. Why? Because the federal allocation to the states has increased, in some cases doubled, in some cases tripled. So because of the removal of fuel subsidy, we are seeing tangible actions. So I completely disagree with Peter Obi. Peter Obi, as governor of Anambra, is the only governor in the last 26 years that increased poverty in Anambra. The two governors before him did not increase poverty. The governor after him did not increase poverty, but Peter Obi increased poverty. So he does not have the moral authority to talk. And then he said something about, criminality. Look, of all the major presidential candidates in the last election, only one person was indicted by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalism for fraud, and that was Peter Obi in the Pandora Papers, where he was accused of illegally taking money out of Nigeria and putting it in foreign accounts. Recently, in that same interview, he said that he left $150 million and 36 billion naira into the Anambra State coffers. That is actually a lie. This is a man that left 127 billion naira debt. Please, you can fact check me. And if you quantify the debt with the money that he left behind, the debt was more than what he left behind. And even what he left behind, some of it he claimed was in assets. For example, he said that he had invested some of the Anambra State government money in Interfax breweries. And if you go back and look, he invested, I think it was about $12 million. Today, that $12 million investment at Interfax breweries is now worth $5 million. And even the worst part of it is that the money that he said he kept them in his well, in a bank in which he has substantial shares, about 10% shares. So that means that money was earning interest for that bank, so that money was going into his own pocket. So Peter Obi does not have the moral right to criticize President Bola Tinubu.
So you talked about.
So there it is right there. So everything that Peter Obi said in that interview was a lie. Okay. Actually, that's the link in the comment section right there. If anybody wants to join. We play the K Guys music. We see what happens next. Let's see. Where's the K Guys music? Let's play the K Guys music, and then we'll see what happens next.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wike ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Nuragweshe may death have nothing to do with us. We've got Patrick here. Patrick, are you there? Yes or no? Patrick, are you there? Patrick Uche. Oh, all right. Okay. I'm not sure I have the patience for this. So we don't have Patrick Uche then. Let me give you this readout. This is just really to fact check the Obi space. The endless lies that I told her. That interview. A fact check claimed that Peter Obi left no debt in Anambra is false. And this is coming out of The Guardian, one of the more reputable news platforms in Nigeria. Former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi has claimed that he did not leave behind any debt nor owed any contractor during his time and while he left office in 2014, but the claim is false. Our fact check found that his claims have been found to be false and misleading. In a widely circulated interview with Arise TV in June 2025, former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi stated that he left office in March 2014 without owing any contractor, supplier, pensioner, or public servant. He added that he left behind funds sufficient to cover salaries for 3 months. The day I left office, I was not owing one contractor, one supplier who had executed this job. I was not owing gratuity. I was not owing pension. I left salary enough to pay salary for 3 months, Peter Obi said. The statement was widely shared on social media platforms, including X and Facebook, and cited by commentators as proof of Obi's fiscal prudence. But does this claim hold up to scrutiny? So this is the thing. Though, we keep telling you that this guy is a pathological liar, and I think people are now moving in to try and start to debunk him. So the background. Hold on. Hold on. Pardon me. All right, the background. Peter Obi served as governor of Anambra State from March 2006 to March 2014. He has consistently emphasized his record of fiscal responsibility, often referencing how he left savings in the state's coffers and met all financial obligations. His remarks in the Arise TV interview were intended to reinforce his image as a model of transparency and debt-free governance. However, a fact-check analysis reveals that this specific claim is misleading when compared to available financial records. What official records show? According to the debt figures from the Debt Management Office, so the Debt Management Office, of course, is the central space where all the debts are owed by Nigerian government, both state and federal, are kept. According to debt figures from the Debt Management Office (DMO), the most authoritative data on subnational debts in Nigeria, Anambra State owed an external debt as of December the 31st, 2017, $30 million approximately, so $30.3 million, let's just round it up, while the state's domestic debt as of December the 31st, 2013, stood at in excess of 3 billion naira. This record shows Obi was still in office at the time frame. The data above also reflects the debt position of Anambra State less than 3 months before Obi left office on March the 17th, 2014. The DMO reports are not self-declared by states, but are centrally verified, lending them significant credibility. Archive source, DMO subnational. So you can actually go and check it. So you don't go and verify is what Obi says. So we are now verifying, and it's being found wanting. Archive source, DMO subnational debt profile 2013. So budgetary and fiscal reports from Anambra State. Historical budget performance documents from Anambra State also indicate the presence of debt obligations, both in the form of federal approved loans and internally generated debt. Whilst Peter Obi may have ensured prompt salary payments and completed projects, and when they're saying wow, so they are surrendering that to his narrative rather than they verified it, so they are not confirming that he paid salary or completed projects. But saying whilst he's saying that, whilst we surrender that to his narrative because we have not interrogated it, is what they mean. While Peter Obi may have ensured prompt salary payments and completed projects, these reports show ongoing liabilities being managed by the state government under his tenure. Source, Anambra State Fiscal Strategy Document 2013-2014. Interpreting the claim, semantics or factual. Peter Obi's claim may hinge on a technical distinction, contractual liability. These include unpaid invoices, contractual arrears, or pension backlogs, public debt. This includes formal obligations like bonds, credit lines, bilateral, multilateral loans. Obi may be asserting that no unpaid claims were left by contractors or civil servants at a point not directly contradicted by the DMO records, which track formal state liabilities, not informal arrears. However, his absolute claim that he was not owing anybody and that you can call the person does not acknowledge this nuance. In fact, his statement explicitly rules out all forms of debt, which includes those captured in the DMO records. Verdict: misleading. Whilst Peter Obi may have cleared salary payments and settled contractor fees, his sweeping claim that he left Anambra State without owing anybody is contradicted by verified data from Nigeria's Debt Management Office. The state carried both domestic and external debt at the time of his departure. A more accurate statement would have acknowledged the distinction between operational liability and formal obligation. So, and then they go on to give you the sources where they fact checked him. So, I don't even know why people bother to fact check Obi. We all know that he's a pathological liar. We've got two Niger here. We've got Larry here. So maybe at the beginnings of some sort of a session. I was just about to bail. I thought I was all by myself. So we kick it off with you, Larry. Larry, good to have you here. So Oshiomhole versus airpiece. I think that airpiece should just be shut down, and Kiyamo should act very swiftly. Good to see you, Larry.
Hello, man. How are you?
How you doing? I did.
I'm all right. So the thing is this. I think I'm happy that somebody like Oshiomhole is calling out earpiece. Earpiece they've been reckless for a long time, particularly within the domestic, within the realm of domestic airline in Nigeria. At least I've been a victim of earpiece, severally. Instances that my mom is moving from Lagos to Abuja. Flights are cancelled. They don't even care. Bad customer service. They don't even care. And for me, I think it's actually good. It's gotten to that point where people need to start calling them out because they don't even care. Like, okay, look at what happened with Oshiomhole. For me, my normal belief is if you check in online, I don't expect you to go back to the airport and check in again, right? You have your boarding pass. All you just need to do is just to, get into the airline. But with this, I think what they do, it's kind of like deliberate. And this is exactly what a lot of people have been saying. Once you check in online, they look for a way to tell you that, oh, yeah, you're late and stuff like that. And they start selling that same seat to people on spot. So take, for instance, now, probably you book online, you book at probably 150,000, right? And you check in. They tell you, oh, no, you're late and stuff like that. And immediately in front of you there, that same seat will be sold for 300,000 for somebody to buy it on spot. Which for me, I think it's, it's crazy. But I think it's getting to that point that people need to start calling them out. Forget about anything. If I'm paying you for something, I expect you to give me the right service. But if you're not giving me the right service, so what's it? Oh, I've seen people say, oh, they help Nigeria and they do this, they've been helping government. I don't care. All I care is if I pay you for something, give me the service I pay you for. You may do your own social responsibility, do a whole lot of things. Yeah, it's good because it helps your business. As far as I'm concerned, I'm only concerned with giving me the service I pay for. And that's exactly the thing, right? I've seen a lot of people, even in the UK, they gave them UK license, people complain and all sorts of things. And what is the whole essence of having a airline where you think, oh, you are all to yourself? Most of the things they do in Nigeria, they can't do it elsewhere. They can't. But because it's just Nigeria and nobody cares, right? This is an airline that will delay your flight over 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. They don't even care. And they don't even care. They just tell you, yeah, there's nothing they could do. So for me, I think it's actually good. and more people, because people have been shouting. People have, if you go and look at reviews of earpiece, if you click on earpiece today, look at review, look at comments, look at everything. It's always there. It's always there. Sometimes people say, oh, probably they give them US license. They shouldn't come to US and start doing this rubbish. They should just stay in UK and continue their rubbish, and Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, I think I'm in support of Oshiomhole. Oshiomhole is not just the first person complaining about earpiece. A lot of people complain about earpiece. A lot of people complain about them. So if Oshiomhole is actually the one complaining, I am happy. I am happy that somebody of that status is complaining. Probably they will have to like do something, and let's normalcy. I hope we have bigger players too. I hope we have bigger players that can actually enter that space so that Nigerians can get value for their money. Value for money is the only thing.
Do you think their license should just be revoked, or do you think there should be some sort of a punitive measure? Do you think they should be suspended for a period of time?
Yeah, for me, I don't know. It depends on whatsoever, right? It depends. If all I care for is that they should not treat Nigerians like Nigerians do not have options.
Because this is not the first time we've discussed that particular airline, by the way, on this platform. I'm sure you're aware. It's just endless bad reviews. Even one of our members here, engineer, they abandoned him in somewhere in the east, and he couldn't make the connecting flight. Flew to Nigeria with his daughter. It's just a traumatic experience. He called me in the middle of the night from the airport. He said, "Look at what they've done to me."
No, they've done it to people severally. It's not, Nigeria is, they do the way they do those things, right? If you buy tickets from earpiece online, it's kind of like worthless, because you buy ticket because they know it's cheaper. Probably, okay, you buy it for 150,000 online, and they know that if they can delay you, the bigger guys in Abuja will just come and, that same ticket, that same seat, they will buy it for 400,000 for an hour flight. And they deliberately do those things, right? They tell you, oh, you're checking in online, they don't even care. Right? Yeah, you still need to come do some things. And you ask yourself, what exactly is the thing? What they actually did in that space was basically just cheating people, right? Oh, don't worry. And the crazy thing is that you see that same seat being sold in front of you to someone else. That same seat being sold to someone else. They'll tell you, oh, you can't go on those flights. And that same seat in front of you, you see it being sold. So what exactly is the thing? So if what's his name?
I remember a clip we played here when one of their staff was having a full-blown out argument with a passenger, some Yoruba woman like that. It was quite ugly, actually.
So for me, I think, particularly what earpiece does within that domestic space, it's really crazy.
But are there no compensation obligations by the authorities that compels them to compensate? Because of course, if they delay your flight or they cancel it, they are obliged to lodge you in a hotel, give you food and all that. But they just kick you to the curb in Nigeria, don't they?
No, that's not earpiece. So earpiece does not even care. They don't care. Earpiece will delay your flight as long as they want, and they don't even care. Even the customer service is poor. They don't even care. They don't care about you. They don't care about anything. So for me, I think it's good if people start calling them out. If Keyamo, what's his name? If Keyamo if he wants to work, Keyamo should.
It'd be interesting to see how Keyamo positions himself, because of course, Oshiomhole has made a formal complaint to Keyamo. So I think Keyamo should come out by tomorrow. But it'd be interesting to see what he has to say.
Probably because it's Oshiomhole now, because of status of Oshiomhole. Is it today that people have been complaining about earpiece? It's not today now. It's not today. They don't care. And, they said they do social responsibility and blah, 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 blah. And people say, oh, because they do social responsibility, nobody should complain and stuff like that. And sometimes I just look at Nigerians, I'm like, whoa, okay, you do social responsibility, then which is good for your own business. and I pay for a service and I don't get that right service, and you think I don't have the right to complain. You know, for me, I think it's good. It's good that
it's happening too often. And I think that airline is getting too big to be a one-man show. So that guy now, it needs to put in a proper management structure, and it's not a buccaneer anymore. It's not it's not running a stall in an Alaba market now. You know, if he wants to grow with the trajectory that we're seeing, then he needs to put in a proper management structure and step back.
Yeah, probably that is what is going to help him to be, to do better. For me, I think what I just need is bigger guys with bigger, bring money into that space. Albert was supposed to do that, and unfortunately, we lost Albert. Hopefully, if Albert had done that, who is the earpiece? Bring in new hairline, bring in better sanity into that space. That's what
it seems to be the only one in the space at the moment, though. Is it not? Especially domestically.
No, it's not really the only one. I think it's just the only, probably presently, right? Because the government has favored him a lot, right? They gave him there's several things that they gave him. So, but I think they gave him things that are more than his capacity. That's what I think. They gave him a lot of access to do a lot of things, right? He's almost everywhere, but that's actually beyond his capacity. That's why he's not able to manage it. So for me, I think what's going to happen is probably they should allow more people to come in. If people can actually form cooperative, people within the airline space, if they need to form cooperative among themselves, get better capacity to do better things and bigger things. So I think that's
I think it's too much latitude by the regulators, because all of these complaints, like you said, you have an experience of it personally. It's just relentless, always about this airline, international flight, local ones. It's a traumatic experience to fly Air Peace. But I've never once heard that the regulators have ever punished them. So if there's no punishment, then where is the deterrence? They need to be punished, and heavily as well.
Greetings, one man. Thank you for hosting and having me here. Greetings, the panelists, the chat, and the viewers too. But I don't understand what is going on here. I think we are creating a narrative that is strange to observe. One, this guy is the only one operating. If you are so keen on it, get some other person to take over from him. And when the actual issue that we are talking about, it's about airline leaving when some other person came late. And if it turns out that Oshiomhole was late from what I'm seeing online, then why are we blaming Airpeace? You want him to wait for Oshiomhole? And even if Airpeace was left early, it doesn't mean Oshiomhole should be acting the way he did.
That is not what happened, right? That's not what happened.
He didn't harass people in the airport.
Can you listen? I'm telling you, what happened to Oshiomhole has happened to my own family members severally on that same day.
Does that mean you shout out the staffs?
Wait, it's still my turn, right? Let me have that time, right? So what happened? It's not really being late. The crazy thing is just that they tell you when you check in, and the essence of checking in online is that you do not need to check in at the airport. This is the normal standard everywhere in the world. And when you get to the airport, a flight that is supposed to be leaving at 6:30 a.m., you get to the airport 6:05 a.m., and they tell you that, that it's filled up. And in front of you, tickets are being sold for people in front of you at an exorbitant rate. You buy a ticket online, 150K, Abuja to Lagos. You check in online, you get to the airport, they tell you, you can't go in. And in front of you, they are selling tickets for people at 300,000, 350,000, and they will take your seat. That's what they do. And how will you feel when somebody is telling you that you can't use that your tickets that you bought for 150, and you see someone else buying that your seat 300,000, 350,000, and they are giving them access to go to the airline? Who does that?
So it could be an element of corruption going on there.
That is exactly what they do. They do
Yeah,
it
but
regularly in
that
Abuja
is
Airport.
why are you using other incidents to judge this current one?
Which other incident? I'm telling you about my own personal experience. I'm bringing my own personal experience to this other one.
Yeah, but you're bringing your personal experience on an anecdotal case on a case where a senior politician is
I don't even care about
power.
I don't care about the senior politician.
Airport
if
operation.
if you go online today,
sorry, let me finish what I'm saying. I'll let you finish what you're saying. See, you can't in one breath want a nation that is supposed to be functional, then support dysfunctional behavior. Just because that happened, there are systems in place. As a matter of fact, for a senior politicians, there are systems in place that he can pull to make sure that the LPs is held accountable. To be acting like an uncivilized human being that will cause other Nigerians to behave the same way.
So until it happened to a senior politician, one simple thing we can quickly do now, look at Google earpiece, look at normal review. People, this is not today, right? Every day people complain about this airline, about the same thing. My problem is, why is it now a sin when the same thing happened to probably a senior politician and we are now looking at it like a sin?
Because it's supposed to set an example. That is why it's a sin.
This is what this airline do every day. And people are
always
online.
To set example. You can't excuse bad behavior.
People are always online every day complaining about this same thing. So why are we doing as if it's probably just happening today? This is something that happens every day. If you go online today, you put earpiece in Google, look at people's review about earpiece. It's every day. It's almost everywhere.
Show me they don't know that that is how Nigeria is. Why is he not
So
part
of
the
senior citizens? I don't even care about that. Is how Nigeria is. How is Nigeria? So Nigeria
how is Nigeria dysfunctional?
So I don't even
just
care.
Like the politicians are.
I don't even care about
like you sitting here defending bad behavior. That's how dysfunctional we are.
So tonight, let me play you this clip tonight.
Opponent in Abuja says that despite arriving the airport at 6 a.m., 30 minutes before the flight, the airline staff still marked him and other passengers late, insisting that the only way they could get on the next flight is if they paid additional 109,000 naira.
These people paid 146,000 at the time they bought. Those who are buying today, emergency this thing, they are paid as much as 250,000. So they frustrate those who paid online at the rate quoted by them and give priority to those who have no previous reservation, who are ready to pay double the price.
The former APC national chairman says he rejected attempts by the airline to offer him special treatment, pointing out that his disposition to enforce his rights and those of other citizens, including children left stranded at the airport, is why the airline is accusing him of disrupting its operations.
I go to the airport, I have my checking in, they deny me. Then when somebody now waits, I say, it's Oshiomhole. Then the senior manager came out. I said, okay, let's see how I can sort you out. I said, no. I don't want personal favor. I want my right and the right of these Nigerians to be enforced.
With videos and text message evidence, Oshiomhole backed his claim of what he said truly transpired, which he said can only be corroborated by the Director of Department of State Services, DSS, at the Lagos airport. He said it was right on the spot that he quickly sent a text message to the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, and formally lodged complaints against the extortion and behavior of the airline staff, asking him to thoroughly investigate the matter.
How can they be allowed to profit from their own failures and incompetence? The federal government has a duty to protect citizens' rights and consumer interests. I feel pained and ashamed about how Nigerians are being extorted. Airpeace, I urge you, with all due respect, to protect the flying public from fraudulent practices and extortion by Airpeace.
The senator said he's delighted that the minister has quickly responded to the matter to stop what he described as hopeless capitalism that allows the citizens to heap blames on the government. Omo Bazwai, Arise News.
So what is fast emerging is that what Airpeace is running is actually a criminal enterprise.
Wow. So now that's the criminal enterprise.
You did not hear what Oshiomhole described?
What he's saying is that the price that they gave them online that was rescinded, that they were prioritizing people that were paying more. That is not criminal.
No, hold on. That wasn't what he said. he said they had booked online at a certain price. When they got to the airport, and they checked in online as well. So when they got to the airport to board, they then told them that they cannot board because they were late. But at that spot still, they were selling to people at that spot at twice the amount and boarding them.
Yes.
That's a criminal.
No, it's not criminal. How is that even close to being criminal? That is, I can't believe the kind of language we use for things like that. So let me say this: like somebody can have online booking and say, okay, for people that are online, I will give them discount and they're going to book online and they even check in online, and I'll give maybe 30, 50%, 70% of my passengers online booking. But while we are also ready to book people at this airport there. So you can have that this in the disparity. As if I have
hold on, Tunaja. Hold on. The people that booked online, they turned up at the airport sufficient enough time to board that flight, but they told them that they were late. But the people they were then selling those same seats according to their accounts. Not just Oshiomhole, but everybody, a lot of people, also the anecdotes, even Larry has had the experience, they were then selling those same seats to other people and boarding them. So how can the flight be not boardable for a certain set of people, but then you sell it at twice the price and then board others onto that flight?
Okay. So let's say that is what is happening. That is not even criminal, especially if you're not keeping the people's money. If you refund their money back, it's not criminal. It's bad service. It's definitely bad service. It's something that should be discouraged.
Fraudulent practice.
What do they do with their money? They didn't run away with their money. Their money is with them. So the point is that, one, very bad service, if that is the case. But the way he behaved and posturing, the way he's posturing, the way it comes across is that is what Nigerians should be doing. I don't think that it's a proper behavior, especially. Sorry. This is one of the few airlines that is functional in Nigeria. You don't know the elements that are pulling the strings to cause problem for this is Onyema. So the people are very, very nefarious. And Nigerians, you have to stop being instruments of destruction of any institution that you have in your country.
What exactly are you saying now?
I'm saying Oshiomhole is a senior politician.
Forget about Oshiomhole. Forget about Oshiomhole. We are saying that this something is a fraud, right?
It's not fraud.
It's not a fraud to you, right? You can. I don't know.
Of course, it's not fraud. How can you call that fraud? Do you know how many things that you call fraud at that rate?
I do not know where you live presently. If that is not a fraud where you live, but where I live presently, it is a fraud, and it's a criminal offense.
Fraud.
Right?
You intend to hold on to people's money.
No, that's not fraud. Intends to I don't know how to really explain this to you, right? It might not really be fraud where you live, but where I live here, it is a fraud.
Clearly, you have an agenda to be using that kind of terms.
It's a criminal offense. You understand what I'm saying? So he can actually, I am very sure what he actually did in Nigeria, I'm very sure he can never do it elsewhere. I am very sure.
Actually, go and try.
I'm very sure that if you try that
have you heard of EasyJet and Ryan? You will find that.
I don't
Stop
even
going
care.
on. You've not heard of you. I don't know. This is the UK, and you will see the type of behavior sometimes.
Probably, that's why I'm sure. So maybe they don't even give the guy a license, make it come here, because they sure say we go even arrest him. So we they find out.
Oh, look at that.
We they find out. We go arrest him.
You are sounding like somebody that just beat her for
Can I come in, please?
Being rude. Yeah, please go ahead.
One, I'm not in support of earpiece, but to grant them or suspend their operating license, I don't think is the best option, because by the time they resort to that, then the multiple effect is going to affect the people that the government or whoever in authority that try to protect, because many people that must have bought ticket in advance is going to affect all of them. So I don't think they can punish. I don't think that is the best solutions. And again, there is sections in the airport authority. They call it a consumer protective unit. I can bet with you, this formal complaint is going to be sent to them. They are going to do justice to that, so they can't go scot-free. Uh, one man, I've always been telling you about a earpiece. The thing is, they are unable. The owner is unable to manage the portfolio and the resources at hand. That is the major problem the earpiece is having. And of course, by the time if you don't have a managerial capacity, I'm very sorry to say this. If Onyema were to be from another region, I am telling you, the way they have been protecting him, it will have been more serious than this before now, because everybody have been complaining about the earpiece. There are certain things that you don't do. When by the time you commit yourself on the online and you accept money from your customer, they paid and they show up, and at the end of the day, you said they came late and you are still collecting money from others. What will you call that? If you are doing this type of a thing to ourselves, then what are we talking? And these are the people that go abroad. They go America. They go to. Is that the way it is operated there? Why are we inconveniencing ourselves? So one, I did not support. I can never support that they should suspend their license, because if they do that, then you are going to compound the problem, because it's going to have a multiple effect on the passengers they are trying to protect. So I believe, and it's a matter of time, they are going to do justice to that.
Yeah, see, the thing is, when I even checked online, I said, if it is it fraud for any airline to take money from people and cancel it for any reason? It's clear that it's not this thing, a fraud or even criminal offense. I don't know why we just always like to destroy everything. Nigerians, I don't know what is wrong with us. We are very, very dysfunctional people. We destroy everything. What is wrong with us? Look at how the kind of language we are using for this issue now. Oshiomhole is acting as if the whole world is coming crashing down. This is something that they do.
I'm not sure what you read online, Nigeria, but what you read is not what's being discussed. Of course, they can cancel flights for whatever reason.
Why are we calling it criminal offense? What kind of inflammatory
term? Criminal offense when you block people that legitimately bought their
No,
tickets.
It's not. They had airline can cancel your ticket.
Nigeria, listen now. If I cancel your flight for what, and then give you the reasons why I've cancelled it, that you were late to board, and then I sell that your seat to somebody else for twice the price, and then bought them, that's a criminal offense.
No, it's not. It's not. You see, I don't know where you got it. It's bad customer service. They can be sued.
No,
whatever, but it's not criminal. No, it's an airline. It's a private business. They can take your money as long as they can give you your money back. You can sue them. Some of them, they may not even give you your money back. I'm telling you, this is something that UK airlines go through all the time. Passengers go through it in America too. The idea that this is new is really weird. The way we are behaving.
I've never heard of that in the UK, or that they sell your seat to somebody else.
Do you know that it's quite recently that the UK government passed a law that even when trains come out late, they have to compensate people?
Because America is
always people's time all the time.
It's always your benchmark. It happens in America. Where does that happen in America?
Hold on. It's even making a different argument, because the correlation between, nobody is saying they cannot cancel flights or cancel trains for whatever reason. What people are saying is, you cannot tell them that they are late to board, and then you then sell their seats to somebody else. That's fraud.
but you don't know what the seat they are selling. People just assume they know why. They don't know anything. They are not the airline operator.
Are you listening? Just listen. Don't listen to argue. Listen. I turn up at the airport to board. I've checked in online. I've booked my train online. I turn up at the airport. They tell me that I cannot board because I'm late for the flight, that the boarding is over. And so whether they give me my money back or not, but then you then turn up after me, then but you are paying. Then I bought my ticket for £100. They've invited you to pay £250, and then they then go on and board you onto the flight that they are telling me that I am too late to board.
Yes, I understand the point you are making.
Yes.
However, there are various factors that could affect that. And this is why I don't like when people talk the way they talk. Let me give you a scenario now. What if the online system was a little bit faulty? Do you know? Nobody knows. You just make assumptions and call criminal behavior and damage a whole business because of it. That is just fun behavior. We have to be more responsible than this.
No, it's not the online. Anyway, let's just carry on. I don't think
it's not fair. It's not fair. We destroy business.
You are not. No, you don't even understand what we are doing.
I gave you a scenario now.
Hold on. We are not talking about alternate scenarios that could lead to legitimacy. We are talking about a specific situation. In a specific situation, I turn up. You tell me I'm too late to board. Somebody else turns up after me, you sell them the ticket for 3 times as much as I paid, and then you board them onto that same flight that you tell me I'm too late to board. So that is it. So we're not talking about other situations that might have legitimacy.
Let me give you a scenario. What if they allocated a specific time for people that booked online to board, so that they don't have to board them with the same people that are paying cash in the checkout? You don't know that.
On which planet? On which?
Of course, like me now. Think about it. I may have an airline, then I want to board people. I want to book people online so that they can go in very quickly. Maybe because the slot I have at the airport is restricted to a certain time. So I want to board people online very quickly so that when they come early and boarding, then the people that are paying fresh cash. Hold on, and let me finish. I'm sitting here giving you scenarios. The ones that are paying fresh cash are the ones that they do these things. See, I know airlines. That's why you can get cheap tickets.
In the country you live, do they do that?
Yes.
I've never even heard of what does that even mean?
No, what I know that airlines is that when they sell tickets,
they have a special designation for people that buy.
They have a way they check in.
They tell you that the check-in. You've flown now. You just recently come back from Nigeria.
Yeah.
You check in, and then when the check-in cubicles are closed, the check-in cubicles are closed. So I mean, what are you even? I'm not sure.
I think some people, like, let's say you have people that are queuing that want to check in at the same time, while others were supposed to be checking in, and those people didn't come on time. An airline will have a policy that, okay, you are supposed to be coming in because we gave you cheaper ticket. You are supposed to check in early, while we check these people that are paying cash online. They could have a policy like that. It may be rubbish, but to start calling it criminal, it's not fair. And I just feel like Oshiomhole should know better than that.
See, tonight, airlines have their laws, right, that guide the airline operation everywhere. It's global. You can't just stand and say, "Oh, this is how I want to do my thing." It doesn't work like that.
They do.
Right? So it's not what you can do. I want to set my own rules. I want to set my own laws. No, it's the same law everywhere, right? So that's why everything that goes with that license, right?
Can you hear me?
It has to be based on those laws.
Yeah, one man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. One man, you people want to divert our topic this morning. I don't know why. I don't know why you people want to divert our topic this morning because of APs. APs is doing his business. Nobody, if you know, like AP service can enter another airline. That one is not a problem. Or he can buy your airline. You are a senator, you know. I don't know why this noise about. I don't know. So our topic this morning, because I listened to you, I was cooking, but now I'm finished cooking. So I'm here to.
Isn't it time you got yourself a wife? Why are you cooking at 2 a.m. in the morning?
Is that what?
You know, Rich say may you go marry. Why you they cook for 2 a.m. in the morning? You want to end up you want to end up like 2 Niger?
No, I'm a family man. These people so lazy. They're not cooking. They like to eat all those snacks, and I don't like to eat all those Madonna thing. I like to cook my food. Native food. So
Yeah,
let us
but
go back.
so you are saying we should allow airpeace to be defrauding Nigerians because
Oh my God! Stop with these exaggerated languages. Come on, man.
Because it's from the southeast.
Oh my God! You can't just be maligning. See, I can read horror cases with Ryanair. So people that say that this stuff doesn't happen to other people, you want me to read the cases? I'm looking at the cases now with Ryanair, EasyJet. So one of them, they paid for the ticket and their ticket disappeared because it's online. It disappeared and they told them they didn't pay for it.
I don't want to talk about airpeace. I'm here to talk about P2B because I wake up here where you say P2B live debt in Anambra State. I say, wow, where that debt coming from?
No. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't say that. It was the debt. Hold on. Don't claim me on anything. I didn't say it. It was the debt management office that said it. So if you have any gripe, you have to take it to the debt management office. They said he left a huge debt in Anambra State.
To counter you from Anambra State. Number one, you are educated, So P2B left office almost 11 years or 10 years ago. That debt management you mentioned now, you never say P2B left debt in Anambra. If you
say so now,
wait.
Hold on. You can't be counterfeit now. You can't
not
make
fact. That is not fact. I can write anything as a government. I can write anything against people, against anybody I don't like. I can go and tell authority.
No, guys, don't tell me anything. Don't try and outshout anybody here. So we're not doing outshouting. These are records as at 2014, 2015.
I see somebody write that thing. Before P2B left Anambra State, declare everything he left. There's DSS there. There's DSS. There's every security apparatus in that hall. Why they not arrest P2B? Say P2B, you are a liar.
Arrest him for what?
Wait, let me call.
What are you talking about?
Wait, let me come. P2B don't left anything debt in Anambra State. P2B pay all the teachers, all the workers. I don't know where that debt is coming from now.
Okay, so if you don't understand, then you don't understand. So you see, this is the difficulty that people have. Hold on. Can you just hold on? This is the difficulty people have. You think you can outshout facts. You cannot outshout facts.
That is not fact. Can
you just stop it? Don't do that now. Don't do that now. You can't outshout facts. This is according to the debt management office. And these were the details when Obi handed over March 2014. And these were the debts that the state was carrying at that time. $30 million. $30 million was it says according to the debt figures from the debt management office, the most authoritative data on subnational debt in Nigeria, Anambra State owed an external debt of $30.3 million and an internal debt of over 3 billion naira. So this was at 2014.
Okay, can I come now?
You can't just shout it through now.
Can I come? Can I come?
And start attacking Obiano.
Can I talk? Okay, I hear you. But I told you all those things is a lie.
It's a lie.
It's a lie. So Peter Obi, can I ask you a question? You said Peter Obi leave 30 billion or 30 million debt in Anambra State. It's a lie. Peter Obi didn't owe any teacher, any workers in Anambra State. Where that debt coming from? Do you hear or see somebody or any contractor come and tell you, say, Peter Obi, I finished my work, Peter Obi owe me, Peter Obi didn't pay me. Now lie, Peter Obi there. You never hear that. Eh? You never hear any teacher or professor, anybody in Anambra say, Peter Obi didn't pay us. Why people go and bring something and now say Peter Obi, na very big liar. Because I told you guys before, I don't know, you guys were educated. Me, I don't go school and stop in primary school. You know, but as I stop my primary school, there's one thing you would say now, I will see it. I will think before I talk. Why now you come and say Peter Obi leave 30 billion or 30 million? Obiano stayed there 8 years. Never say Peter Obi left dead. Obiano said Peter Obi didn't.
It did now. It did.
Obiano said Peter Obi didn't leave 70-something billion. You say, but that one is a lie too. I don't know why.
Sorry, just be consistent. Are you saying you just said Obiano did not say Obi left the dead?
Obiano didn't say Peter Obi left dead. Peter Obi didn't left dead for Obiano.
All right. Hold on. No, guy, just hold on. Just don't try and shout your way through. You said Obiano did not say Obi left debt. This is it. I inherited 127 billion naira debt from Obi. This was what Obiano said. Why do you even do that? Let's just move on, man. It's just meaningless.
I think that is just headline. Can we read what it actually says and what the terms were? Because we don't
all right. Is that just headlines? Are you sure that's just headlines?
Sometimes the details, the devil is in the details.
All right. Okay. So the devil is in the details. So let's just clear that up. Hold on. I've got something here. The devil is in the detail.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion, technically, you know. But he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay. You see the dodgy nature. He didn't opt to share the details.
Do you see?
They asked him for document. He said our accounts are well audited and they wouldn't touch you with a phone. Show us the document.
He cannot show document. He cannot show.
Nigerians are horrible people.
No, I think I'm going to have to remove this guy because it's just heckling. So don't heckle the conversation, Patrick. It was in a debate. You mean it should have brought the document or what?
You don't have any document.
They didn't ask him to show the document. They said, can he provide the document? He started waffling, saying that they wouldn't touch him if he didn't have the document. He should provide the evidence. You see, the truth is that if Peter Obi had all this.
He said they are published. They are published documents.
One man. Just think about it. If Peter Obi had this big hole in his credibility, do you think Tinubu will let him keep him standing? All these Tinubu attack dogs will let him. No, all the Tinubu attack dogs won't be able to reveal it. Come on, man.
Sorry, are you saying the Guardian newspaper is a Tinubu attack dog?
No, I mean Tinubu's guys will be able to find the truth of what we are talking about here and make it very clear that the truth that Peter Obi actually left a lot of debt, clear evidence against him.
But that's always been stated. Now there was never a point in time that wasn't stated.
It wasn't. It was never stated. They were in the same debate hall. None of them disputed what.
Which debate hall? Which debate hall were they in? Who was?
They went to a debate now. You will know Jagaba. They didn't attend the debate now.
Who did they attend?
The other politicians attended. If I'm not mistaken, the last election. I don't remember the debate.
I don't recall any debate. So.
Yeah, they were interviewed. All of them, I think, on the same day, if I'm not mistaken. So, if that happened, you don't see all the other politicians saying, "Oh, Peter Obi lied about the debt." That kind of stuff is hard to lie, because if you actually lied and it is people you get caught, he will completely be destroyed.
Yeah, but his successor told us that he lied. Now, who is better? Who is best?
His successor doesn't provide evidence. He just talks.
He doesn't provide evidence.
There's no evidence to what he's saying.
And by the way, his successor was his appointee. By the way,
Woman. Let me say something. You see,
and what are you making of? Oh, hold on. Sorry, apologies, Arasna. What are you making of this raw data as well from the debt management office?
You mean myself, or you?
Both of you.
This raw data could mean anything. It could mean anything.
So.
That debt is debt now. What do you mean it could mean anything?
There are many ways to look at that. What you just showed.
Because it can change. It can change almost instantaneously if other data came through. So you can't always use that.
No, what do you mean it can change? They were telling us the debt that the state owed as at the time Peter Obi handed over. Internally, both external debt and internal debt. The external debt were in excess of $30 million. The internal debt in excess of 3 billion naira. That's raw data from the debt management office. At that time, yeah.
Yes, it's raw data, but when you are looking at statistics like that, you have to look at either data that is yet to come through or data that they use to reach those figures. So we can't always be sure, because some of the income or that P2B was talking about is through shares and other aspects. I don't think that's included in these figures.
Sorry, hold on. We're not talking about income. We're talking about debt. Money's owed. Let me play you this. Hold on.
Members of the State Executive Council briefed the media, intending to clarify misconceptions about the cash and investments left for the present administration of Governor Willie Obiano by his predecessor. The major issues brought to the fore are the huge debt and alleged false declaration of investments totaling 27 billion naira. Their addresses titled True and Accurate Position of 75 billion Investments Handover Notes. The Secretary to the State Government outlines the cash at hand and the deficit.
As at March 2013, what was then in the bank balance was 9 billion. The current administration on March 17th inherited current liabilities and contingent liabilities totaling 185 billion naira. And these, if you like, are roads that were awarded by the previous administration and were still ongoing. Okay? The total liability of those, if they were to crystallize at once, was 185 billion.
The Principal Secretary to the Governor explains that the present administration has been surviving on federal allocation to the state without tampering with the foreign bonds.
What is being said is that from March 17, this present governor has been operating on what comes in from day one in his administration.
Responding to the allegations in an email, Mr. Val Onyema, the media aide to the former governor, Peter Obi, insisted that his boss left over 75 billion naira in cash and investment. These include 27 billion naira in local currency investment, 26.5 billion naira in foreign currency investments, and 28.1 billion naira in certified state MDS balances. Even in the final handover document, Obi deducted 10 billion naira approved federal government refund, as well as the salary, pension, gratuity, money on certificates raised on contracts for the month of March, which all amounted to 5 billion naira, before arriving at the balance of over 75 billion he bequeathed his successor. The last has probably not been heard in the war of words between Governor Obiano's administration and that of his predecessor.
So that was the guy that took over immediately after Obi, and who would know the accounts more than him? So it's telling us that Obi left close to 200 billion naira.
Oh, you know what? You know one thing that is better than that Obi said. Obi said the bank document. What the banks say is more important than what politicians are telling you.
Sorry, before you say that, what did Obi say that the bank said?
He said the bank document of the balance in the accounts that he has.
But that's not in dispute. That's why I say you don't sometimes understand. We're not disputing what he says, that he left money, where people are saying that he left debt.
Oh, the debt. Okay, that debt that you're talking about, that after he left, then the debt crystallized. He said it during that interview that why should he pay anybody when they
it's not even the crystallization of the debt. There was debt carried through, apart from the ones that then crystallizes when their maturity comes. There were debt carried through.
There is always debt now. There's always debt because he said it that.
Hold on, Patrick.
No, don't worry, you get your chance.
Sorry, Tunaja, don't go and hide in that space that nobody is saying that people that have not completed their work to get paid. Those are the debts that hold on. Those are the debts that crystallize because government is a continuum. But what is being said is that actual debt owed, debt from borrowing, from whatever it is, carried through. And that's what the debt management office is saying.
But that is what debts do. Depend on how it moves. They don't tell you what this debt is. Owed means whoever you owe money. Whether they are sweeping the office for you, whether they are building the road or hospital for you, is debt. I don't know why you are the one confusing it.
Look, it's quite clear now.
But you understand that you're doing something here that is not that is genius here. You understand? No, Patrick, I've been wanting to comment before you. I think maybe I don't know. Maybe you want to speak to me, but you speak. Let me hear, because I know one man is just doing something here. You're just bringing some kind of facts here, bringing that fact here, and just mumble jumble the whole thing, thinking that we'll not get the whole thing is. Okay, that's what you're doing. Let
me just say this and I'll be quiet. So I'm not talking about liabilities uncompleted that then matures when the next administration takes over, which is the ongoing whatever it is. So those are carried through liabilities. I'm talking about monies owed already, not for incomplete. And this is what it's saying, that this is what the debt management office is telling us, that this guy, he was owing both in dollars and in the local currency as at the time he handed over. So I'm not quite sure about
and how much is that money? How much is that?
It's $30 million, $30 million, $323,554. So just approximately $30.3 million was owing. Additionally, just over 3 billion naira. So that's how much was carried through in actual owed debt.
Okay.
And that's according to the debt management office.
Okay, fine. So, having said this, what you said now, because if you listen to that Commissioner of Finance under Obiano, he said that as at when Obiano left, I mean, something. So when Obi left, there were some projects that were ongoing, which Obi himself confirmed that why would he pay them when they've not finished the project? So whoever comes in after him,
it said including. So that wasn't the
including
totality
what?
of it.
Including what?
No, it said it left in excess of 185 billion naira in debt, including liabilities owed to ongoing projects. So including, not the totality of.
I don't know how you are framing this whole thing, Wama. You're just making the whole thing so complex. The point is this: he's owing money, and this money that he's owing has to do with those projects that are yet to be finished, that are yet to be paid. However, you're saying including whatever you're talking about, it's all involved in that money, right? So that's what we're saying here. Don't make it look like so complex that we're making it so confused here. Okay, fine. The incoming administration will have to pay that because he cannot pay for something nobody has executed any project yet. And now the debt management is not telling us now. DMO is not telling us that he actually hold debt when he was leaving. And so as you said, 3 billion naira, and as opposed to how much? What's it called? $30 million. You see how much you said? 30 million. Let's just say roughly $30 million or $33 million. So, and then he said that he is not owing. So how should we understand that? Should we understand it that he's not owing any creditors that must have borrowed money to Anambra? Is that what he's saying? He said he's not owing any teacher, he's not owing any contractor. As at when he handed over, because they've not finished that. Because you know one thing about the project.
He said he said they left no debt. He didn't say it wasn't owing. He said they left no debt.
He clarified in some subsequent other interview. He said it that he's not owing anybody, and he said he's not owing teacher. He's not owing. He has paid all the gratuities or whatever pension of any other person. He's not owing anybody. That's what he said. I know sometimes Obi can be so sometimes there's a way he speaks that sometimes he sounds like a normal politician now. He will talk like so that so sometimes his work can be so ambiguous that you can read many meanings to it. But for me, the point is this: is that I don't know why we keep flogging these things. Like every state, even when Tinubu left there, we know how much he left. When my own state government left there, we know how much he left. And this debt you're talking about, the 30 million and whatever 30 something, according to that Vanguard, if you read it very well, the previous administration before him, they hold so many debts. They hold so many money. Even before Obianuju, there was a lot of them. He cleared some of them. He paid off some. I mean, of course, he will accrue because as he's paying off the other one, just like what Tinubu is going through right now. The more he's paying Bubu's debt. He's not going to borrow money now. At least he will not just stop saying nothing is going to go on in the country anymore. He has to pay other people. He has to do other projects. He won't say because he's paying Bubu, he's not going to. So that's how it is. So you have to accrue more debt. So I don't know why we are flogging these things. You make it so complex, like there's some shadowy thing behind it.
No. It's just the lie. The guy said they left no debt. He did. He said he wasn't owing any contractors. But what his successor told us, and we heard it there, is that he gave post-dated checks.
So you want him to be detailed now. Whenever he speaks now, to be detailed, telling you that he's not owing any contractor as that. What it means that every contractor that has done his own work, he has paid them. Is that what you're saying? Come on, woman. You understand that let me make this point. When you get a contract, even with the federal government, they will tell you that if you do this milestone, they call what they call milestone. If you hit some certain milestone in any contract, they will pay you up for that milestone. If you hit another milestone, they will pay you up. So what happened to the remaining milestone that is part of that project that has not been done? Because you need money to execute some part of that milestone. So you see, you need to understand how our project work, our contract work. I understand you clear. So we like to do this hammer things for me. Like, let me use your word, flog a dead donkey. There's nothing there. Let's just move on and talk about issues. This officer will come here. Well, we should talk about Obi, but let's talk about issues that are going on. The crap that we're seeing under this government that they're not doing right. Let's talk about that, because this is just a distraction for us from criticizing Tinubu and all the crap issues that is going on. I mean, let's talk to facts. I leave it there. Patrick, please go on, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rational Mind. Let me just bring something. You see, the person that is reporting this thing, you will see the bias approach.
Pato.
Yeah.
Pato.
Yeah.
Pato.
I hear you.
Yeah, Baba, I beg. Mo follow on Baba. Yeah, for me just a schedule come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you are trying to speak the way I will speak and I will leave. One man. Do we mean now that we have to suspend fact and data because we want to defend our own thief? Because these are the same people that they will tell you Nigeria is possible. But Nigeria is not possible again now, right? From what is so glaring, and Nigerians are so funny. They know how to Google about article. They will go to the back and the front of the world to Google anything about Tinubu, about article, about Yaya Bello, about all the ones they consider thief. But their own thief, even when you Google it for them and you show them like this, they will still be defending, and they will say, let's move on. Even matters that does not concern Tinubu, rational mind will drag Tinubu to it. But now when it is obedient, say let's move on, even when he can see it right here. So we know what we are doing in Nigeria, and Nigerians are not ready. They are just
sorry, enigmatic. You know what astounds me? His successor told us that he left heavy debts and he post-dated checks. I said that all the way through, and he fought him all the way through. The debt management office, they're telling us, and the debt management office don't even have a dog in the fight. They're just presenting data. That tells us that he left heavy debt. So I mean, what more? I mean, I'm confused. I mean, where is the argument?
I won't say more than
every state governor left debt, including Obi.
But did you know the inconsistencies? Did you know that? 9 billion, and then this people are reporting 3 billion. So what are we talking about here, one man? How do you reconcile that? How do you reconcile that? 9 billion by Obiano said during that debate. He said 9 billion.
Continue to defend your
No, you say, here you go. You don't want us to go by facts again anymore, right? But you can say, you can come here and tell us about facts. I'm giving you the inconsistencies that we're seeing now. 9 billion as opposed to 3 billion. And you're telling me that we should just gloss over it, right?
Hold on, listen to me now. Please, let me just say this. Please, whoever you are supporting, whoever is your candidate, carry your full chest, support that candidate.
Point of conversion.
To advocate for that candidate as much as you wish, because at the end of the day, everybody will defend their own thief with their big chest. One man, thank you.
One man is supposed to give me my time now. I'm the one who talking.
No. Hold on. Okay, guys. Uche, man, you need to just slow it down. I've been trying to cultivate you into the platform, but you have to help me because we do things in a somewhat like a civilized manner. Larry had the floor. You just had a micro interjection. Tsunaga was here before you, and that's how we like to. So Larry, back to you. I don't think we'll ever get to any resolution on this, but Larry, back to you.
Man, effect. I don't want to discuss with B.
No. Take us to. I was going to take away from there anyway. Take us to Tinubu, who is inviting Wike to come and join the APC. And I'm saying that if Wike joins the APC now, it will be a win for the PDP and a loss for the APC because they need Wike to be in the PDP to continue to, poke at them and hold them to the fire. So what are you making then of Tinubu trying to...
No, I think Tinubu was just joking, right? Tinubu was just joking. Wike will never leave PDP for now because Wike has a lot of stake in PDP. And what I'm saying, right, Wike is not really looking at 2027. Wike's game is 2031. And he wants to hold the structures in PDP. That's what I'm actually saying. If Wike wants to leave PDP, probably after 2027, for me, right, I think Wike has done very great. He's done very, very great. I used to say it, if Tinubu can actually have 5 ministers like Wike, at least things will, a lot of things, right, will have changed. Because Wike, I don't know. He has a way, people call him bully, but I think that him being bully is actually using it well, particularly with the contractors. Because one of the problems that we have in Nigeria is these contractors. They take a lot of contract. Example, Julius Berger. There are a lot of contracts that they gave to Julius Berger that Julius Berger does not have the capacity to handle. And they just collect it. You see a project, Julius Berger will tell you, oh, this project will be done probably in like 3 years. Go and look at that project. 15 years, they are still there. And in most cases, they call for variation. Every time it's all about variation and variation and variation. So, but for me, I think Wike is done things. Wike is doing projects under 1 year. Averagely in Nigeria, if you give all these contractors projects, projects in Nigeria, hardly will you see any of them doing it within 1 year. Some of those road projects span 3 years, 4 years, and even there are projects that have been there, projects that were awarded like 10 years, 15 years ago in Nigeria. So for me, I think Tinubu is just joking. Wike will still be in PDP.
Larry, can I ask you a question, Larry?
Yeah.
So you talked about oh, come on, I forgot what I wanted to say. Just go on, please. I wanted to ask a question, but I just forgot. Just go on, please.
Yeah. So for me, I think Tinubu is just it's just a normal joke. Wike won't leave PDP. Wike is going to be in PDP because he's ready to fight in PDP.
I think I remember now. So are you saying that in the whole of Nigeria, what other construction company is as big that has the capacity of construction like Julius Berger?
Okay, so you know the thing. If you are really close to construction in Nigeria, particularly road construction, so in most cases, most of the equipment that you see that Julius Berger uses, right? Most of those equipment they get from other people. So, and Julius Berger has the goodwill, they have the name, right? And when you give them a lot of projects, they do not have capacity to do all those projects at the same time. And that's why in most cases, you see that Julius Berger has this project, this project. Take, for example, let me give you an example of a project that Julius Berger did. They abandoned it. Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway was given to Julius Berger during Obasanjo period. And what exactly happened? Julius Berger would do small. They will leave sites, right? They will come back. After that, around that time, there was a time they gave them this Badagry, Lagos Badagry Expressway. They will leave this, go to this. So they do not have capacity. So for me, I think it's even better now. We are beginning to see more local players handling things, and people have equipment, and they are doing it. So,
but none of them come close to the capacity, the spread of Julius Berger. Hold on.
No. That Chinese firm is more capacitated than
the Chinese firm. Well, I mean, you're talking about China, whatever, CCC, whatever.
CCC something.
All right. It's been a while.
And high tech is more.
High tech, or where? Even high tech, I beg, go and sit down.
High tech. There are a lot of construction projects. Probably if you don't follow that. Presently in Nigeria, there are a lot of construction companies, road construction companies that are doing things better.
But what you should understand is this, but with Larry in Israel, there's never any company on this Mother Earth that can tell you that they have the capacity of doing any project in the whole totality of it.
No, there's
none. There's none. Even here in America, there are big companies, multi-billion dollar companies, that are construction companies. They have to subcontract out so many other aspects of their contract out. So there's none. So I don't know why you're trying to flog this issue of Julius Berger not being able to do everything. Julius
Berger they have the name in Nigeria. They have the goodwill, right? I'm not saying don't give Julius Berger projects to do, but give them projects that they have capacity. So when Julius Berger promised you 2 years, Julius Berger will deliver in 2 years. But what you see in Nigeria is a lot of projects, right? Julius Berger just go collect this contract. When you know that your capacity is to handle 3 contracts and deliver, and you are having like 20 contracts at the same time. That's exactly the problem that Julius Berger is facing. Julius Berger is not
whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
No, I'm not saying it's anybody's fault.
At least it's the government's fault. Why would you give them when you know that they don't have the capacity?
See,
that's one thing that during the project phase, you have to look at whoever is bidding to see if they have the capacity.
Yeah, that's what.
You have to look at if they have anything going for themselves. that might hinder them from delivering. Hold on, make a line now. That will hinder them from delivering your own part of the project. If they have, because there's a timeline, there's a timeline, there's a milestone in everything that you have to achieve. And if you're not achieving it, you don't have the capacity, because they will ask them, and they will have to give them, they will penalize them, even in the contract. They will tell them, if you don't reach this certain milestone at this certain time, we're going to deduct this certain amount of money from your contract. So why would the federal government be giving them more job when they know that they don't have the capacity, or they already spread thin? Yeah, so it's just because listen. I mean, I have a brother who used to work. A cousin who used to work for GCAPA and about GCAPA and about. There were so many of those structures you see in Abuja today. They were the one that built it. GCAPA built it.
Yeah.
Then Arab contractors came in. So, but my point is this: is that at some point, like you said, yes, I agree with you. But Julius Berger was just getting a lot of contract, and they were not able to do it because they already still spread thin on one. They never finish that one. They won't go do another one. So it is because these guys collect kickback. This whoever is in charge of the project on the government side, it's the way they do the whole mago about themselves. They get some kickback from it. So you blame the government or whoever is the rep for the government. This is all about corruption, my brother. Don't blame the company. And then they are willing to play ball.
Rational mind. That's what has been happening. You know that when these people came in, there are a lot of contracts that they took away from Julius Berger, which for me I support. A lot of contracts. They took a lot of contracts away from Julius Berger. Because what Julius Berger basically did was they had a lot, right? They collect all the contracts. They said Julius Berger is here, Julius Berger is here. And some of those contracts, nothing is done on them. So for me, when Umahi came in, Umahi asked them for variation. Okay, go and bring your variation. And they negotiated. And Julius Berger was giving them something that was even more than they could take. And they gave it to people that could actually do it at a lesser rate, that were ready to deliver. And another thing with Julius Berger, if you watch Julius Berger, it's not just roads. Like major edifices in Abuja were built by Julius Berger. National Assembly was built by Julius Berger. At a point, Julius Berger was even supposed to be maintaining National Assembly. They stopped maintaining it at a point. ICC, all those places were built by Julius Berger. So for me, I think it's better now that government is now looking at other contractors, right? If you want to give, there are some, probably you want to do like a 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 15 kilometer. There are better people that can quickly handle that. Why are you giving all those things to Julius Berger when you know that Julius Berger's hands are already filled? So, and that's why you see that now Julius Berger is now, re-strategizing, right? Looking into more other things that they want to go to. Because for me, if I tell you what Julius Berger have presently is just the goodwill and the name, not really capacity to deliver on everything. So, one man, that's okay for me.
All right, brilliant. So we go up next to Tunaija if it's still there. Tunaija, you're up next. But Tunaija, let me do this. Let me hand over to you. Maybe you want to do like about 5.
They will not let me talk. They will not. Madam AI is here.
All right. Okay. Okay. I'll stay for you. Then after you, then do 5-7 minutes monologue so that everybody can. Because I always are concerned that people wait too long to speak. But the floor is yours. We're talking about Oshiomhole versus APC. We're talking about Tinubu inviting Wike to join the APC or any, and then we're talking about River State as well. This administrator that they put in charge, he has presented a budget which he says Fubara can take over once he returns. But I was just querying. Does the law permit, because it doesn't have a mandate, so what is it crafting the budget around? So that struck me as somewhat curious. So we're talking about that as well. So either those or whatever interests you. So 5-7 minutes monologue from tonight.
Great. Yeah. First of all, I need to try to state clearly, just in case of confusion, that Peter Obi historically has not been known to take out loan for his state. So, and that is one of the cleanest ways to find out whether somebody's owing or took out debt. He never really did. Also, he could have inherited the debt, which is something that he actually stated, that he inherited debts of the state. And it turns out that the somehow Office of Budget Management doesn't seem to have that record of what Peter Obi inherited. And Peter Obi actually went on to say that he cleared about 30-something billion of pensions gratuity. So Based on all this information that has just come in, it clarified the situation for me anyway. It's clear that what Peter Obi's claim, there is a reason why even the press is not coming out to say that, no, we know the loan you took bond the other day, we reported it, you took this one, we saw this one. No, he didn't take out loans. Whatever you are seeing in that document is part of what was left behind. So it's part of what was left behind by the previous administrations, which conveniently the record is not available for the public to see. So this is why we have to be careful when we read something.
Sorry. When you say he didn't take out loans, what did he use to administer and do infrastructural work, etc.?
Maybe he raised money, because they said he didn't take out loans.
With what, or like by how?
You can just how people generate money from your state. You get money from the federal government. It's not.
Do you know how much they are federal? Let me tell you how this state works.
Generate money. All the market in Anambra State.
Sorry, let me tell you how this
all the company in Anambra State.
Look, Uche, the next time I kick you out, I might not let you in anymore. You can't keep doing this. I think I've been patient with this enough. Let me tell you how this works. These states, I'm not sure, we can go and check the federal allocation at the time. If it was 3 billion, it won't be up to that a month. And we've seen from participants severally that they don't generate internally in Anambra State. Not in Anambra State, in the Southeastern. We looked at the data. It's an entire, almost 90-something% dependent on federal allocation. And the federal allocations in that time, it wouldn't have been more than what, $2-3 billion, 2-3 billion naira a month. What these states actually use is they use their federal allocation as capacity to service loans, and then they borrow against that federal allocations in order then to have sufficient enough funds to carry out infrastructural development. That's what they do. It cannot build infrastructures. They tell us they built all of these roads and XYZ. It cannot do all that without borrowing, because the federal allocation does not sustain it. I think you know enough to know that.
I think there are various ways to generate money if you are creative. The states do have access. They do have things that they can leverage to carry out projects. You don't necessarily always have to borrow. You could be public-private partnership. You could take the money from. There are so many ways. But the point is that officially, I'm just stating it clearly. It's not me making it up. Officially, there's no evidence Peter Obi borrowed money.
What do you mean there's no? What do you mean there's no evidence?
Do you have any evidence that he borrowed any money?
Of course he borrowed money. What do you mean, do I have evidence?
The question is, do you have evidence?
Where would I?
Because if somebody is borrowing money, you do have evidence of what they have done. They will announce it that they are borrowing money.
I don't even know what that means.
All the time.
Okay. Do you have evidence that Tinubu borrowed money in Lagos State?
Oh yeah. If you ask me, I will go and check now whether he borrowed money for Lagos State. I know he borrowed money for the country. That's for sure. That one I have direct evidence that he borrowed money for his country.
Do you have evidence that Mimiko borrowed money in Ondo State?
No, I don't. But before you start accusing somebody of lying, I would have thought you would check it. No. Before you start accusing somebody of lying, I would have thought you checked it to confirm what he's saying.
Woman.
Yeah, sorry, Oroyo. Tunaja has the floor, by the way, so he would permit if he wants the interjection there. You have to ask Tunaja if you want to.
He can interject if he wants to. I'm not greedy.
Okay, thank you, Tunaja. Woman, in the debt management profile, can you check the debt rate of Anambra State before Obi took over office as Anambra State governor, with what the debt profile is when he left? Then with that, we will be able to ascertain if he actually borrowed or he did not borrow.
Yeah, the information is not there. I was looking for it myself. It's not available. Conveniently not available, so that they can release this one and malign him. And this is the thing about the Guardian. You see this kind of irresponsible journalism that I see in Nigeria. You are supposed to know what the figures were before Peter Obi got into office and what it became when he left.
All of them are Tinubu agents.
I don't care. My point, I didn't say Tinubu agent. I said irresponsible journalism. I don't care where he's from. You have to be responsible. You can't just... I don't understand what Nigerians are so easy to deceive.
So sorry, what point do you think the Guardian was making? What point did you think they were making?
The point they were making was that Peter Obi was owing money when he left office.
Yes.
Like, in other words, they were implying that he borrowed the money. That's what they were implying.
I need you to listen. Peter Obi said in an interview that he left no debt when he handed over. And that was it was just that specific. I
hear that point.
Yes,
I think that's a careless remark.
And then all they were seeking to establish was that he did leave debt, which he did.
I think that's a careless remark if that is the case, because I got clearly from his assistant, or I don't know, that the guy that was representing him, he was saying that Peter Obi didn't borrow money and he didn't take out any bond and all the rest. All those things that he said was true. And when he said he didn't leave any debt, in other words, maybe he's trying to imply that he didn't create any debt for the state. It's a careless statement, it's a little bit loose, but if you look at all the other things that they said, it's accurate. And Peter Obi, what he said, that he didn't borrow any money, there's no evidence that he borrowed money. So it was only 1 billion naira that they said he borrowed for farming. That even that they gave him access to loans that he didn't take from the World Bank, that they gave him access to, but he didn't take it. So why would he go and lie about something like it? That's why I was saying that if there was evidence, they would have shown it. And I find this report very, very sketchy, whereby you release information and knowing the way you are going to live the readers, you didn't give them the idea that, okay, we don't know the amount that the state was owing before Peter Obi got into office. So that could help you interpret what they are saying at the end. So people have to be careful when people say stuff before they just start accusing somebody that has just done nothing wrong and just only was trying to show that he governed the state in a prudent manner. That said, if there's clear evidence that Peter Obi actually took out loan, my goodness, I'll condemn him big time. That's a big lie. And then Peter Obi's reputation will be completely in tatters. But there is no evidence of it. We can't just be maligning people. Do you want to create useless people in that country? Because if you have bad reputation, you can't destroy it anymore. But the good ones, you can destroy their reputation. But I'll leave it at that anyway. Since there's no evidence, I leave it at that. And I really hope that when this is a teachable moment, that when you look at data, try to reason up with it again. Ask yourself questions around it. That why is the data showing up like this time? Why is somebody trying to manipulate me here? Because if you look closer, you're actually going to see the truth.
You see, Nigerian journalism is the worst place to be a journalist. I mean, because the journalism there, I don't know, it's gone. I mean, ever since
I asked that you should allow me to speak to this thing.
Okay, go on, please. I mean, you gave your time to Enigmatic now. You're supposed to speak that time.
No, I didn't.
Go on, please.
Okay, yeah. Let me speak to this. You see, if you listen to the way the man was reporting it, that's the commissioner or the Accountant General, you will see that he was biased. And he was careful. He said the liability of that was left by previous government. And he said contingent, he said the liability and contingent liability. I will explain to you what it means. The contingent liability is not a debt. It will become a debt if certain conditions are met. You understand? And it might not be a debt. But they have to record it. Then the liability are, okay, what is owing? It does not necessarily mean he borrowed it. It's what is owing. But that's one side of the report. They didn't report the assets that he left. See, that man just spoke to the liability and that was it. Or maybe one man stopped it at that point. He didn't allow the man to report the asset that he left. And the work of the debt management office is to report the debt and not the asset. The debt management office will not be saying, oh, he left so and so in assets, he left. It's just the debt that they are reporting. So for us to close our eyes to the assets and say, oh, he left a debt of so and so. The issue is that did he leave a net asset position? If you see the way they are playing this asset game, What this accountant general said was different from what Obiano said when they asked him that question. You will see that they were just out to malign this guy. You will catch Peter Obi, he's not a perfect man, but I don't think you will catch him in this area of debt. I don't think so. You want to say, has he been running the state? I will explain to you. You see, Obasanjo left some sovereign wealth in national sovereign accounts. During Jonathan, all the governors fought that money should be shared to the states. Obi was the one that was insisting on saving it. So when they released the rest, Obi kept part of it in sovereign wealth fund, and that was attested to by Obiano. That money in the sovereign wealth, he said he left some money in sovereign wealth. That was part of what Jonathan shared to Anambra State. Obi didn't touch that part. He left it for the coming government. People like Rotimi, all the other governors, which of them left part of his sovereign wealth for the next governor? Obi left that money for the next governor. That was why Obi announced he left so in sovereign wealth. The sovereign wealth.
And the funny thing is that he might just be telling the truth, but it will lead to the wrong conclusion.
The way he said it, he just downplayed it now. He downplayed it and now said the liability is this liability. What of the asset that he left for you? That's the question. And you now said, oh, contingent liability. Contingent liability will be mentioned. The contingent liability will be what you are owing a contractor that has not done his job. That will become a liability if the contractor executes the job. He said, oh, the government have not touched that wealth. You see, the man is trying to, the AG is trying to also show them that, show the rest of the world that, look, we are good managers. He said, Obi left the sovereign wealth also and so. He said, we have been running from the state allocation. We have not touched that wealth. Now we have not touched the savings. The man is also affirming that this man left a saving that we have not touched. But you are not reading, you are not getting the meaning. Because he's focusing on the negative. The man is focusing on the negative. But if you are somebody who's a financial person or somebody who's careful, you don't even need to be a financial person. You will see, you'll be able to deduct from his statement that this man actually left wealth that we have not touched. That's why he said we have not touched it.
Yeah. Patrick, I think Anambra is kind of like, lucky with governors. Even before Obi got there, right? Ngige left money too. Yes, Ngige left over 12 billion in the treasury.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, one man. Is one man there?
No. One man is there. He's just waiting.
Because somebody was asking about that. So this is it, right? About what Obi met. This is Ngige. He said he left 12 billion in Anambra treasury when he left.
Yeah, but he didn't say how much debt he left too. So that is part of the problem that we don't know. The debt, he didn't include that debt. You see, that would have been interesting for us to know the debt that he left behind. That said, at least we know that he owed about $36 billion naira worth of this in pension, something that he was this is owing. That said, anyway, what I observe in Nigerian politics is become, I guess maybe that's how most politics are, but I didn't know that Nigeria, with all our worshipful ways and all the rest, we are so diabolical when it comes to politics. We try to conflate information in such a way and distort it, and that the truth is lost in the middle. I don't know whether I should be impressed that we are becoming like Americans, and the way that can malign somebody, like they were able to malign Jeremy Corbyn to make him look like anti-Semite. So politics is ugly, and it's for you to survive in it. You see, one man. I told you, Madam, my AI has started though, but AI, you better leave me alone. Oh. You are the reason why I asked one man to stay here, because you're going to use that as an excuse to try to stop me from talking. This is my turn. Okay, let me use my turn.
You said talk more. Make we say talk.
So it's my turn, and nobody says you should not interject. See, point is, Nigerian politics have become so complicated, and they know how to manipulate people so well that they will release information half. Look at what they tried to do to Akpoti. That is horrible. It's some of the most horrible, this is sinister concoction that we are coming up with when we should be concocting how to build the country. And now the current Minister of Energy of this government has said that, Nigeria should never build nuclear power plant. Why should we do that? My God, these people, I don't know what is wrong with us. I really don't know something is seriously wrong with us. So when we go forward, we go backward. We go forward.
And his boss during the primary, during the campaign, he was talking about building, letting Nigeria, powering Nigeria with electricity.
Yeah, so does Nigeria have the capacity to build nuclear power plants?
Come on.
Yeah, that is your whole point. Egypt is already building it. This kind of nonsense that we have
come on.
Why do we say these things? It's a sin for you to say that kind of thing. We have the capacity. Other people, they have 10 heads.
We have enough solar in the north.
It's not only, don't you get it? It's not only about.
You've not even built. You don't. Oh my God! You say.
Do you understand, Larry? Do you understand how this thing works? I mean, I understand you understand, but maybe you're just trying to.
I understand now. See,
no, you don't. You don't. Apparently, you don't, because you said something about solar in the north. You said something. You said something about solar in the north.
If you
know, the issue on ground is that how can you be producing light in Kafanchan and you want to transfer it to Lagos?
Bros.
How does that make sense?
If you want something, utilize what you have.
No, right? You cannot. No, you cannot do that. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
See, in terms of generating power today, right? We have several other things that we can use in generating power. If you are telling me that we should increase capacity in those other things for us to generate power, yes, I support that. So let's generate with what we have.
What are you talking about? See,
we have. I don't understand what he's talking about.
Larry, hold on. Let me just say something.
We are talking about
nuclear technology. Can you just hold on for a second? Nuclear technology is not only about the power; it's also about mastering the technology. These are strategic technologies that you have to master. Do you know all the African countries that went to Russian summit, and many of them came back saying they're going to build nuclear power plants, including Nigeria? The only country that is building it right now is the only one that is not black. What kind of useless people are we? When there is anything, no, Egypt is building it right now. What is it with us? One person will come, they will commission on it, and the other one said they will not do it.
Over 90% of South African energy is from nuclear.
Imagine. And that is because the Igbo are there. These mad black people like Larry, said, we are not ready to do it.
South Africa. Bros.
I think, that's what I think. Okay, let me Google it.
South Africa, nuclear.
Yes, now. Yeah, South Africa has nuclear now. Oh my God, this guy don't know that.
You don't know. You don't know.
Oh my God, he doesn't know.
2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
Let's go to
they do have nuclear, Larry.
This commissioning they are doing in Nigeria
now, 90% nuclear.
South Africa has nuclear power plants.
You can tell me they have nuclear, but not 90% now. This thing now.
What do you mean 90%? They have 90% enrichment, and this is enriched uranium already.
They have nuclear weapons now. When you say 90% of power generating in South Africa is nuclear.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think so. Okay, so the point is that, okay, let's move on to Wike before you guys try to derail this thing. I also saw the idea that they are trying to bring Wike into APC. He should have gone. I know that a lot of people don't want him to go because they want him to be causing trouble for PDP. He should go. I don't know why he's still there. Maybe they are looking to fire him. If you see him jump, he knows his time is up. They want to fire him from this PDP, so he goes to APC. That said, this commissioning that they are saying that they're going to be doing in the coming days, we seriously need to ask some pertinent questions. Not just commissioning. What are they commissioning? How much is it worth? Because anybody can build a house and commission it. Anybody can dig a hole and close it and say they are commissioning something. We need to ask pertinent questions. What this commission is worth? And if it's not worth a lot, it shows you that they are doing this for just to get a notice that they are doing something. That said, I must say, you say whatever I like about Wike. Wike does have capability to do things. And just like you can also say for this in President Tinubu, they do have capacity to manipulate Nigeria. They have mastered the Nigerian weakness, which is lack of integrity. No Nigerian will accuse Nigerians of having integrity. These people have mastered it, and cowardice too, because clearly he became a pastor the other day when he sensed that. These people, the way we govern ourselves, the way we pretend as if our lives will last forever, and we sell our future just for what we are going to eat today, sooner or later it has to change. This type of attitude is not going to get us anywhere. But I would like to see that he's doing something great. But nobody has asked the question. I had it on the on TV when they were talking about it, and none of the journalists said, "Okay, what is it you are commissioning? What is the value of these things you are commissioning?" Because we are not commissioning something for commissioning sake. Like what they said they commissioned today now, it could be just a junction for all we know, and it's not a major this. How much this was spent on that project? So what is the president doing commissioning small projects anymore? Is he going to start opening gardens in nursery schools now? Or because you want to get good headlines? Nobody asks those questions. So that is all I'm saying, that we need to be asking more pertinent questions, just like I asked questions about the data that was produced by that this in Guardian, this in paper today. If we don't ask deep questions, you're not going to get to the truth. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So I still leave it at that. I'll leave it here too. So I'll hand over to you to Niger. Maybe try and do 5-7 minutes monologue to just everybody gets to speak. Then you open it up to a more generalized conversation or however you choose to manage it.
I think it's my turn now. It's my turn now, right?
Yeah, Madam AI will be pleased that I won't be able to speak.
Whose turn is it? Whose turn is it?
You are up next, Rational Mind. And then Rational Mind will roll Patoski Azita. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. No super chats to report. I wonder what's going on there. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. All right, I think Rational Mind, please go ahead. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, I will hold on, please. Before I forget, I don't want to forget what I want to say on that. Yeah, let me correct myself. It's not 90. I'm sorry. I Googled it now. It's about 5%. I mean, everybody reports 4.something%, 5% here and there, blah, blah, blah. But I know they do have a nuclear power station, which powers most of their, let me say most of theirs, I mean, some part of their energy is nuclear. So, on that very issue of that nuclear, you need to, Larry, I'm glad you're still here. I think the narrative in Nigeria has always been that the reason why the Nigerian energy has been epileptic the way that's been over the years is because you're producing from Kanji, and you're transferring the lights from Kanji to Lagos or to Abraka in a Delta State or to far part of Nigeria, like Akwa Ibom. The rate at which that electricity will be traveling on those feeder pillars or those high tension power lines, it gets lost in the process. So for that reason, it's better you do it shorter. Like most states in America here, they get their own kind of either dams that is closer by every city, or they build their own modular kind of electrical plants to supply certain area. So it doesn't have to travel several miles for it to supply. Because in that process, you're just losing energy in that way. I think at least that's what I gather from those who have spoken about it. So why would you want to do that? Why would we want to continue? Yeah, I know we understand that the North has abundance of energy in the form of solar energy. We can tap into that, but it makes no sense. Another way we can do it is, why don't you make it modular, like the director of nuclear something in Nigeria recently, Jackie Land, proposed recently to that Penkelemes of a guy from Oyo State there, Adilabu. When he was telling him that, listen, we've done our feasibility studies. We're going to site these nuclear plants in key areas. Like I think they was going to site one in Akwa Ibom or Cross River to power those axes, and then maybe they'll site one maybe in those states to power maybe those axes, and then one. Is the way they said they're going to. I think they said they're going to build about 6 or 12. I don't know. I'm not. Don't quote me on that. But I know they're going to build like over maybe 5 nuclear modular.
3. I heard about 3.
Okay, maybe 3. All right. So anyway, but I know there was a way they're going to do it strategically so that at least within certain area will be covered. It doesn't have to travel. You don't have to expect the one in Akwa Ibom to be supplying maybe.
So yeah.
No, one they said they've done the feasibility study.
Rational mind.
It's modular. It's not like a bigger one, a modular.
Rational mind. Rational mind. You know what I'm saying?
But Adelabu says it's not going to allow not even one of them.
I'm telling you, what kind of agent is that? That guy sounds like an agent. He's blocking something that we started working on for years now. What kind of lead people are these? Blocking Nigeria's progress.
Rational mind.
Go on, please.
I'm not saying don't do nuclear. But what I'm saying is, before you go to nuclear, we have something that we have comparative advantage over, right? We have gas. Why not utilize as much as you can with gas? We have capacity to do solar. We've got capacity to do the normal hydro. So we've got capacity, we've got lithium. Before you start thinking of, it's only people that don't want to do anything.
We also have thermal capacity.
Yeah. So it's only people that do not want to do anything. This is just a simple thing. They say build car. You don't want to build car. You say no, leave car. I want to go and build aeroplane. Build car for me. Let me see power. Because all these things, if you can utilize the gas that we have, we can power. It's not like we don't have today. If people that are actually off-grid in Nigeria, power that is generated in Nigeria today can take the whole of Nigeria. Because a lot of people are generating their own power individually and they're having excess that are off-grid. Right? So even at that, if you put everything together today, they will power Nigeria. They just need to be more aggressive without they do this thing. So
have you considered that this stuff has dual use purpose? It has other knock-on technology. Nuclear technology has various uses. It's not only for power generation.
Before people that are doing nuclear today, before they go into nuclear, that's why in most cases, even if anybody is doing it, that's South Africa that you're saying, you said 4%, right? The other 96%, what are they using? Is it not those other sources? Let us utilize all those other sources.
But South Africa has that one already years ago, decades ago.
And that's okay with that one years ago, and till now we are talking about just 4%. So if Nigeria,
but the point is that they have the capacity. You don't understand. You just think it's only about power. It has knock-on effects into other industries.
To start nuclear has a lot of things. I don't even want all those things. All I need is power, and I have capacity for gas. I'm even selling gas to everybody. Why? I even want to take that gas to Europe. Before I take it to Europe, why not use that gas to give me power in Nigeria?
There you go. I think you have the answer. You have the answer already.
I'm saying nuclear. Give me gas.
Larry, I agree with you that why don't we just explore that things that we have already? Yeah, I agree with you. But you need to understand that the issue of that nuclear that they talked about was because I think there are some people that are behind it, some group of investors who wants to invest their money into that. Not like it's federal government project. So if this investor sees that that's what they can do to make their own money or avoid the politics around gas and all of that. I mean, we've been talking about this gas for like donkey years, like gas. What has the Nigerian policymakers have been looking at, or even the people that are supposed to carry those policies out? Why are they not be able to, tap into our gas or those gas flares that they flare when they were manufacturing, when they make crude oil? Why can't we just divert those gas and use it for to power our homes? To make electricity. But they never did over the years. So as an investor, if I come to Nigeria now, I went to Nigerian Nuclear Agency, tell them they're looking, listen, we are nuclear, whatever. We want to go into power generation in Nigeria. And this is what we want to do. And then we just need you to be able to convince your Minister of Power and Steel, whatever.
If anybody wants to do nuclear,
hold on. It's a private.
Nuclear in Nigeria, don't even leave that thing to. If government wants to,
if that's what it's going to take.
No,
this is what we see. You see, as a people, we don't know what we want in that country. Here you go again with this.
Look at the minister that went and said that they shouldn't do that. This is at a time when I don't know what kind of mumu our people be.
It's my brother.
When the UK is looking to the UK where I'm in right now want to spend $14 billion on not dollars, actually it's pounds. So that's almost 20 billion this in dollars. They want to spend it on just one nuclear power plant. And they already have it. They want to expand it.
So why is that UK not almost 50% on nuclear?
It doesn't have to be, because the technology it fits a lot of other things.
Forget all those things.
But you see, the point is that many black people don't understand. This is why we are backward.
But Larry, like you're saying, if we're to stick to this status quo you're talking about, or using our gas, why has not somebody done anything about it? I give you an example. This is our friend. I mean, not our friend. This was his name. Dangote. He has a refinery. Nigeria is a heavy oil producing country. In our backyard there, we have oil. This guy has to come to America here and buy oil. Does it not tell you that there's a problem in that country? There are some saboteurs, or there are some people who just want to. You see, the point is this. What the point I'm trying to tell you is this: if I'm an investor, and I mean, I'm borrowing money from wherever I'm getting money from my creditors, and I feel like I want to go and do business in Nigeria, and I see that my own nuclear will be my own area, but I want to control because I can always get my uranium supplied to me, or even within Nigeria, I can get uranium, and I can start whatever grading it into nuclear to become nuclear grade. Oh, let me not use, because I don't want to trigger YouTube algorithm here, whatever. So my point is this: because sometimes when you do anything nuke like that, it triggers some.
All of them, they talk about it every day. It doesn't trigger anything.
But let me just go. So my point is this. So if you develop it to that grade, where if you produce electricity or whatever, I don't have to deal with the bullshit, the book crap or house crap of these people, of the Nigerian NNPC, all their drama and all this politics around not supplying. Look at Dangote. I mean, how many times Tinubu has given them matching order every time to supplying when they have Kehari was there. So my brother, you see, the point is this: we need to understand something. Let's not stick hammering on this. Let us use gas. If there is no problem, if the Nigerian government is not doing anything around it to make it easy, accessible to people, for the people to be able to tap into that gas, and if I can see another way of producing energy, and I want to be in control of my own energy, I don't want to be subjected to some people that will be supplying me, and then they will be using that against me. I'll go for that. So you see, you need to understand all of these things, all these dynamics around all this. Yeah, go on, please.
People are tapping into that gas. Take for instance now, these are bad. This thing, the one in Aba today, what are they using? Is it not that same gas? Dangote, what is Dangote using to power the refinery? Is it not gas? So we have this, for me, right? All these, when somebody comes to me and tell me, oh, if government comes to them and say, oh, we want to start building nuclear, I won't take them serious. Because
this is not government. You keep getting it. This is not government.
Nuclear in Africa, forget. You can't give nuclear, give people, private people, government.
Egypt is already building. In other words,
come on. You see, here you go with this.
Bros, no.
Hold on.
Nuclear.
Hold on.
That goes into that.
Larry,
license. Nuclear in Lagos.
Larry, you and I, we live here in America. So many things. The U.S. We talk about the U.S. industrial complex here, right? Who are the people who own the industrial complex? It's not the U.S. government. It is private individuals, investors, and there's a way they go around it whereby they have to give them security clearance, like Elon Musk. He has some kind of top security clearance. That's why he's not even a US-born citizen. So these are things they can manage. You see, when you have people who doesn't know how to run a government, run a country, all they think about is just politics, how to enrich themselves. But it can be done. You will give them clearance, and you will monitor them. You have a nuclear agency in Nigeria that will monitor them. Whoever is going to be working in that nuclear facility, and whoever owns it, all of them will be on the radar, so that you know if they are not trying to move some nuclear grade material out to go and say, these are something that can be done. So you see, let's not do this. Never say never. What to throw spanner into the wheel? That's what I'm saying to you. Yeah, please go on.
You will just hear that one did that Fulani asked me. I jack nuclear plant for 1 hour.
You never talk Boko Haram finish, they talk nuclear.
You see, yeah, we like to do this
Nigerians that do this type of stuff, I don't know what kind of. Why do we do this?
It baffles me.
It's scary. Why do we do this?
We're not going to ever move forward. That's certain. We're not going. I mean, it's certain. We're not going to ever move forward.
I don't. What is wrong with progress?
That man, hold on now. Let's talk. You see, we are only trying to be realistic. Not to say we don't like progress or we are not civilized. The reality is this: at our level of technological development in Nigeria, let's even start producing tires, cars, not complex technology like nuclear and the rest. Let's start
so
producing
what are you going to power your industry to give you that?
No, are you telling me that all the industrialized countries are powered by nuclear?
No. I'm asking you. How are you going to power them? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be nuclear. It doesn't have to be nuclear. I agree with you.
That's what I'm saying. So let's use simple.
The simple one you're talking about. How many of them be able to develop to be able to use it for power? How many of them?
I shouldn't even bother you because people that cannot develop simple, you think they'll be able to declare nuclear?
That's what I'm saying. You see,
they cannot even develop nuclear. So
no, this is not okay. Go and read this. Go and read that article. I think there are some group of inspectors. There are a group of investors that are coming to come and. There are a group of investors that are coming to do that.
They better watch them very well.
No problem. Watch them very well. It is done everywhere. Everywhere in the world. It is done.
Rational mind. If investor is coming to Nigeria, there are several other things investor can help us with. Don't start the investor that is coming in.
There are many kinds of investors. If my own investment is
coming into Africa,
can we look at this map? Can we look at this map? Have you seen the correlation of our backwardness? If you look at the map, all the other countries that have colors on them shows that they are all operating nuclear reactors for power generation and all the rest. And you see, and Egypt is constructing its own. That's why it's going green.
See Brazil. Brazil is even heavy.
Yeah, Brazil, Argentina, this is in South America have got it. Mexico has got it. US, oh God, Canada, United Kingdom, all of them.
Whose turn is it?
I'm still talking now.
I think you can interject too if you want to. So you're free to interject.
You are the moderator.
Yeah, I'm the moderator, but not the dictator. You're free to
I like that.
You're free to interject anytime.
It's not interjection. Allow him to finish speaking.
Okay.
No. The beauty of it, AI, is that sometimes when people interject you, it makes for the conversation to flow and not look like it's just a monologue.
Yeah, I think
that way everybody learns too. Like if this guy not challenge me about the 90% that I was just throwing up here, probably I would not have go and fact check myself on that. So
you know what? I never commended you for that.
He said who challenged you?
I think it's Larry that challenging me.
Larry
admitting to it that you got that wrong.
It challenged me on when I said 90% of South African energy is nuclear. I was wrong in that percentage I gave. It's not up to 90%.
If you have to challenge you at every point, get time to talk now because
look at that.
It's okay. But let me go on. Let me just quickly, let me talk about. I'm done with it. It's up to Nigerian policymakers and.
Let's get back. As you can see the map now, see the map. Africa, all these countries where black people live, people like Larry are the ones that make sure we don't have it. People are here and they have it already.
We don't have
those are clean space.
If there is nuclear now, I'll be afraid now. Maybe one Boko Haram will just go there.
Why are you afraid?
Why are you now? What is going on? What is going on? Why do I have to always
forget that thing?
Who is going to come and get?
So we should continue. We should continue maintaining status quo, right?
No, we have. Let's use what we have to generate power.
Did to Russia, that's still the called nuclear. Don't worry.
After what? After what?
What did they do? After what? Ukraine did to Russia, and I still the boast of nuclear. Maybe I don't talk this thing for here several.
What are you? What did they do?
Nuclear weapons are fading away, and nobody wants to listen to
that. Is not
anyway. When you get to my turn, I speak. I beg.
Okay, you talked about it when you got your turn. So let me go let me wrap it through some of the topics. You see that of Oshiomhole, I've said it. APC, they are talks. You know them. I think they are the one that is in Aso Rock there. That one that's in Aso Rock there is a talk. He's an ex whatever they will know him to be. So that's their way. APC. I mean, you see some of them come on this platform here. Like that one that says they call himself Saudi the other day. We know who he is. And some of the way they talk, they're not people of peace. They always like to like this thuggish, Agbero kind of life, and we know where they come because even their papa, they are very originator of their party, who was the founder of their party, Agbero himself, Alaye himself. You know, that was why he was able to reign supreme in Lagos. So that's how that's their let me use a later fella, their regular trademark. That's a regular trademark. Toggery. I mean, whatever the case might be, either they cheat you out of your ticket or whatever it is, as a statesman, as someone who's an ex-governor, you should have conduct yourself with decorum. I mean, as a state person, I mean, we're currently serving as a senator, you know how to go maybe report to the business bureau, Better Business Bureau. I don't know what they call it, Nigeria, whatever. Go and report them to them. You can even use your own Twitter as I mean, why not try to be petty? Let them understand that there's a violation of your right that's been done here. And henceforth, you people see you in court, what's it called, earpiece. Rather than trying to bring them down in the way it does, and or even
why are you as a former? Why do you leave the major one as a former union leader? Why do you leave that one out?
Well, I don't know what you're trying to gain with that. But for me saying he's a former union leader,
the major one you left it. Former union leader.
Well, because I don't know him like I know him no more. I know him no more like that because he's no more a former union leader. Because then he was in the good book of Nigerians, and
he's no more a former union leader. Are you going to erase history?
Yeah, I'm not going to erase. I'm not erasing history. Just I'm talking about his antecedents in modern times. So he's been a thug himself, like the Agbero party that he belongs to. That's how they are. So my point is this for Larry is just that, you know, he should have conducted himself. I mean, approach the matter in a different way. These are the same idiots that talk about we want foreign investors to come to Nigeria, and then our own local investors, even though they might act badly. Mind you, there are thousands of people working under them that get their livelihood from them. So if we spoil business for them, I mean, how are we encouraging our own local investors, our own local companies? So you can just talk to point. Like you people always talk, this is APC millions that comes here. Let us stick to point. Okay, you defrauded me, you cheated me out of my ticket, somebody came in after me, however the story goes. Excuse me. Fix that issue. See you in court. I will sue your ass or whatever. That's it. Rather than just go and start preventing other people from boarding. Like I saw the video. I can't make much about that video because I just think he was just talking. So people said he started hitting or he started pushing or shoving aside some of the workers there at the airport.
He was just talking. He
was just talking. I don't know. Being across Nigerians, they will embellish things the way they embellish it. But my point is this, my friends, is that these people, they are not statesmen. They're just agberos. They are just thugs. They're just wannabe leaders. They're not really leaders. I leave that. Now, talking about real quick. What?
Yeah, you done?
Yeah,
so what other topic real quick, please?
There is in the Wike one, what I wants to join APC. There is and Peter, I think you've touched almost everything that he talked about today, to be fair. You've talked about
I'm not going to talk about that Obi one. I think it's settled from when I was targeting one man at a time. I was going back and forth with him. We know where this whole thing stands.
And besides, I think you've spoken for at least 5-10 minutes now. So
really, right? Okay. All right.
Am I wrong? I think so. Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice one. And I have to also thank you for the way. In short, I appreciate it that because you rarely see it where people just admit they got something wrong. That is important. Who is next? Is it Oroyo or AI, Madam AI? I know Larry has spoken. So, Madam AI, you are there? Madam AI.
So, what topic are you people discussing?
Yeah, there are various ones. One, the Oshiomhole at the airport, causing a bit of a kerfuffle and drama at the airport. That's one. Secondly, Wike. He's being invited to join APC because he's doing so well. And some people, I'm sure a lot of Tinubu supporters don't want him to leave PDP, because they wanted to remain there and keep causing trouble for PDP. There is also, I think there was one more. About the debt that Peter Obi left behind. So there was implication that Guardian was saying that the Peter Obi left some debt behind, but it turns out that it seems like a premature statement. It's not necessarily accurate. That Peter Obi actually created debts. Let's put it that way. So you can touch on any of them.
Okay. What did Oshiomhole do?
Oshiomhole got upset that he missed his flight when he thought he shouldn't have missed it, and he also got crossed because he said some of the passengers of the airline, they were being cheated because they have tickets and they were not being given their seats. So he felt like they needed to deal with it. But the issue was that he was making a bit of problems at the airport, so he came out in the open, and so there was a bit of a argument, and some people accused him of assaulting the staff of Airpeace, which I don't have any evidence for that. So that was the context.
So Nadia spent half of your 5 minutes to explain to you now.
Look at that.
Half of your 5 minutes. She was not following now, so I wonder why she wants to talk.
No. She said I have to give her an idea of what happened.
Oh, he was screaming at the airport.
Yes, he was. He was
talking out of his status, below his status, right?
Depending on how you look at it, you can say he's trying to hold people accountable. Because some people say, like one man, he believes that he was trying to hold Onyema or Airpeace accountable for their behavior, which you can argue that he may be doing. That's what he said. Or you can say he's causing confusion at the airport. He's setting a bad example for citizens. On balance, I have my own opinion.
Okay, maybe people might not like the way I wouldn't do that anyway. He's shouting at the airport. I wouldn't do that. I've said that several times. But then sometimes people like that do it when they seem to believe they want to show that they're advocating not only for themselves but others that are affected. Like if he has kept quiet and left, people will be saying, okay, because he's a big man, he did not concern himself with other people. At least he should have said something for us and blah, blah, blah. So whatever way, I don't know, but it all depends on him, how he wants to present his issue. But I have said it here severally. I wouldn't do a shouting match at the airport anyway. Which other topic?
I think that's a fair point, because I think one man, he knows how to make trouble out of everything. So he was like calling Airpeace criminal behavior and taking people's money and all those things. So that's basically it. The next one was about Peter Obi.
You didn't paint the picture very well.
Okay, paint it now. Paint
Madam
it since you are one of the ones.
Madam Zita, this is what Airpeace did. Oshiomhole booked, and several other people, they booked online. They bought their ticket. Let's say they bought their ticket around 150,000 naira online. They checked in online. They went to the airport. The flight was supposed to take off at 6:30 a.m. They got to the airport at 6:05. And Airpeace said, they can't board, right? Even when they've checked in. And at that same spot, where they were waiting, where they were being denied, Airpeace was now selling that same ticket to some other people at 300,000, 250,000, and they were boarding them.
What?
Yes, that was what Airpeace did. And Oshiomhole and a lot of people, right? They kicked against it. And one man said, what Airpeace did is criminal and is fraud. Because you can't be selling my seat. You can't be selling my seat in front of me.
You said I can't. Hold on. Let me explain. Some things people commit, they are not actually criminal. Morally, they might be fraudulent, but they can be criminal if the government put it as a policy or as a bill, or it is in their constitution that such behavior amounts to criminality. You see that thing APIS did. They do it in a lot of things, including concerts. Okay? All these concerts big people go to, you know, musicians like
please tell him, Jare. I told them the same thing. They were not listening.
Yeah, so they do it. They resell tickets. It is not fraudulent unless you say it is, unless the government of that country says it's fraudulent. It's not criminal unless they pass it as a criminal action. So they will continue doing it until somebody stand up and then pass it as a bill and say, you behave like this, or sign an executive order and say, you behave like this, you get to pay fine, or you're going to serve a jail time. Then you have made it a criminal action. But morally, it is wrong. Morally, it is fraud. But it is what it is.
So apparently, it doesn't know it's right then. If it's a lawmaker,
he doesn't know he's right.
Hold on. If it is a lawmaker, he knows the law as such. That there's no law against that in Nigeria. As far as I know, I don't think there's any law against that in Nigeria. You cannot resell. If it's a standard, well, I don't say it's a standard practice. Well, it's a practice. If it's a standard, I mean, if it's just a practice among certain airline in certain countries, and Nigeria is one of those such countries where there's no law against it. Why would he just be acting like a buffoon? I mean, like
okay, that is the more reason why he acted like a buffoon. Because he cannot sue them. Hold on. You see, he was lashing out his frustration because he knows that at this point, I can't sue them. I can't do anything. The highest I can do is in future, take this my anger to Congress and see if they can pass it as a bill, or maybe persuade the president to sign it as an executive order. So now you understand why he was screaming like a madman at the airport. Because actually that's
not dignifying. That's not dignifying. That's not dignifying.
Huh?
That's not dignifying of his person, of his
I've told you it is not dignifying. I'm not gonna do that. I said that. But the thing is that when you find yourself in a situation, you cannot do something about that. You might decide to do whatever you can do, like abusing them, shouting, and telling them that this is madness and blah, blah, blah. Then you walk away because that's the highest you can
Madam
do.
Zita, in fairness to Oshiomhole, he said, Earpiece, immediately Earpiece saw that it was Oshiomhole. They said, Oga, let's go and put you somewhere in the lounge. And the people said, Oga, don't leave us, so you have to stand and speak for us. So he doesn't have any choice than to speak. Because this is, I can't imagine, right? I'm at the airport and you're telling me, even when I've checked in online and you're telling me I can't book, and I'm seeing that my seat being sold and some other guys are just going in. But
the story does not go the way you people are saying it. I don't know where you people are getting this story. What I heard was he was late. He arrived late and the plane already left.
Did you hear Oshiomhole? Oshiomhole gave his own account, and there are videos of other people online.
Okay.
That were other people.
But it wasn't late.
Let's share some evidence then, because from what I gathered, he didn't provide any evidence. He's just saying it. Okay, so we have to be careful.
No, let me give you one.
Funded at the airport is why the airline is accusing him of disrupting its operations.
I go to the airport, I have my checking in, they deny me. Then when somebody now went, he says, it's Oshiomhole. Then the senior manager came out. I said, okay, let's see how I can sort you out. I said, no. I don't want personal favor. I want my right and the right of these Nigerians to be enforced.
With videos and text message evidence, Oshiomhole backed his claim of what he said truly transpired, which he said can only be corroborated by the Director of Department of State Services, DSS, at the Lagos airport. He said it was right on the spot that he quickly sent a text message to the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, and formally lodged complaints against the extortion and behavior of the airline staff, asking him to thoroughly investigate the matter.
How can they be allowed to profit from their own failures and incompetence? the federal government has a duty to protect citizens' rights and consumer interests. I feel pained and ashamed about how Nigerians are being extorted. Peace, I urge you, with all due respect, to protect the flying public from fraudulent practices and extortion by Peace.
The senator said he's delighted that the minister has quickly responded to the matter to stop what he described as hopeless capitalism that allows the citizens to heap blames on the government. Omo Bazwai, Arise News.
So you see, they use the term fraudulent and extortion when there is nothing like that.
You see, understand the point. Protect the interests of the citizens. It's not by mouth. You can't protect the interests of your citizens verbally. You protect the interests of your citizens with your actions. As a government official, you have to put down policies, pass bills to protect their interests. It's not by saying he understands that he is handicapped. That's why he's just screaming. But I believe in future, because he's imparted, he has to go to the Congress and get such behaviors passed as fraudulent or probably criminals. So that is all I can say about that. There is no two ways about it. It's not criminal, like in the legal aspect of it. But some countries have passed a bill, some presidents have signed an executive order making it criminal, and even put a sentence on it. So morally, yes, it sounds criminal and fraudulent, but they do it. It's, you see, to Niger, you see, let me say this. Whenever I come here, there is something I usually say. You cannot talk about business without mentioning the shrewd aspect of business, which is to make profit. Without the interpretation of business telling you how the end game is profit. So whosoever who is into business, his end game is to make profit. So if APs felt that if they can resell their ticket of 150, double the price, and some people are ignorantly or stupidly or frustratingly interested in buying it, fine, that's business to make profit. Okay? Either way, that is what it is. It is what it is. So I beg, move me to the next topic.
The next one is Wike joining APC. What do you make of it?
He will not join APC.
Why?
He has a mission now.
To destroy PDP?
It's not actually to destroy PDP. You will understand one thing. He's fighting somebody that most Nigerians don't want to see. He's fighting Atiku. That's all. That's what the problem is.
There's rumor that Atiku already left PDP. That's what I saw.
Until he declared it. Now it's not supposed to be a rumor. Atiku is not a Shingon politician in Nigeria that they will rumor his deflection. Okay, it's not supposed to be.
But what you are saying is not actually. It's not actually. There's no totality of truth. Well, there's a measure of truth in it, but not. It's not,
what did I say that it's not true?
You said it's fighting Atiku. No, it's not fighting Atiku. No, we know it's fighting Atiku.
Let me tell you.
Let me land this. And you have. I know you. It's your. Let me put this to you so that you can talk about it more fully. Is that Atiku is part of his problem that he's fighting. I know maybe that's one of it, but that's not it. It's also trying to make sure that it's APC. I mean PDP does not field anybody to challenge Tinubu, so that way he will get Tinubu close to victory, and he will hold a PDP for himself. Because even if I tell you, let me say this to you, let me give you this hypothetical situation. If Obi finally defects to PDP. Let's say PDP get their shit together, they get their all crap together. They were able to push out, maybe they were able to push out Wike. Do you think Wike is going to let them, because Wike has his minions within PDP, do you think he's going to allow PDP to continue to challenge Tinubu? Even though if at the end of the day it was, what is the name? They gave the party ticket. Obi.
Have you finished?
Done.
Okay. You know, before I speak on something, I like to follow it. You see, that same Wike, if I say, they will say, why it's a lie. He was one of the sponsors of 2019 election against Buhari. Heavily, he messed up the money of River State. Even the court and everything, the backward, the money. And it was on the premise that come 2023, he's going to be the forerunner. He planned everything, he executed, but they hit him from the back. So when I come into this platform, sometimes I say some certain things about Wike and people abuse me. I don't really care about the abuse. If that will give them honor, I wish them the best. But they believe that I am Wike supporter. Okay? But no, I can never support a man who buried my friend's dad and mother. No, I can't. But the thing is that I took my time to study him while we were in River State. When I say he's intolerable, I mean what I say. He fights to finish. And I used to tell people, you don't want Wike to fight you. I am. But if he's still alive, I don't know how to explain. Have you ever had a fight with the dumb and deaf? Their fight sometimes can be very annoying and offensive, but it is what it is. As I said before, his fight is with Atiku. And all those people that hit him in 2023, not PDP as a party. But if you people don't believe me, that's fine. To Nigeria, the next topic.
Not sure there is any order really. It's just Peter Obi and whether he borrowed money or he didn't borrow money.
Who said he borrowed money?
They were accusing him of leaving a lot of debt for Anambra State.
You see, let me say this. I actually do have problem with Nigerians, including myself. If you know how your country functions and the rules and regulations, and some certain ones they turn upside down, somebody cannot just walk up to you or write something because it's in the papers or say something. You just take it hook, line, and sinker. Why would somebody say that Peter Obi borrowed money? Don't you know how state governors can borrow money in Nigeria? He cannot go to the banks to borrow money because he doesn't have the collateral to borrow money. He cannot use bonds. As at the time he took office, what did Obiano use to borrow money? Obiano used promissory notes. Go and check it. Those things were announced when they were. It's a topic that the state televisions, channels, newspapers during their tenure, publishes, talk about. People of group of discussants, they discuss it during their tenure. So if you were not monitoring what was happening through their tenure and what was said, their difficulties, what they couldn't do, what they did, and then a topic comes out on them, you jump at it and believe it. I wish you luck. Peter Obi did not borrow money. I don't know where they got that one. He couldn't. He couldn't because of the state of the situation of the state as at the time, the easiest way he would have borrowed money is through the commercial bank. Let me finish. Somebody is clearing his rubbish throat to interrupt me. Let me finish before I lose my thoughts. He can't. Right. Because he needs a collateral. And Anambra doesn't have such collateral. The bonds, it's only Lagos that doesn't have what they call ISOP when it comes to bond in Nigeria. The rest of the states has ISOP. It's a topic for another day. But common sense. Now let's go to common sense, simple mathematics. If a governor is incapacitated due to the situation and the circumstances of a state, as at the time he was governor, to borrow money, common sense, if you do the math, there might be debt left because he's going to struggle managing the fund at hand. I hope I'm making sense to somebody.
It doesn't make any sense, madam. Stop lying. You're not making any sense.
Will you shut up?
Of course, you shut up. Shut up. You need to, every time you lie. You shut up. Your dirty smelling mouth. Your shut up, dirty smelling mouth.
We can't just come online and
shut up your dirty smelling mouth.
Why is Patrick so like against?
These are the people
where are you from? Are you
because
from?
I'm not supporting their candidate now, and
you cannot come from.
Is Patrick a supporter of Jagaban?
But that doesn't mean
you are very useless woman.
It's an obedient and it's insulting her.
Niger, if you don't kick these two idiots out or shut him up.
But Patrick, she is supporting Peter Obi now. I don't know what you're going on about.
Niger, let me repeat myself. If you do not shut this idiot up or kick him out when I finish talking, then I will leave this thing.
Put this guy behind.
If he unmutes himself again, I'll put him backstage.
So, as I was saying, common sense, yes. That was why when Obiano came, Obiano said he left some money, but he dropped some checks. You get the point? Because it wasn't, there was no conducive environment. I don't know his mind, whether he wanted to borrow, but during the time he was in the government, all these things were discussed in Anambra State. Then come to Obiano. Obiano couldn't either. But Obiano was smart enough to use promissory notes. That was what Obiano used to borrow the huge sums of money he borrowed in Anambra State. Then I will leave you people to go and read what promissory note is. I will not explain that. But anybody coming to say that Obi borrowed money, Obi did not borrow money. He couldn't, and he can't, and he didn't.
So what do you make of that? The Guardian, is it the Guardian? That woman put up here a while ago that said
okay, maybe you were not listening to me when I started. You see, I used to tell people, and that is my logo. I make proud to say it. Like me, hate me, I don't care. I am for justice. I don't care who it is for or against. That's my slogan. Now, when I came in here, I wanted to discuss about Obi. I made a categorical statement, and I said, Nigerians have problem. It's either a problem of forgetting what happened in their country, or a problem of ignoring it, or a problem pretending that it never happened, so that they can smoosh their conscience, their ego, and whatever. Nobody can come on a paper or anywhere and publish that Obi borrowed money. Obi did not borrow money. It was not something to discuss. It was in the papers. It was in the news. They were discussing it in Anambra. Then he couldn't go to the bank because he needed collateral to go to the bank, and they don't have that collateral. He can't use bonds. Because it's only Lagos that has that OACP whatever bond that is not compulsory, whatever payment as at when due. It's only Lagos in Nigeria that doesn't have it. For some reasons, I don't know. But all that states have it. Is if you fought, you are in trouble. So he couldn't use it. But common sense, if he is financially incapacitated like that, it simply means there might be debt left. So if they say he left some debt, yeah, common sense, yes, probably. I'm not in their account. They lie a lot. They lie a lot. But Obiano made a statement that there was, he said he left some money, but when he was going that he dropped some checks he needed to pay. But borrowing money, that is a total no. Even when Obiano came, it was still difficult for him to borrow that money. But he has smarted them. They are using, what do you call it? What's that word again? Was that another way of borrowing outside of bond and what do you call it? Promissory note. Yes, that was what Obiano used. What is the next topic, please?
I think we have exhausted the topics. It was only those major 3 topics that were discussed, except we want to discuss the Nigerian nuclear future. Okay, go ahead if you want to ask questions. Try to be polite.
Hold on. To Niger.
Madam, shut up. Let me ask you a question.
Okay, enough.
To Niger.
Yeah, who is that? Yeah, who is that? Go ahead.
You are not sincere at all. At all, you are not sincere.
Okay.
Honestly, you are not sincere.
Why? Why do you say
just
that?
watch? No, you just watch what this guy is doing. Patrick is doing. You kept quiet, pretending as if you don't know what he's doing. Sorry.
Oh no, I know what he's doing. He's being rude and interrupting this in Madam AI. So I know what he's doing. I felt like maybe I can contain it. After all, Madam AI wasn't saying something that terrible about Peter Obi. So
even if I do say terrible things, listen, to Niger, I've said this severally in this platform. I am like, I everybody, you know yourself. I have given an instance, even in my company, when you do a perfect job, they will call me. I'm the other side. So when you are somebody who sees things 90% differently from how other people see it, you should expect them to come furiously at you. Because sometimes people don't want to hear the truth. They dance around the truth. But insulting me, I don't really have a problem with that. But interrupting me when I'm speaking, that's the one I have issues with. You have to just shut up. Let me finish my nonsense. When I finish my nonsense, then you can continue. Okay? But that guy himself, I'm not even giving him, I don't even know why he always come here to say, shut up, oh my God, shut up, whatever. I mean, I don't know where the dumbass is from, but I don't care. As long as he stops interrupting me and say he's
been saying shut up all this while. Why is he so angry?
That's the way he behaves now.
Patrick, if you are a supporter of Peter Obi, you need to stop that. It's not appropriate behavior. You're not doing the person you are supporting any favors. You can't just be insulting people just for the sake of it. Even
anyway,
if they
see, let me tell you something. To Niger, I am who I am, and they are who they are. I cannot change for anybody, and don't expect them to change for me.
Definitely.
If there is anything Obi did during his tenure, trust me, good or bad, I'm gonna say it. I came here this night, you said he borrowed money. He did not borrow money. And I've given you reasons why he couldn't. I'm not in his mind. Whether he wanted to borrow, I don't know. But those days they were discussing it in this thing. But it's common sense. If you are financially incapacitated as a governor, there is every tendency that you might not be able to pay all the debts on the money you use contractors and all the rest, whatever job you did, you might not be able to finish the debt by the time your tenure ended. So I don't care, look, these people are so deluded that that's why they will lose. They will lose again. They are so deluded they don't even listen to you when you are talking. That's how bad it is. They don't listen to you.
I think our hope is that people that feel that passionately are not the ones that are going to be at the forefront, and at the same time, Peter Obi has reached out further, because while all this period, I noticed that he's been in the north for quite a while. He's been operating there, which is something he should have been doing all this while. And depends on how the political arrangement comes through. If the opposition is not united, forget it. Tinubu is going to get elected. That is it. You can't stop him then. But if the opposition is united, then 50-50 or maybe even 60-40 that the opposition will win. So it's not people like him can behave the way they are behaving. If Peter Obi doesn't find a way to be the ticket bearer against the current president, I don't see how. And then the other parties, Atiku, El-Rufai, maybe Kwakwaso is not, but El-Rufai, they all back Peter Obi. If they do, then there's a chance that Peter Obi can defeat. It's quite likely even that he will defeat Tinubu, because Tinubu is not very strong in the north at the moment, and definitely not very strong in the southeast.
Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
People don't seem to understand politics. Let me explain, and I will explain. I will continue explaining, even as much as it falls on deaf ears. And tomorrow they will say the election was rigged. Politics, number one, is money.
Mm-hmm.
Is money driven. It is grassroots. Then, when you remove these two, then comes the sentiment. That's why a little thing can change the dynamics. Just a little thing, you will run people's emotion, more especially in Black nations where they have a lot of emotions. If I tell you that most of the votes Tinubu got in 2023 was born out of emotion, you won't believe it.
Okay.
It's born out of emotion. Some people were just angry at the abuse and insult. And it's not that he's somebody who is running a zero deliverable. They fussed about his health, his this, that. Some people just got angry and said, okay, fine, I'll vote for him, let this guy fall. That's what is politics. Now, for somebody like him, I've said this severally here, Tinubu is not somebody you go to with a short spoon. You have to get your long spoon ready, because he too is ready. And kind of he deals with people. What I mean by dealing, I'm not using the word dealing in negative form. I'm using the word sitting down to negotiate with people. And if you put the others that competed with him in 2023, I think people trust him more than the rest. When I mean people, I mean his fellow politicians.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
All right. Greetings, everybody. I'm going to start with Madam Zida. I mean, I respect your opinion and everything. Sometimes, you make some good, in my own opinion, you make some good assertion, which I do believe. But I'm going to call you out the way I say it with due respect. I'm not coming here to insult you. So to begin with, you make it sound like you don't have any sentiment when it comes to your political narrative. I mean, everybody knows who you support, so there's nothing to be ashamed, and you don't hide that. So, and I don't hide who I support. I'm a big fan, regardless. Because this platform, I don't think this platform will exist. I hope one man is listening. This platform will not exist. The traffic will be at a very minimum level without Obi. If Obi exists from politics today, particularly this one man platform, it will be at a very detrimental level. So having said that, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here for, to make some comment because every day is all about Obi. I mean, we have flogged this Obi governorship from, more than anybody in my lifetime that I have seen. Is always a topic. I don't know, maybe because, it cannot generate traffic. But let me start with Madam Zita. Everything you said, you are very sentimental in your analysis, so you can't even hide that. You are a fanatic sycophancy.
Man of
Just, will you hush, please? You're a fanatic sycophancy. That's part of politics. You are like one of those people, in Nigeria that will give Tinubu achievement 98%. You heard what the guy said. So, Madam Zita, I put you in that category. Who does that? How can you give Tinubu 98% achievement? Tinubu doesn't even believe that.
Me?
I said you are like. I didn't say you said it. I'm just giving a reference. You are like one of those who will give Tinubu 98% achievement. Somebody said it today. I've forgotten his name. So I put you in that category. That will give Tinubu in that regard. Yeah, 98%.
That's actually an insult to my person, but that's okay.
That's the way I see it. But if I'm wrong, you correct me. But anyway,
okay. That's okay.
So they're not just sycophancy; they are fanatic sycophancy. That statement that man made. Is that kind of a delusional statement? Tinubu would even give himself that 98%. In this economy, there's no ruler in this earth we are living that will give them themselves, that will give themselves, or anybody or his people will give that kind of score. Nowhere in this world we are living. But that's Nigeria for you. So let me start with Oshiomhole. This guy tried to exercise his impunity on a private organization. This is a typical of Beauty and the Beast. You think you're gonna come bring your Beauty and the Beast of financial security. That's why that's what we do. It doesn't even make sense. The video has shown where the man was disrupting anything, and you come and paint a different narrative. This is the problem with our politician. This is a private organization. You just think you can go there and exercise your look. Some people here can praise him or whatever he is. So let me go to the main topic because it has been about Obi. Has people, Madam Zita, this is to you. Like I said, I respect your opinion and I listen to you, in my own opinion. I take some of the points that you make. Can you tell me, this is a question, directly to Madam Zita. If you feel like what I said was insult, excuse me for that, but it wasn't what I mean that way. But I just want to say the way I see it. It may not come out the right way in that way. So can you tell me, let me start with the Wike. Can you tell me the company, how Wike able to amount all this amount of money? I'm not talking about the one he used in politics. This man has a Bentley, has a Rolls Royce. This man have never been, he's a lawyer, have never lawyer anything in a court that I know. And you're a governor. How can you amount this kind of weight? Can you tell me? Because you seem to be more informed when it comes to River State politics. Just a few minutes before I continue my narrative, because I'm going to go about I'm going to go something about Tinubu comparison. I'm not here to talk about Obi. Obi has been flogged, so I'm not going to say how he was impeached or how many years he was in office. 7 years plus, that he was in office. But can you answer my question if you don't mind?
Yes, let me tell you how we can amass that kind of wealth. When you put some human beings in power and you leave them unchecked, that's what happens. Wike was the local government chairman of then the richest local government in Nigeria.
How much was he being paid?
They didn't pay him. I said a mass.
All right, I understand it, but I'm just being ready.
That's what I'm saying. A mass is not payment. So nobody paid him. He amassed that wealth, that period. And it was based on that billions he picked. This is a global platform. He used it to bulldoze his way to where he is today. And they made him governor again of one of the richest states in Nigeria. Oh, well, did they make him governor? He made himself governor now. I don't know.
I thought it was Amechi, that made him governor. I thought it was Amechi that made him governor.
No, Amechi did not make him governor. I don't know where you people got that one. Amechi did not make him governor. Amechi refused him to be governor. That was the problem between him and Amechi. When he helped Amechi, when Amechi have issue, a Wike Oshiomhole, you will not understand. But Rivers people listening to me know what Oshiomhole is. Wike Oshiomhole. So when Amechi is his bosom friend, when Amechi got into trouble with his politics of Meha taking over from him, Obasanjo saying he cannot be, Wike told Amechi to go to Ghana and leave the madness with him. According to Wike, although Amechi did not disprove it, the agreement was, I help you, fight it, go to Ghana, because if you stay here, they might buy you. You that is the subject, has to be somewhere that they cannot reach you. Why I do this bulldozing. But after you and me, he did it. He came, became governor, and then when he go to Wike turn, Amechi, that's what I'm talking about, trust. Politics, your fellow politicians have to be a little bit comfortable around you. If you cannot create that, you will lose your political career. But when I say it, I get abused, I don't really care. So when he got that time, Amechi now claimed that he is Ikwere, and the Ikwere man cannot finish ruling for 8 years, and another Ikwere man will rule for 8 years. That was when the madman started his madness, and he eventually became governor. He said, watch me be the governor, and then he became governor. So it didn't help him. He amassed the money. Don't ask me how he amassed the money, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I've not finished with you. I need to make 2 more comments in reference to you before I proceed about Tinubu. So I have an issue with you, and let me say it. I mean, you have people in your area, which is part of my state. There are quite a lot of people in my area, and you have not come here to decry, what happened in Uguta. I mean, I don't know how many 18, 20 that was acquired by Fulani henchmen, this week, and I'm surprised you're not coming here to decry, what's happening. I cannot. In my own, hold on. I'll be very blunt.
Okay.
I look at some. Hold on. Sometimes I look at your
You're not in the
narrative
government now.
like
You made your point, now. Can I respond?
hold on, you're a Kemi Badnock, of Nigeria. What you're a Kemi Badnock of the Southeast. That's the way I look at you. Yeah, what Kemi Badnock is to Nigeria. That's what you are to the Southeast.
You finish.
Yeah.
Keep your praises. Let me answer you.
It's not a praise. I'm talking about the way.
Hold on now.
You didn't understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about the way Kemi Badnock talk about bad about Nigeria.
Okay.
That's how you talk bad about Southeast. That's what I'm making.
Okay. Keep your insult or your praises, but can I answer you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, fine. In this platform, I said something that made some people not to talk to me, but I don't care. I praised what happened in Edo State in this platform. Somebody like Tunaija said he was disappointed in me. Tunaija, are you still there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
You remember that day?
Yeah, I do remember
what I said about Fulani herdsmen running.
Oh yeah.
And have venomous. I was like, I vomited venom. I said first they called them Fulani herdsmen, then they called them headers, then they called them they started with cattle rearer, Fulani herdsmen, headers. Then now they have changed their name to hunters. I don't know who they're hunting. And I was the first to call for Southerners. I used to tell you people, when I want to talk, I'm not being peculiar like being ethnistic or racial, how do they use the word again? I don't mind. Being racial about it. I am for justice. I was the first person that called for Southerners to stand up to do to them what they did to them in Edo. And I said that even if they mistakenly by an innocent person, it will still serve as a deterrent. I said it in this platform. And most people did not like me. Before Danjuma even called for it. And when I came to different, they said it that Danjuma has called for what you called. I said, but I said it. So I don't really care. Honestly, people should carry their own. After all, in Imo State, we have the iPod and the XN. They should finish them. Do to them what they did to it. I say stand with what I said, and I am doubling down and tripling down on it.
Hold on, so because they have IPOB, that justify the henchmen coming to Ugut and paying people like that.
I don't know where you got that information from. If there is something like that, they would have called me and told me.
Wait a minute, you haven't read the news? What happened in Imo? In Uguta?
No, I do know. That's my town. If there is
I know you're from Uguta. I know you. I'm from Imo. I'm from Owerri. So I know where you're from.
Listen to me carefully. Listen carefully.
So are you saying it's not a good?
Listen,
the story is not authentic?
I don't know. I don't know. Hold on, let me finish. We are having a conversation. I don't know where you actually call Uguta. But Uguta, my town, nobody came there to buy anybody. Even the SN or Ibwese or iPod, nobody.
You say Uguta local government area. It was in the news.
Nobody entered. You are shifting now. You see, this is actually why.
Tuna, can you fact check what I just said about what happened in Imo?
Listen, this is actually why I don't really like having conversation with you people. You keep shifting the post. Let me finish. You keep shifting the post. You came in here
because I didn't put local government area.
Hold on now. Calm down. Be coming down. You came in here and they accused me of being mum on what happened in Uguta, my town. And I made my normal submission on your insult and everything. I ignored it. And I said, and your praises. And I said, nobody, because I know my town and the capability and capacity of the humans in my town. And I said, nobody came to my town to fight anybody. If they do, my people will call me because I know it's not going to pass. Then you shifted the goalposts. Let me finish. Don't take words out of my mouth. You shifted the goalposts. You now said it's Uguta local government. Uguta local government, how many towns are there? So when you came in here, why didn't you ask Zita? Have you heard of what is happening in Uguta local government?
No, because I thought you are very vast when it comes to Nigeria information. Coming from Nigeria, you should have known because this happened within your area. I just thought the way you are so vast.
You came in here, accused me of being mum in what happened in my town, and I told you nothing like that happened in my town, and you are now saying it happened in my local government.
Yes, fact check me. Do not go and fact check and bring the whomever is there.
Never mind. But
okay, but anyway, so I'm done with
He will never listen to what you are saying, and nobody, never hear what you are saying.
No Fulani herdsman will enter Uguta town to buy anybody.
Okay. Let's take it like that, like you said. So, but my main topic is about this bashing of Obi. Okay, so I'm not gonna come here to see. Anybody can take it the way they like. Obi is not the president, but I support Obi. Whether he's gonna come and do wonder, that I don't know. But in my opinion, if he come into power or if he has been in power, he's going to be better than what, this inefficient president that we have. I mean, that's just the way I see it. Until he actually come, then if he didn't do good, I'm going to criticize him the way I'm criticizing this, inefficient president. I mean, people here talk about Obi as myopic, went to a myopic university. So UNN is a myopic university, and he's very myopic because he studied philosophy. What does that mean? What did Tinubu study? Supposed to be an accountant. I'm not even going to go there. But anyway, just let me land. I need to take my time, okay?
I was even here before you. I just wanted to ask you a question based on what you just said now. I'm
Okay.
not taking this thing. You said if Obi were to be the president, if he is not performing, you will criticize him.
That is correct.
Just imagine the way you are not allowing people to criticize him now. How will you allow people to criticize him?
Because you are not spooning the fat. I read about Obi Prudent when he was in Anambra. Everything is just being orchestrated. It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, but I'm not here to talk about Obi. We have flogged this about Obi something right from the day I've joined this. Hold on, right from the day I joined this platform. That's been about 3 years ago.
One bad thing Obi has done, or two bad things.
One bad thing that he has done. I believe we should have declared a Pandora paper that that he invested in offshore account in order to start eviction. That's the way I see it. So but there has never been any kind of criminality against that in any place.
Where is he supposed to be?
What you talking about? The investment that he made in?
No. I said since he didn't declare it, I said where is he supposed to be? Because
he's not supposed to be anywhere because there's nobody.
For Sena society.
Can you tell me somebody that has been sentenced apart from drug dealers and something like that invested their money in tax haven? No, none of there are 10 Nigerians. Obi is not the only one. 10 Nigerians that did the same thing that he did. But look, don't take me within that around but to talk about Obi because it's a long narrative. I have the fact to back what I'm saying when it comes to Obi. I'm here to talk about Tinubu. I have a dossier on Tinubu. So let's start with the so-called president.
Okay.
President Tinubu can anybody tell me how Tinubu, who has a degree in accounting, went to Chicago State University, a parochial university that is nothing, but that notwithstanding, where did he work? He became a governor. This man siphoned the richest state in Nigeria, and people here, here adoring him like he's something or whatever. He's the richest politician we have in Nigeria, followed by Ibrahim Babangida, Oji Kalo, Andy Uba, Abubakar Saraki. How did he amass such a weight? Person who never had any industry, never built any industry, never worked for any conglomerate company. Hold on, let me give me my chance.
Tinubu have TVC. You said he never built anything.
What did he build? Is that the alphabet that he invested about 10% of the whole state revenue, the IGR coming to the state, is siphoning to his company. This man is the highest, probably the most corrupted person in the world. How can you have about $10 billion as a governor? Does that even make sense? Even my state, that we are the fourth largest economy, the richest state in America. My governor doesn't even have millions. Some of the money that he amassed, but he was the amassed Governor Newsom. What he had before he became a governor.
Man of prestige.
Yeah, I'm listening. Let's make it conversational. Forget about my voice.
Yeah, let me educate you on something.
No, you don't educate me. Just say what you want to say. Don't use that word educate you. Okay, you can't. Don't use that when you come to me. You don't. It's an insult.
Okay, I would draw the statement. See, what I'm going to tell you now, you will not take it. You will
I will take it if I find it plausible.
No. You will
if I find it plausible, I will take
morality. Because I will use my states to give you an example.
What's your state? You need to name your state.
My state is Delta State.
Okay.
During the set of the 1999 governors, most of those governors, the oil producing states like Delta states, Ibori did not have anything to do with the state's money. What were they doing? They were doing bunkeries. So those are the places where they are making their money from.
Is that not illegal money?
That is why I'm telling you now that you will bring immorality into it. So and you will not take it. So I'm telling you where some of these guys make their money from. So when you say this person is the most corrupt this thing in the world, where did you get that one from?
How? Okay, can you tell me how Tinubu amounts to over 10 billion, being the richest politician in Nigeria? How did that happen? Somebody who never built anything, somebody who never owned any company, somebody who never created any party.
But
you are just a merely an accountant. You're not even CPA. You claim to work. I've forgotten the company that he worked, but that's not regardless. Even at all, you make some investment. In your investment may work million. How did you, after you rule for 10 years, you're able to amass up to 10 billion. Can somebody let that make sense to me? Yeah, you go ahead. You are defending him. Before I continue, I have more dossier on him.
I'm not defending him. I'm just trying to put some of these things you are saying. How did they make money?
No, we are talking about
one
specifically. Let's concentrate on Tinubu. Let's concentrate on Tinubu.
One of the areas where they make money. It might not be legal, but those are the places because
no, it's legal. It's illegal. Tinubu is a thief. He's the highest thief. The most corrupted gangster we have in that country. I mean, people think that he know politics. Yeah, he know politics of gangsterism.
Has he been convicted?
Like any other person, has Wike been convicted? That's the politics of. This is the problem. What you are doing in that Nigeria about what about it?
No, you call somebody corrupt.
Wike is a criminal.
Yes.
They call your own corrupt. You say he has not been convicted. You call another person corrupt. They're asking you, has he been convicted?
I said no.
You call him a criminal. If they call your own a criminal, hope you will accept it.
No. Forget. I mean, you have laid a claim against Obi. We're not here for Obi. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here to counter the narrative that goes on the platform. People like you, Madam Zita. So that's why I'm here.
You just answered my question that he has not been convicted, so he's not a criminal.
Right.
So anybody who has not been convicted.
So let me tell you what Tinubu perpetuated. What Tinubu created in the state of Lagos. This is Tinubu creation. The alphabet and everything, the way he siphoned, Lagos State money to become the governor that he is. And he didn't do nothing in Lagos State. It's the people that he appointed that are doing something and they want to take all this achievement, that Tinubu built Lagos. That's an illusion. Tinubu is predicated on taxation. That's where Tinubu is known for. And that's exactly what he's doing to Nigeria, suffering Nigeria right now. So this is a governor. You want to compare him with...
People say he's the godfather of Lagos and that he owns Lagos.
That's what you're saying.
In Lagos used to abuse him, how he detests what happened in Lagos. All of a sudden, he did not build Lagos. I mean,
You said he built Lagos. I'm just saying what I did. I say it's an illusion. To me, he didn't build Lagos.
Yes, man of prestige. You talked about the alpha beta.
Yes.
Let me tell you one thing. I think when Tinubu came to, as at 1999, the internally generated revenue of Lagos State was around 600 million naira or so.
I don't have that far right now.
Yeah, so with the help of that alpha beta, they were able to boost their revenue. So
10% is going to his pocket. Go ahead.
They have alpha beta is not Father Christmas.
Let me explain something to him. I said it in this platform this morning. It is business. When you go into business with somebody, you shouldn't be crying about the person's profit. They went into business with his alpha beta. Of course, he will get 10%. If that is the agreement, he gets it 10%.
And some other money that he's siphoned and stolen, right?
Well, if he's siphoning that, you see, this is why I don't make agreement with you people.
That's okay. I don't make agreement.
You've said one. I'm trying to tell you, jump to an man. Come on.
Go ahead. Don't get mad. It's just a conversation now. Don't take it personal, okay? It doesn't, because for me, when I talk something, if I finish talking here, I'm finished because I don't even know anybody here. All I know, most of you here that I've not seen their face are AI generated, except people like Tunaja that I've seen his face. That's the only thing. The other people here, I don't know what you are, but anyway, go ahead.
Madam Zita.
Okay, we're not AI generated, though. Now you lose our battle for us. That's the issue.
Madam Zita.
They here.
Do you know, like my state, Delta State, if Tinubu can come and own my Delta State, I will be very happy. I will be celebrating. That is one thing these people don't know.
Wow, this is the dose side of Nigeria. You are one of them. This is the problem Nigeria have. You have a criminal. You want to be happy. Just come and siphon about
You are
40% of your
tortoise.
state.
You are the
Wait,
tortoise. You are the tortoise Urelos now, the wisest tortoise.
Who Rena?
Tortoise Urelos, the
Oh,
wisest
okay.
tortoise.
Go ahead. Can I continue or you finish?
No, just wait.
Okay.
Because if you watch all the states in Nigeria today, it is the foundation, all the leaders, all the governors from 1999 lay. That is what all of them they are following. So when you come outside and say Tinubu owned Lagos, I think you should be grateful to that man. If not for him,
grateful.
If not for him,
something wrong with you.
maybe I've taken some Abigbo this morning.
Yeah, you're gonna be smoking some more than Igbo. Okay, you're talking like Wike. What the hell is wrong with you? Go ahead.
Don't worry. You understand after 2027 when you lose big.
It don't matter to me. None of them feeding me. So who care? I don't give a f about them. I mean, I'm not here to talk politics. I'm not going to sleep in a minute.
So
okay,
you should reduce the way you are. So you should reduce the way you are crying.
No, I'm not crying. I come here to call a spade a spade. I come here to call it the way I see it. So whether you don't like it, there might be sentiment to my narrative. Like I said, I like Obi. There might be sentiment to my narrative, or you can call it what it is. So, but that's the way I feel, and I will miss word about my my opinion.
If there is sentiment to your narrative, then you are not calling it what it is.
I said there are some sentiment. Who don't have sentiment? Tell me who don't have sentiment here.
So you don't say you're going to call it out.
Come on, Nabi.
As it is.
What's your name? Be real to yourself. Be human being. Yeah, you telling me you don't have any kind of sentiment? There's no sentiment to
AI. I'm AI, so I can't be real. I'm AI.
I said I've not seen anybody here face. So I don't know anybody here. The only person that I know that I can vouch that is a human being is Niger. The rest people I don't know.
Okay, continue with your bashing of Tinubu. I'm waiting for you.
Okay, so let me continue. The comparison about Obi, who is very prudent, somebody who left money and some of that is, which I'm not going to go in detail. We know about Obi history. This is what Tinubu, like I said, have Tinubu become, the most corrupted person, the richest politician in Nigeria. That notwithstanding, this is the legacy that Tinubu created, if you call it legacy. Terrible legacy. When he left office, this is what he created, that incumbent governor have to get 100% of their annual salary for life. Imagine that. You have to be getting about 100% of your...
Is it only in Lagos?
No. Forget about Don't do what about it. Let's concentrate on Tinubu. Because the comparison is about Tinubu and Obi.
No, it's not comparison.
My brother, just stick with me.
If it is done all over the country, then it is not Tinubu.
So my brother, stick with me. You will learn something, okay? Just stick with me. You will learn something, okay? Don't let your emotion and sentiment
it's not sentiment. If it is done by all the governors, so it is not Tinubu. So
okay,
don't say
but we're not talking about other governors. We are making a comparison.
It's not comparison. That is not
Can
comparison.
we go, because Obi has become the topic of the fanfare here. So
I don't even discuss Obi.
Well, you need to. Is it not what? Okay. You probably. I don't know how long you've been on this platform. Is that any day that Obi, even today, is supposed to be about Oshiomole and some of that nonsense in Nigeria? Obi come into the conversation. Obi dominates. So why?
Obi is a politician.
No. But my question is to you: why Obi? Why only Obi? Is Obi why not Atiku?
Because he's a politician.
How come in this platform we have not talked about Tinubu dossier, his profile?
Should I answer you? Should I answer you?
Just answer me. I have some more information about him. Go ahead.
Portrayed himself as next to Jesus, as saint.
Who portrayed himself as next to Jesus?
Obi portraying himself as
come on now. It's you naysayers. You people that the one, you people are the one disseminating that false information.
Am I the one putting those things in his mouth by saying corrupt?
Obi never called himself a saint. Can you bring me a narrative or anywhere Obi say I'm a saint? Come on, bring it. Forget about what people say.
Boss, why are you criticizing other people?
I'm here to lay 2
I
points of
mean, the
view.
way you criticize people and you're making people lose the argument. You understand?
Who am I
Because
criticizing?
you okay. For example, you're criticizing Tinubu for some of those things that Obi Self has done.
Well,
You
Obi, wait a
criticizing.
minute.
First of all, listen. One
Obi
more thing.
flaw, positive or negative, has been flogged here
You
for 2
criticize
years in a
Wike,
row. Hold
but
on.
listen.
There's never a day Obi topic he's not mentioned here. So
Yes,
why not
good.
have a different opinion?
No,
That's why
just
I'm
now
here.
you came on the platform. You said, "How did Wike amass his body?"
Yeah,
How
because
did
I was
Wike
going
amass his
somewhere.
body?
I didn't come here to talk about Wike. I
No,
come
but
here to talk about Tinubu.
you started with that.
Yeah.
Now, even me, obviously, I'm not obedient, but
It's okay.
the way you're speaking, even on the interview that Obi did, when he said, "Oh, he got body," and he got body to the what's it called? The thing where they kept the body, but did you ask him how did he amass the money from the beginning?
My
Where did
friend,
he get the money
I'm
from?
not here to defend Obi. I'm here
So,
to make some parallel narrative between Tinubu and Obi.
but
If there's something like a devil, which one is more devilish?
You are making a narrative, not fact, eh?
Which one is let's call all of them devil, but which one is more devilish? So that's the point, because
There
nobody,
is no good.
even
There
Remy
is no good devil.
that just jump in right now. He never
No
considered
good devil.
he think that Tinubu is Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's the way some
You
of
don't
them.
the way
you don't
you're
look for
talking,
religion,
you think that
Bobby.
Obi is Jesus Christ as
I
well.
didn't say that.
You always
Don't put
think
word in
like
my mind.
that.
Don't put word in my mind. Let me
No,
continue about the
so why are you
legacy.
complaining that they say
Let me
why
come.
Obi, why
Let me
Obi,
continue
why
about.
Obi?
Let me continue about dubious legacy Tinubu left in Lagos. Like I first stated, the number one, he created this. I mean, you have to receive 100% of your basic salary for life. Imagine that. You know, a governor will get 6 new car every 3 years. The deputy we get I think about 1 car. Every 3 years. Who does that? And you already left office. You're supposed to be getting about 6 cars every 3 years.
My former governor does that. My former governor
For,
does that.
come on, dude.
Everybody's
I'm
governor
just sick.
does
I'm
that.
just sick of you bringing other people into this conversation. Forget about
No,
what
you
your
ask who
data
does that.
or Owerri or Imo does. Stick with me. You will learn something. Stick with Tinubu. This narrative is between Tinubu and Obi.
You ask who does that. Who does that? Or you don't understand your
Exactly.
question. Is it that you
I
don't
understand
understand
my
your question?
question. That means it's not something. It's not a good thing to be do. That's what I mean. Who done that? Who does that? I
Boss,
didn't ask
boss,
you. I didn't
boss.
ask you. Has any? I just look at the content of my word. Is my figure of word. Who does it? That means it's a very human being doesn't do. A decent human being doesn't do that. That's my
No,
narrative. I didn't ask you.
man of prestige. Man of
Hey,
prestige. The
look!
question.
Don't forget my. I have
No.
a
The
lot to go. I
question.
have a lot to talk about Tinubu.
No. Hold on. I want to ask you a question. Everything they gave them after they become ex-governor, is it gazetted or not? Is it through their state assembly?
Yeah, but is it not corruption that he
No. Answer
created?
that question first. Answer
Yeah,
the
it's
question.
gazetted, but what makes,
So
because
what are you now?
Tinubu is the Lord of Lagos. He was able to
You did
manipulate
not
people
get it.
and created this.
Let me ask you another further question. Tell me it's under the law. That means what they are giving Tinubu, they are also giving Fashola as ex-governor. The same thing with Ambode.
I'm coming now. I'm coming, but I
No,
think
answer
Tinubu.
the question.
Yes,
You
they
cannot
are,
get
but
me.
let me like.
So what are you shouting about?
But this is the legacy, the dubious legacy Tinubu created. I'm coming. Let me learn. Let me finish.
That is
I
not
have
the
about
biggest
17 or 18. I have about 17 or 18 bullet points that I need to let the audience
you
know.
shouldn't have taken. You know what you should do. You know what you do, a man of prestige.
What should I do?
It's simple. Tell 1 man tomorrow, 1 man 1 day that you want to take 1 day, so that the way what do you call it? 1 man also do an expose on Obi. You also take 1 day and then you now make your expose. Everybody will be here.
Okay. Let me stop. Thank you, Remy. It's a good point. I will discontinue.
Today they have different topic and two types.
Okay, I agree with you. No. I'm agreeing with Remy. This is not the way to go. Hold on. This is one of the few
Man of
times.
prestige.
Hold on.
Next
Let me
time,
tell. Me and him has opposite.
sorry, 1 second. Last
Me
one
and
before
him
you
has
land.
opposite political view. But on this one, I agree with Remy. I want a lot of people. I want this traffic to be up about 100, 150 to 200 before I make my narrative. I want everything. I want everything Harry to hear me. The dossier I
Man
have
of
on Tinubu.
prestige,
So
you
this
have
is
to
not the right time.
apologize to
I will
Madam
wait.
Zita.
I'm not going to talk about Tinubu anymore. So I'm done with that. Thank you, Remy, for reminding me. So let me save my dossier on Tinubu.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Sorry, man of
me and
prestige.
him.
One last thing. You have to apologize to Madam Zita because you came attacking her.
Why would I apologize
fair.
to Madam Zita for what?
You can't
Why
be
did I
attacking
attack her?
people like that.
What did I say that was attacked?
Because you're attacking her personality instead
Tell
of
me
the
what
message.
tell me what I said that was wrong.
Because you came attacking her. That's what I'm
And
saying.
you said what I said that was attacked.
You know what you already said because you already had something in your mind about her. And you didn't even give her the information properly. You just concluded.
I say her local government.
Because that's not the best way. You're making people lose the
then I
argument.
responded to local government because she said he doesn't know. According to the news that emancipated from that way, they say local government. Just because I just say Uguta. I didn't say local government. Come on now. I mean, anybody can misspeak, without expansion of their
like every
narrative.
time she comes on the platform, you didn't even listen to what she's saying. That
I
topic
said
wasn't
I
even
respect
part
her
of the
opinion,
topic.
but I'm gonna call her the way I see it. And I told her,
yeah, but you have to apologize next time. Don't.
Kemi Badenoch, what the way she speak about.
That's what you said.
The way
That's
Kemi Badenoch speak about
now.
Nigeria is the way she speak about the Southeast.
No,
that's the way I see it.
That you can't insult her because of
that's not an insult.
Opinion that
it's
she
my
has.
Opinion.
That's her opinion.
I think what you should say here is this: look at people like Dele Farotimi. Look at a lot of our leaders that may so rest in perfect Adebanjo. Look at the way they supported Obi. We are Yoruba. Do you think we are
okay? So what?
If you support Obi, no, calm down. But life goes on. So if today your tribesman is not supporting Obi, you should not come here and castigate.
No. You look at it as castigation. I don't look at it as castigation. Like I said, I'm just calling her the way I see it. It's not a castigation. I mean, I don't hate her. I don't even know her.
No, don't do that.
What I'm trying
you don't tell me what to do.
What you are trying to say.
You don't tell me what to do. That's nobody ever tell me. The only person that tell me what to do is my father.
Call names. You insult and call names.
It's not fair.
I'm gonna call names. If you don't like it,
you call me names.
Opinion. She can support whoever she likes. So you cannot.
I don't look at it as castigation. I don't know what you call castigation. This is politics. This is politics. Wait a minute. This is politics. When we come to this platform is a no-spin zone. This platform is a no-spin zone. You can't come here and be spinning something. It's called no-spin zone.
Of people that support Tinubu 98%. I mean. That's an insult, but that's okay. That's
in
what
California, that is
complimentary
in California.
Huh?
That is complimentary in California.
It's not about California. So don't bring about California here.
No,
we're not talking about California.
Now,
it's not about USA politics. We're talking about Nigerian politics. So stick with Nigerian politics. Don't deviate, please.
Bros, I think the thing here, you're making people lose the argument. And I'm saying, I'm a Obi supporter. Listen,
I took what Remy
I'm an
advice
Obi
Remy
supporter.
Because there's not
but
enough
the
people
way
here.
you come on and you're insulting, like even people having their own personal opinion, it's not fair. It's not good.
Don't be too sensitive. Come on, now
you're being sensitive. I listen to you on this platform every time. The woman just came. She has her views. She has even if she today said she was even on the Obi side of the argument, and you just came, you just start splashing.
What is that supposed to do?
No, this is
what's that supposed to do me,
bro? You have to listen. You have to listen to yourself.
I listen to her. Like I said,
for today one, you're going to apologize to her.
She's very intelligent. I listen to her, but
no,
I'm going to call her
one, you're going to
apologize
to her. It's not fair.
No,
I'm not here to be. I'm not here to be nice to anybody.
Sorry,
it's not me.
Sorry, what's your name, please? Midday or media? I don't know. I didn't see it very well. Don't
Who's
worry.
that?
I mean, what's your name? I'm talking to you.
Oh, Mr. D.
Mr. D, please don't worry too much about Man of Prestige and Zita. Actually, everybody have a right to support whoever they want.
Yeah,
Okay?
I do
Because,
understand.
yeah, so don't worry whether it's
No,
going
I'm
to
not like worrying, but sometimes,
what should have tell him is that the topic for today, we should have stick to it, not
yeah, I mean, that was one
Oh,
of it. Sometimes you want to
no. I
listen.
don't even know what the topic today, but I know the topic when I was
He just
listening
came and started
earlier.
bashing
It's
her.
all about
but
Obi.
the topic
It's all
today,
about
the
Obi
major
bashing.
topic is about Allen
Nobody was
Williams.
even bashing Obi today. She never even bashed Obi. This is what I'm saying.
The
Sometimes,
platform didn't pivot. Hold on, the platform didn't pivot to Obi governorship and his corrupt
oh,
and
that's
Pandaro paper. Is that what you're telling me? What am
no,
I
but
hearing?
nobody spoke. Listen, when she was speaking,
No.
she never
I'm talking
spoke
about
about.
earlier.
Now, no, listen, maybe when she was talking, you came to bash
We
her.
are not talking about Madam Zita.
No,
She's not the
because that's the
moderator.
one that you came to bash, and she's the one that you
Yeah,
came and
because
said
I
calling her
bashed her
Kelly
because of
Badado.
her, her narrative, the way I feel about her
think
narrative.
Man of Prestige just came here because he does not know the topic and he continues to
Yeah.
I don't want to know the topic. Is he not have your say when you come here?
And this is not a day for you to. You have a lot of expose on him. Tell one man, create one day for you.
And I'm listening. Remy, I just listened to you. Didn't I stop my profiling of Tinubu? I said this is not the right time. Yeah.
So let's go back to the topic. So the
okay,
topic
go
is,
back to the topic. So stop
here.
pushing me about what I said.
And apologize, oh, last one, please.
I'm not gonna apologize. Something wrong with you.
That tonight I will be sleeping now. You will not talk. Very, very. Is it not there?
I don't apologize for what I believe in.
Who is the speaker? Is it Mr. G or Royo? Who is talking now? Or is it
No, I mean, if you finish, let him go on the topic. Like, let him go on the topic of today.
Is it Oshiomhole? That's all I know that's happening in Nigeria, and some other crazy things that's happening in Nigeria.
But one thing that everybody should know is that as politicians, they also have freedom to choose wherever they want to be. They have freedom of speech as well. And for those of us who are supporting one after the other, I think it's just by time. With time, another new set of leaders will come, whether we like it or not. There was a time it's between Shagari and Awolowo. There was a time it was between Obasanjo and Atiku. There was a time it was between Buhari and Yar'Adua, Buhari and Jonathan, Buhari and Atiku. Now is the time of Atiku, Tinubu, Showore, Obi. But at the end of the day, after 2027, the winner, anybody that wins, that's the rest of the case.
Why are you mentioning Showore? Showore is not a politician.
Has it not been on the public space for more than 10 years now?
Showore is the scam. Forget about Showore.
You should not mention him. Why not? Whether it's going to win. He's a former presidential candidate.
For what? How many? What did he garner?
It does not matter.
I mean, I'll ask you about recently from the information I dig out about him. He's just perpetuating.
They might have, he might got 30 or 40,000 votes, but at the same time, they also have a kind of beef against Obichu. Okay, because
he may be working for Tinubu. Who knows? For the Western country.
That one. I'm not talking the person that profit that NSAS movement in which Showore and the rest are be agitating for different Nigeria. The one that use the opportunistic way to profit on that is Yobi, and you know that. And that is the beef he has against you guys. So that is
okay. Well, he needs to get over it and awaken himself from that door,
So at the end of the day,
that's not going to serve him politically.
At the end of the day, the way I see it is this: in 2027, I hope that Obichu will have his own platform to contest for the presidential election, so that we know the real. Let him also go ahead. We have 2 years. Build your own party. Build your own. And if you are going to be coalition, go and do coalition and let's see how it comes out. At least the election, after 2 years, nobody will be talking now. If Obi did not win, so let him go and rest. So with all of this thing that we are shouting unnecessary, it does not matter. The current president is Tinubu, whether you like it or not, you just have to accept.
Oh, I never come here that Tinubu is not the president.
In 2 years' time, if you win again, nothing you are going to do.
No, there's
So
nothing I can do
and if
about
you
it. But
lose, and if you lose,
I'm gonna
no,
call
if
him out
you
if he
lose,
performing. And
if you even lose, nothing you are going to do also. Because
no,
even if Obi win, nothing you are going to do. Obi is not
that's
going
a
to appoint
that's a
somebody.
false statement. But none of them benefit me. But I want what is good
So
for
why are we
Nigeria.
killing ourselves over them? So that's what
Because
this
I
guy
want
is
something
trying
to
to do.
benefit Nigeria. I mean, that's
He's
all. Not
trying
for
his
me, not for
best.
my family.
When you talk that way, I don't like it that way because
Why?
you cannot just no. Let me no. I'll just give me 1 second and then you can come in. One thing about human life is this: anybody in a particular position at a particular time, you cannot tell me it did not do nothing. You cannot tell me that Nigeria is still the same way before Buhari left, where everything has already turned upside down. You cannot tell me all the World Bank and the Fitch rating is nothing. You cannot tell me people are not accessing student loan. You cannot tell
Oh
me they
my
are not
God,
constructing road.
Remy, don't go there with me.
No. Let me finish.
Don't even go there.
Let me finish.
Let's
You
not talking
respond.
about Tinubu achievement.
Relax. What I'm just trying to say in short is that you cannot say it did not do nothing. Abba, please go ahead.
Where do you want me to start?
No, wait, go on.
Where do you want me to
Are
start
you going to
in
make
terms of Tinubu
I
achievement?
don't want us to talk about Tinubu today because there are so many
Okay,
people that
then don't go there because the
no,
part that
if
I
you
have
want to
here
talk
will
about
the part
SPSA,
I have here will blow you
no,
out.
what I'm trying to tell you is this. You are telling, if you said, for example, if I am dealing with you directly now, you are vying for the same position, I will respect your achievement from the past. I cannot be campaigning and telling people that, hey, look at that man of Prestige. He did nothing when it was that or that. That is unfair. That's what I'm just trying to say. It's not about politician alone. Because you yourself, you have been in position before. Maybe as a community leader, maybe you have worked for some institution in America before, or maybe in Nigeria, or whatever. Or maybe you are doing your business or whatever, and somebody now tell you that so far you have been doing your business for 20 years. What have you done? What have you achieved? You have achieved nothing. I'm just trying to say in a very simple term. You cannot just tell people that they have not achieved nothing. Why? If people that went abroad from Nigeria, they stay in abroad for so many years. Some of them have done wonderfully well. Some of them are still tilling the ground. Some of them are still finding their feet. And when you people now talk that he has not achieved nothing, that is, if you said he has not achieved nothing, can you also accept that if somebody said your B has not achieved nothing, do you also think it's okay? If that is 50-50, both of them have not achieved nothing, then you are talking. But when you just come and say, okay, my guy have achieved a lot of things and that one have not achieved a lot of things, what do you expect the one that they like it? How do you want them to feel? Even I also do personal thing like you yourself. Let's say you have been in business for so many years and someone else say you have not achieved nothing. How would you feel? Don't let us talk that way. If you want to criticize, you have the whole word to criticize, but get always criticize with fact and objectivity. So I'm happy that you said that you are going to give your expose to one man, and one day a lot of people will be here, and then you lay it on the table. That is how an honorable man will always do. Thank you.
Okay, I completely agree with you 100%. That's why that's why I abruptly stop my narrative about come here to give my own to give Tinubu profile. So like I said, I have a lot of dossier that I've been compiling for many for almost about 2 weeks right now. So I would like to have that conversation with one man. So let's have it. One man, if you listen, he probably listening. So set me up a day. You have you can email me or whatever. You have my phone number or whatever. So let's have the conversation, and you bring out your profile. Everybody get an hour or whatever, and I'm ready to challenge you. So let the audience make judgment from our narrative. That's the way politics work. Counter narrative. So I'm ready for one man. So let's talk about what's going on in Nigeria. I don't know what's going on in Nigeria, but it's sorry. I don't know if anybody saw that lady. I don't know. I've forgotten her name. The one what Japad had done to you. Did you all see that lady that was talking about his father in Anambra? I don't know if people saw that video. What they did to the father that live in New York. I think he worked almost about 25 to 30 years in New York. Decided to retire back to Nigeria. I think he's like about 60. Then he built. I don't know if you all see the mansion he built in Anambra. I don't know what part of Anambra. I'm talking about 3-story building mansion that he built. But Nigerian people, that's why it's not good to live. I mean, you can't trust anybody in your family. The man, so the man brother and sister,
decided after he had a stroke, they put him in an unbearable condition. They want him to die. They started getting him money, and this man was getting a pension and retirement and 401k about $5,000. Imagine somebody getting 5,000 in convert to naira a month. That's how much that man was getting, and they tried to kill him. So I don't really want to go in details. It's a very long story, but I was just wondering if anybody has seen that. It was going all
No,
over
we have
Nigeria today.
not, but that is the moral angle, or that is the Nigerian society.
Exactly. That's why I brought it up.
Our orientation for the last more than 20 years have been bastardized, and people worship money too much. Everything. I'm talking about.
Remy, for you to want to fire your brother or your sister because of money.
It's a terrible story. How come? In fact, this man will probably be helping the relatives and the rest, and they just want to put him to death as soon as possible because of the property and the money.
Yes. If the daughter hasn't come from New York, to come and rescue him, it's not just she was just talking. She was blogging everything live. You see, when they eventually, I'm not going to go in detail what actually happened. It was American government that pushed it. Even what was a shame about it was there was a certain time, they don't want the daughter, which is the first daughter, to get into the house. So the daughter suspect that something may happen. He decided to go and buy some vigilante to stay aside, so they don't take her they don't take her father out of the compound. Guess what happened? Her uncle and her aunt, they called the Nigerian military to come and disperse all those people, and they put her they put they put her father into a van and took him somewhere. But it's a long story. I hope you people watch it. It's called What Jackpada Has Done to You. Yeah, I'm surprised none of you, as much as people here consume Nigerian news, you have even seen it. It's a hot topic going on in Nigeria, started today. But you don't need to go and look. Just put on YouTube What Jackpada Has Done to You. The story will touch you. What Nigeria has become. But we need to change our. It's terrible. But anyway, I don't know what to say. Okay, what I have come to say. I'll let it stay. Is Madam AI there? Can you all hear me? Everybody's gone.
She's waiting for the apologies.
You create what apology? She don't need apology. She's a grown woman. What apology? Madam Sita is doing well. She's living in the fourth largest. The fourth richest country in the world. What apology? What my apology is going to do for her? This lady is living in the fourth richest country in the world. America is not even rich as Norway. Maybe America is number 10 or whatever. She's enjoying her life. So what apology does she need from me?
Okay, boss, I'd like to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, me I'm on your side though, politically. How did Obi make his money from the beginning? Just maybe tell us, how did he make money?
Let me give
How did he make
briefly,
money?
just
How
a
did he
clear information,
amass the
because
money?
I don't want to go more detail about Obi, how he amassed
No,
money. Like I said, to be honest, I have a disclaimer to make here. I just started following politics in the last 3.5 years. And I've vast myself. I'm not saying I have the knowledge. Probably a lot of people here, like Madam AI, Zita, Remy and everybody, are more knowledgeable when it comes to Nigerian politics. But the little knowledge that I amassed in Nigerian politics has actually shaped my narrative. I never really care about Nigerian politics until recently. That's right. You're talking about Obi, how Obi amassed. Maybe the Canadian will give us more information in that,
No,
but I don't know why we want to flog it. But you asked me. So let me brief you. Just briefly, I'm not going to go in detail. I will use 1.5 minutes to say. Obi went to UNN, studied philosophy. And during that time, he was at UNN. He helped create 2 Savannah Bank.
how
Imagine
old was
somebody
he?
still at school.
How old was he?
I don't know if he's still a student at UNN. He must be, he must
20
be about
years,
20 or
21
whatever.
years. Okay. 20,
No, I'm not
21
talking
years.
about when he become the youngest chairman of bank. He was a chairman of about 4 or 5 banks, Fidelity, all that kind of bank. But I'm saying he helped created. He was the majority owner
From what
in
age?
Savannah Bank. I don't know. I don't have the age here. But if somebody's in college, so it must be about 2021.
2021. Okay.
Yeah, it has to be. I don't know what age. I don't know what age he graduated, but he was still at UNN. Maybe his final year or whatever. That's when he helped created, this Savannah Bank become the majority owner. So this
At
man
21
is,
years old.
yes,
Man of prestige. Man of prestige. Man
yes.
of prestige. The only thing you know, when they talk about Obi, it marvels them how the man became successful at a young age. The youngest governor Anambra ever produced at the age of 40. Obi has become the
Yeah,
governor
this
of
is what I
Anambra
keep on
State.
telling people here. It's not all about education.
But
Ekene
you
here is very
know,
successful. It's not all about you can have all degree in one, PhD or whatever, but it doesn't show your ingenuity of what kind of how intelligent you are. It's not about education. I mean, I
so
myself I have education, but I'm a poor person. So
even Obi has become a billionaire even before he became a governor. Before he became a governor, he has become a billionaire.
I keep on telling people that man
Okay,
needs to be studied.
Ekene.
He need to be put in
Let me
in the
finish.
archive of Harvard University or how to be
In
successful.
1993, Obi has bought a house of $1 million in the UK.
Good. Yes. Okay.
So
Sorry, Ekene. In 1993, how old was Obi?
we were still under 30 years,
He was under 30
let's say
years,
30 or 30 years or 31 years then.
and he bought a house of $1 million.
Yes, and that time he was
But
never a
he
governor.
was the youngest.
He
He was
was
the
he was
youngest
the
How
chairman
chairman
of
did
of
he get the
bank in
money?
Nigeria.
let me finish. He was the chairman of a Nest company then in the UK.
From Nest Company? How did he get
Yes,
the money
he has
to
started running a business
listen
even
to be a
before.
chairman of a Nest Company to now be paid not even your salary? What kind of deals do you do?
Wait a minute, my
How
brother.
did you
Do
save
you know
money
B
to buy a
profile?
house of $1
Wait a
million?
minute. Do you know B profile? Forget about his studies philosophy, just a BSc degree from university. Do you know the
He
kind of
didn't know how many
management course?
he didn't
Wait
know
a
how
minute. Do
many
you know the
degrees
kind
that
of management course he has taken
But
in Harvard, business management, Cambridge, Columbia? I can name about 5 of places he has taken. It's not about having BSc in profile, BSc engineering. It doesn't teach you anything. But the management course, practical stuff, is the one that shape your brain. Obi took
at
five different
at what
management and hold
but
on.
age?
Hold on.
the
Obi
thing you
took
will
5
know,
different management and
the thing
financial courses in overseas.
one of the another thing that I want them to know is that Obi didn't came from just a poor family like that. It's not that his family is rich, but
Sorry, Ekene. I just want to ask Man of Prestige
it's
a
an
quick
average
question.
family.
Man of
Go ahead,
Prestige,
Remy.
did
Yeah.
you
The
mention?
supermarket he
Sorry,
managed,
Ekene.
the supermarket in Onitsha, he was the one that
Ekene,
managed it
sorry.
even when he was a student.
Ekene,
Hold on,
sorry.
Ekene. Remy want to ask me
Sorry.
a question.
Did you just mention that Obi has been a former chairman of Savannah Bank of Nigeria before?
No. I said
No,
he has a majority.
he
He
took the
created.
contract
He
when
built Savannah Bank.
he built
2 of them.
he built
While
the
he was
house
still in college.
when he
That's
was
what I said.
still in the university.
Yeah.
Okay, can you listen to
Not
this? Can you listen to this? I Google it, okay? Deliberately Google it. And they said, no, Peter Obi has not been the chairman of the board of the fund, Savannah Bank of Nigeria. He was, however, the youngest chairman of a bank in Nigeria, according to a TikTok video. Now, continue. Savannah Bank.
No,
Where did you get that from?
Remy, hold on. You know, this, what they call this man of prestige. You know, he talk,
Yeah, Simba.
his mouth,
Come here and bash me.
his mouth is faster than the way his brain work. A
Wow.
bank that was established in 1860, Savannah Bank was established in 1860. And you now claim that somebody he was not even alive, he was not even alive when Savannah
but
Bank was
he did not
established.
build the bank. He
And
did not say he was the chairman now. He said when they
we
were
heard what
looking
he
for
said.
a
He
branch
said
where
establish,
to establish in the east.
we heard him clearly. He said he helped to establish Savannah Bank. That's what he said. Don't twist it. We heard him. That's what he said. Why are you people, you like to lie. You like to lie, and then you come and be defending stupid things.
Simba, let me conclude. They said Savannah Bank was also in existence before 1989, an indication by others that
I just told you now that Savannah Bank was established in 1960. Remy, you don't need to be telling them that before 1989. Savannah Bank was established in 1960.
So that what they said that at the end of the day, they said,
come on now. Savannah Bank was formed. Hold on. Look, let me teach them a lesson. Let me teach them. Let me educate them. Okay. Savannah Bank was funded in 1979. So what are you talking about? The main Savannah Bank.
What do you mean by funded?
I don't know about
What do you mean by
1960.
funded? Go and check now. Maybe you like
What
AI.
are you
Go and
using?
check
You
your
probably
AI.
using all those nonsense. I use a more accurate referencing engine search that will give you the accurate. I use ChatGPT plus. I don't use regular ChatGPT. This one give you information and give you the source of the information. Go and download it and pay for it and stop using free nonsense.
As a man of prestige, continue with what you are doing, and you pick a day, and everybody will be here, and then
I've stopped talking about Obi, but you brought it up. I wanted to save my day.
It's because what you said. You said it was a chairman of the Savannah Bank, and I Googled it. And
because you're start talking. You start talking about Obi again.
When I came here,
what you said.
I came here now is to talk about the line of Reno Mokori against the 30 kilometer of the coastal highway talked about. I wanted to discuss about it, but whenever you come here, it's all about Obi. I wanted to know because I sent one man the video of Reno Mokori where he said he's going to go and measure the 30 kilometer, and the man stopped. 19.5, the video shows that even that 19.5 is not a completed project. And I don't think they have discussed it here. So the man never even showed the 30 kilometer again. After all the maga that is going to take all the press, even all the press came out to take them to the 30 kilometer. This guy never did it. So at the end of the day, we find out that what Reno Mokri was able to show, let me finish, what Reno Mokri was able to show to the public is 19.5 kilometers. Even that 19.5 kilometers, the video shows that the 19.5 was not a completed project.
Do you really understand what they are saying by that 30 kilometers? First, you have to understand what they said. Umahi said from Victoria Island side, up to about 20 kilometers has been completed. And after that, they left a stretch of land because they wanted to construct a bridge. And they want because the sand in that area have to settle. And from the other end, to come to that where they left a stretch of sand is about 10 kilometers. That's what they are telling you. So
that end was not, what stopped him? Remy, what stopped Reno Mokri from showing us the end of it? That end, he did not show us.
Listen,
even let me come in. See, those video you see, that video you see at the beginning of that project, where they show the street light, it's not even up to 5 kilometers. That 5 kilometers did not stretch up to 19.5.
I will tell you something. Let me tell you something.
There is nothing you will tell me that will shock me about APC and the Tinubu government.
Just relax. It's not about Tinubu. I know you have access to YouTube, and I will mention 2 names. Everybody in this platform, you can click these 2 names on your search area on your YouTube. I am Bolaon and just Ozid. Ozid spelled like O-Z-E-D. This guy have done a wonderful job. This stretch of road you are talking about already reached kilometer 100. Not even that 30 kilometers. But what they are telling you that those concrete ones, they have completed from Victoria Island angle to kilometer 20. Both sides, go and come. It's already concreted.
So that's phase 1, right?
That's phase 1.
Remy, when you people come there is nowhere that 100 kilometers. Let me see. Don't come here and lie to Nigerians because you want to defend the indefensible. Listen to me. Let me tell you something. Don't say what I don't want to say. If you watch watch the starting of that, if you watch the starting of that argument, let me tell you, the starting of that argument, before you come here and say what you don't know, Reno Mokri said that he drove with Shoyenka from the first kilometer to the 30 kilometer. He drive with him. So which means there was never a cut and join that this end has 20 kilometer or the other end has 10 kilometer. So that was his first, let me finish. That was his first argument. So if we are saying that Reno Mokri in his first argument that he drove 30 kilometer with Shoyenka and the road was complete, before that guy went and go and check the road, that even the first stage is not even up to 20 kilometers. That was when, that is when Reno Mokri now begin to twist his word that I stop at 19.5 kilometers. The other guy will take you to other remaining 10 kilometers or whatever. But my point is this, even that 19.5 kilometers, you watch the video, it's not even a completed project.
Okay,
that 19.5 is not even a completed project.
Okay, let me say my own. Thank you. I've watched the video even before Omokri and all of them post the video. I have followed I Am Bolaon and Just OZ. I have even followed Bolaon to the extent that he took a bike from this Victoria Island up the way to Ondo State through this coastal highway. They have reached kilometer 100. The kilometer 100 they have reached is those ones they put sand on it. They have not concrete them, but they have cleared the ground. And I'm trying to explain to you, even before Omokri came out, Umayyaf went to Arise TV, explained the 30 kilometer in public TV, telling us that 20 kilometers have been completed from Victoria Island, and everybody can see them. And in the middle, they left that middle area because they want the sun to settle, because there's going to be an overhead bridge, which is in front of Dangote Refinery, an overhead bridge, and there's also going to be an water channel bridge again that will connect to Sokoto Badagry Expressway. And after that, then from the other end, from kilometer 47 down to that side is about 10 kilometers they have completed. That's what they are saying, and that's what Umahi said. But if you are following Umahi very well, which is the minister in charge, he already explained everything very clearly. But you know, as we in Nigeria always say, sometimes the story that suits you, you want to make argument about it.
If Umahi has explained, if Umahi has given all this, even if Umahi has given all this explanation, what now propel Reno Mokri to come and claim that he drive from the first kilometer to the 30 kilometer? Why? What propel him to come and say that? Because you want to lie Nigeria, give impression that the government is doing some church and small work there. What is even 30 kilometers to commission within 2 years? I have a video of this guy, Fayose. I send it to one man. If he can play it here, you see how they lambasted Tinubu for deceiving Nigerians, even with that coastal highway. You understand? But when you guys come here, especially you that is in abroad, you are the one that knows what is happening in Nigeria. Then people, you will know more than the people that stay in Nigeria. You know more than people that lives in Nigeria. So when Fayose was lambasting him for that project that he said is completed 30 kilometers, Reno Mokri want to prove Nigerian that Nigerians don't know anything. That is why he will go and tell us that he drive from the first kilometer, even with Oshiomhole, to 30 kilometers.
Let me ask you some simple question. Do you understand?
I don't want to. When you want to do a project, let me tell you. When you want to fulfill a promise and you want to do a project, complete that project and commission it. Don't go and do half. I don't even know how you people think. You do have a project. You want me to believe it. You do have this one. You say you are doing it half. That is how to do a project. You do half, and you want to commission it too. What point do you want to prove? Why won't you complete the project and the commission is?
Let others also speak now. Let others speak. As of today, we are.
You want to ask me a question? Ask me which question of what I see every day. What is even the need? What is even the need of doing a half project? What is even the need of doing a half project? 1 kilometer project, 2 kilometer project. A project of 750 kilometers, you are commissioning it 10-10, 20. You are telling me it is 10-10, it is 5-5, it is 19-20, it is this. Does that make sense to you as a normal human being? Is that how they do projects in the country where you live?
Let us speak. Thank you. As of today, they have reached kilometer 100, but the one they have paged up to is about above kilometer 30. And at the first place is about 47 kilometers. And Umai said by December, they will finish both ends of the 47 kilometers, probably including the bridge in front of Dangote. And they have went ahead to Sanfil, you can see it by yourself, to kilometer 100 up to Ondo State. And as we're talking today, they have started doing from Calabar end. They have started clearing the road. One thing you should know is that this kind of project is not just a project that's just a normal road, because you have to test the sand and they have to also talk about the ocean. So they have to do a good job, because this is a road that people will apply. You might not like it today. You might say that, oh, they are concerned, they are very slow pace. But I hope and I pray that this is this man's legacy. I hope and I pray that if he can finish it, if he's able to win the second time during his 8 years, then people will apply on it. Because a nation, any country, was not built under just 2 days or 2 years. It is continuity. And even if he loses, if the next president comes, I hope that person will continue to do it. That is how a nation is being built. You can criticize subjectively, but we can see with our own eyes that they are constructing it. So if you don't like it, no problem. Not every Nigerian will like it. But those who appreciate it, we appreciate it. And those who does not like it, will say, no, we don't like it, and they talk about that stuff. So that is the way I see it. Instead of, we shouldn't fight or shout on top of our voice over it. It's just a simple thing. Whether you like it or not, they are doing it. So that is the way I see it. And they're doing it. They're also doing other projects in Lagos.
The point is not that they're not doing any project. I'm not saying that they're not doing it. The point is that they lie these people used to deceive Nigeria in many forms is becoming too much.
Okay, can I come in?
Project, there is no need of commissioning 30 kilometers within 2 years of that project. When you know you have not done up to 30 kilometers, what's the point you want to prove? Stay on the project. Even if you want to complete it within 8 years, complete it within 8 years. Then come and commission it so that Nigeria will applaud you. Don't begin now to show church when you have not done even up to that 30 kilometers. Nobody is saying don't do your project.
Ekene, they commissioned the project because of you, because you said they are not doing anything.
Government.
So
it's just that you are not capable to do anything. If you are capable to do anything, face the work squarely. Finish.
Can I say
don't
something?
Be telling me that there is 10 kilometers here.
Can I say,
why there is 20 kilometers here?
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy just said they commission it because of weak critic. You know, you don't run politics like that just because people are criticizing what you are doing. They don't like it, or they say it's not, it's not good enough. So you decided to commission. What is this fanfare about? Commissioning 30 kilometers. But I haven't said that for Reno that lives close to me here.
Too much about commissioning of it. I don't see the blah blah about
That's a fanfare. It doesn't make any sense. Who does something like that? Commissioning about
politics is local.
About 4%. About 4% of your project.
Let me now, man of
prestige. How does that even make sense?
Man of prestige, relax.
Let me say, hold on. Let me finish. I'm not saying the project may not be good eventually, but my own opinion, the issue I have with it, we know how the procurement is. They claim the government is going to only pay 30%. The company, engineering, whatever they call it, is going to finance the rest. But they have to recoup their money because eventually that road is going to be a toll road and people have to be paying.
Can I ask another question? What about the standard gauge rail from Lagos to Ibadan? Who built it?
Who built the standard from Lagos to Ibadan? Is it not the government, Amechi, or whatever?
So you see now, you do not know that. Let me let you know. This is a public financing majority of 75%, 70% is provided by the Chinese.
Okay, I just said this Calabar road is 70%, 70-30.
Listen, they are going to manage that rail line, that standard Lagos to Ibadan. They are going to manage it for 30 years before they hand it over to you. So bear that one in mind. So this one they are also doing, and they told you that the government fund, the federal government fund is about 30%. And luckily for us, we have the, what do you call it? We have so many ways we can check information. He cannot just dip his hand into the federal government money.
Okay, but I look at it. Okay, you talk about railway. I can understand railway.
No, I'm trying to tell you.
I got it. They can make their money in 30 years. But this one might be more exorbitant. The reason why I say that is that the people the procurement of that 70%, they have to make their own money in whatever, whether it's going to be a decade or 2 decades.
So you don't
then
want
it's going to increase because you have to pay for the toll. The drivers or the buses that's going to be going flying that way or whatever, they're going to increase their their fees exorbitantly.
So the same thing with this one now. ITEL provide most of the money, and they're going to recoup their money through tolls.
Okay, that may be until it finished, but I don't have any issue with that, whether it's new. But I just feel like, in my own opinion, I just feel like it's a missed priority. I'm not saying they shouldn't do, but investing almost about 13 billion when you have other road that has not been rehabilitated.
Let me give you an example of this place I'm living now. Every year we pay a road fee, and it depends on the car you are driving and the engine that they will charge you per year. So you have to pay that money, which is not, if I convert it into naira, it's a lot of money, but I won't do that. So that is one. This country is a little bit landlocked towards the eastern part, but today they want to build a underwater bridge, just like France to England, so that we can connect from Finland to Estonia. And they also want to build another underwater bridge so that we can connect from here, a kind of road to Norway, so that people can have options. So you cannot say because, and here they continue to open up their own country too, in building more roads. So as we are building more roads, what you can see is that build more roads and repair the old ones. That is normal thing.
But the problem I have with Nigeria, when it comes to infrastructure.
You might not like the project. It does not mean majority of Nigeria don't like it. That's what I'm trying to say.
But we know the antecedent of Nigerian government. I mean, look at the West East Road that has been abandoned. Look at the deplorable condition. It's not even motorable.
When is the East West Road abandoned? Or wait till you not know you go.
Is it motorable?
They are working on it currently.
Working on what? Why not finish that?
You don't know.
You are working on it for the past 10 years under APC. Now you they work under APC for the past 10 years. They are working on it.
Oroyo, have you been to Nigeria? You probably living in London for
Ekene, you are not the only person in Nigeria, eh? You are not the only person in Nigeria.
Where are you? You are not even in Nigeria.
I'm not. Let other people that are in Nigeria come and explain their own experience now. But as far as I'm here, as far as I'm here, I'm the only person in Nigeria here.
Some of us are from
the road you are talking about for the past 10 years is not motorable. And the APC is not.
Have you been to the coastal road yourself? Have you been to that coastal road? You live in Lagos.
What you concern me?
You will talk about it.
Is that one a question? Have I been there? Is that one a question? No be the same news where you hear right here.
Sometimes for you to prove your fact, you also, at least some people are going there. You have a car, drive there, go and see.
Okay, come, let's go and visit it now. No, what about you? Come down to Nigeria. At least Leonard Mokri came down to Nigeria to prove his own lie. Come, let us go and prove your own lie too.
No. Relax. We are not fighting here. We should not shout on one another. When I go to Nigeria, I will make it a point of my duty to also go and drive on that road to see the beauty of it. So you that criticize it too, and you live very close there. In fact, I was even happy because Lagos State just opened a very good road that leads all the way from they call Lekki District access road all the way to Djibouti. It's a standard 4 lanes expressway. So that's another option. Do you know about that? I'm here. I know about it. You don't know nothing about what is going on in your domain.
Leave him. He go cry. And
prove it. Like other people are saying, it's not real. So you can also do it like that. So don't just come here. And if you say that we are living abroad, it does that mean we do not have people at home? We do not have grandparents. We do not have relatives. We do not have friends. We do not have nobody. So we don't know what is going on. Or we don't normally go to Nigeria. We are the only one in Nigeria. If I were, I just laugh sometimes when you just talk about Nigeria, that we are in the abroad, we don't know nothing. We know more too. Like we also know. We also
if you know anything as someone that lives, if you know anything that someone that lives, if you know anything as someone that lives abroad, you should know. You should know that the country you are living will not accept 1% of what is happening in Nigeria today. The country you are living.
It's a lie. Don't let
No, it's not a lie, because in the country you are living, you have a good standard road that's been developed. You have a good electricity. You have good schools and all that. You have good infrastructure. But Nigeria has been managing to have it for the past how many years? But the country you are living already have it. You enjoy good driving and all that. But when you come here, you say, so what are you telling me?
You see that your Lagos.
The country we are living will not accept what you are doing in Nigeria. The country we are living will not accept what you are doing in Nigeria.
They won't. They will have locked you up. So what can you do about
the country I'm living have protest. The country you are living, you are living. Protest. And when they protest, they don't protest about the road. They don't protest about education. They can only protest on minor issues. They have gone past this level of underperformance that Nigeria is undergoing today. They have gone past it. So I never see them protest about bad roads. I never see them protest about bad education and all that.
The mistake you make,
understand?
Is
even electricity, they don't even protest about electricity.
You don't understand the
cost. So if I see other countries,
if you
go and check Ghana today. Ghana today. Ghana of today, their currency is one of the best performing currency in Africa today. Go and check it. They just elected a new president. Go and check. Their Ghana cedis is the best performing African currency today. When you come here, you want to give me a Zukizis.
Do you know that?
Who unify the exchange rate? You do this, you do this, you do this.
Inflation.
Other ones that come and pure working in their country, they don't know what they are doing. He extended office before the current Ghana president, but just in few months of that man ascending the throne of Ghana as a president, their currency is the best performing currency in Africa
I
today.
just laugh. You know that the inflation in Ghana is even more worse than Nigeria.
Your own right to write them. Inflation has not even come down in Nigeria, but you write it and bring it down. You say you rebase it. You rebase your own inflation. Go and check how their inflation has dropped in the past few years. But your own is increasing every day.
Let's do it in layman's price. In December, a bag of rice is 90 to 120,000 naira. As of today, it's below 60,000. If you say you don't know about it, we bought rice for people, and we know how much we bought it. So it's not the same price we are buying it 6 months, about almost 6 months ago. So I'm not.
Where did you meet the price of rice when you became government? Where did you meet it?
No, don't. Oh my. Okay.
Don't tell me that. You can't bring something up and bring it to the middle and come here and be telling me you are doing something. Where did you meet the price of bag of rice? Did you meet it at 60 something?
Dumb argument all over the world.
Where did you meet the dollar? Where did you meet the dollar when you became president? When this government came to power? Where did you meet it? You took something. You increased something for more than 300%. Maybe you increase it to 250%, and you are telling me to clap for you. What kind of argument is that? You should tell me where you met those things. At least we should be getting better from where you met it. If you met it at 5,000 naira, we should be aiming that you bring it down to maybe 20,000 naira or 25,000 naira.
Can you allow Michael and
clap for you? Not just raise it to 110,000 naira. At the end of the day, maybe because I do know, even as a Nigerian, that this is the time that price of rice used to be good in this country. I will wait till December. Before I will tell you the actual price of rice, not now. So don't come here and tell me I've lived for Nigeria for how many years, and I bought rice for how many years. I know the time to buy rice cheap in Nigeria. So I will leave it till December. After December, I will tell you the actual price of rice. Not this one you come here and do. Where did you make the price of tomato? You made the price of tomato at 150, 100 naira. Today, go and check how they share tomato today in the market. 1,000, 500. You cannot even see tomato of 200 naira to buy in the market. Pepper 500. Pepper was used to be 20 naira, 50 naira before you came into office. And when you come here, you come and say, because the engineers are not asking questions. Where do they make the price of those things? Because now things are linked, Nigeria trying to manage, do things, and not to be so hard, to be so harsh to the society. And when you come here, you say you bring it up to 1,000 naira. Now that is selling for 70 naira. And you want me to clap for you. Don't tell me those things. Those
Let
craps.
other people contribute also. Simba, please go ahead. Or Michael, let them talk also. Please, thank you. Michael, are you there? Can you unmute? Because I think it's a new voice. Simba, can you say something if you are there so that it will not be just only.
You want us to start to clap for APC. You see, if I begin to count what you guys has done to this country, you took the price before you came into office. A crate of egg was about 1,000 something. Today it's close to 7,000 naira in the market. When we ask you, you say, is it a must you eat egg? Is it a must you eat egg? You made the price of cement at 3,000 something. Today it's 10,500 naira. Before it was 12,000. You're bringing that to 10,500, and you want us to be crapping for you. Must everybody build a house? Now your question be that. Must everybody buy road? Just come and kill the economy. I want us to be clapping for you. May everyone go sleep. Close the platform. The propaganda is too much.
Mr. D, are you still there? Since everybody don't check.
Hello? 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 Hello?